Oh, hey. How's everybody doing today? I hope you're well. Welcome to the show. Love to see everybody here. How's it going? How's it going? How's it going? Ooh, Mona Lisa. Let me get a date on Friday, and if you're busy, I'll wait till Saturday. How's everybody feeling tonight? Welcome to the show. Who's here? Oh my goodness, look at all the little subbies we got before we even started the show. Artists resubbing, thank you very much. Brent resubbing, thank you very much. Into the Abyss becoming a sub. And Kate Cheap Tactics joining us as a very cool member. We're starting strong today. That's crazy. Well, I appreciate all of that. That's very kind of you guys. Welcome to the show. Who's here? Name yourself. Or you don't need to name yourself. Just say hi so I can see you. Your name usually pops up next to it. What's up, artists? What's up, Skim? What's up, Alnix? What's up, Redmer? Redmer, how's it going, bud? Noblemon, how's it going? Redmer. Oh, wait, I gotta say hi to everyone first. But Redmer, remind me of something I want to tell you after I'm done saying hi to everybody, okay? Nathan, you saw the short? Well, welcome. Nathaniel, excuse me. Gene, how's it going, buddy? Joshua, 7H3 Spirit, Baba Ganoush. How you doing, buddy? Brian, welcome. Duke, you're not here? That's okay. Dude, we don't even need to get into the imagination conversation because that could get weird quick. What's up, Sleoys? What's up, Skylar? You love my videos? Skylar, I love your videos. Welcome to the show. This is a little different than my normal sorts of, what do you call them? Gobbledygooks that I do. That's okay. You get to see a little bit more of the flesh vessel when you do the live shows. What's up, Skull Kid? What's up, Luke? What's up, Jem? How you doing, buddy? How you doing, Sponge? I saw you said you posted a barbarian. Did I see that? Have a good D&D, Bildo. Congratulations on killing 1,000 bugs. Cheap, how's it going? Gina, how are you? Let's hang out soon. Here, look at my forehead for a second while I sip tea because my camera's not at the right angle. Here we go. I gotta adjust my camera a little bit. Yeah, whatever. I'll just stand tall. I'll have good posture. I'll have good posture today. Look at me with my posture. You guys can't tell right now, but my posture right now, the flesh vessel's back is like, ooh, okay, posture. You have so many things to tell me? I want to hear these things. Well, let's find a time to catch up soon. Homebrew monsters work? Yes, homebrew monsters work. We accept all homebrew. Although some of it I spend more time on than others. Good posture is exhausting until it becomes not exhausting. But it's like a muscle. You just gotta build it up, you know? Alright, what are we doing today? We're doing a member homebrew review today, folks. Oh. Interesting. Now you guys are big and I'm little. Weird. Oh, I'm big again. Anyway, hi. How's it going, friends? Welcome to the show. If it's your first time here, then let me introduce myself. My name is CinderBlocksally. You mostly know me as a floating head, but I do incorporate more of the flesh vessel for live stream for the purposes of creating more of a connection to you, the regular infestation of this planet. That being said, that has been said. That being said, there's other things too. We are doing a show that we do many times. We do this show at least once a week, where we collect homebrew from those kind and gracious enough to throw the flesh vessel some coin, and we review their homebrew. So we are going to be looking at homebrew from YouTube members. We are going to be looking at homebrew from Twitch subscribers, and we're going to be looking at homebrew from my lovely, lovely patrons. Oof magoof. What a wonderful time it's going to be. And if you're like, hey, that sounds fun, but I don't have human earth money. How can I do that? Well, I also do at least one stream a week where it's just a big open one and anyone can do that. And that's what I did yesterday. And if you don't want to know, and if you want to know my schedule, check that sweet old Discord or sometimes my YouTube community tab. And that's it. That's the show. And by the way, at the end, there's a winner. And who knows who it'll be. Hey, Beyonder, what's up? You're trying to make a rogue based on dancing with blades, but you can't seem to crack it. Right now, it's just numbers go up. Any advice? I would say, this is what I would say. If you have an idea for a character... Okay. Let's talk. Let's dive right in before we dive right in. I'm down to clown. Here's what I'd say. If you have an idea that you want to turn into homebrew, but you're struggling to figure out what mechanics are going to make that thing feel like that thing, then you need to stop thinking about it in terms of mechanics. And the advice that I've given many times, and I'll give it again probably on stream tonight, is to stop thinking about the thing you're trying to make like it's in D&D, and just close your eyes and imagine it in combat. Just imagine the dance rogue doing their thing. Like if you were watching it like a movie. What are they doing? And then, the thing that they're doing, that's what you're trying to build a mechanic for. And that thing that they're doing usually has nothing to do with numbers going up or down. It's usually like something they're doing. So that's the way I like to think about it. And hopefully that'll help you figure out what you want to do with it. You're a barbarian? I'm a barbarian too. I want to be a barbarian. I don't think I'm actually a barbarian. I wish I was a barbarian. That's probably why I want to be a barbarian in my D&D games the most. No, I don't think I'm anything in D&D. I'm a YouTuber. If you're a YouTube member, how do you gain access to the member section of the Discord? It's just, you have to have your Discord linked to your YouTube account. So it's in, you can Google how to do it, but it's somewhere in the side panel. There's like a connections section that you can connect your stuff through. The thing is, none of you would be commoners in D&D. Actually, none of you. Redmer, you reminded me of what I wanted to say. You have said fancy mug every single time I've taken a sip from this mug. Not every single time, at least once per stream, like the first time I take a sip from this mug. And the people who gave me this mug, I told that you did that, and that made them so happy. So the people who had this mug made for me were very, very they were elated to know that we now have a weird little inside joke about it. No. I don't think you guys would be worse than a commoner. And here's the thing. Assuming that you would be going into a D&D world with you exactly the way you are, your stats would be a little bit up and down in different directions. But the main difference between you and an ordinary commoner, and this is not a small thing, is that you have a significantly greater knowledge base of D&D universes than an average commoner. Like, the amount of information an average D&D fan has about the workings of a D&D universe, that is valuable knowledge. For, you know what I mean? Like, not everybody's gonna know. Like, you gotta, like, a lot of people don't even know what an illithid is. They've never heard of it before. So, you might not necessarily have super high stats in D&D, but you would have, I think, very weird proficiency in, like, history, arcana, religion, compared to, like, anybody else. So you might not be exactly a powerhouse from your stats, but you would be weirdly intelligent based on your proficiency bonuses. That's an interesting idea. I might make a short about that. I clipped that little last moment. Hopefully that last moment that I just clipped is enough to remind me to make a short about that later, because that's actually a pretty cool idea to think about. Little fun thought experiment. Commoner, I barely know Manor. Exactly. Nerd commoners, yeah. What the fuck is a level? Exactly. We would know what a level was. We could, like, literally, tactically, immediately understand the power of anything we were fighting based on a arbitrary marker that no one in the universe would have any knowledge of. But, like, specifically tells you exactly what something is capable of. You know? That's power. It'd be really powerful if you could like hit a little button and everyone's level would appear above their head. That'd be the ideal. Yeah, this is the +1 sword. I love that idea so much. I love that idea so much. That's so funny. What's up, Zidane? How's it going? I'm good. Would fights be turn-based? I don't know, man. There'd be a lot of stuff that would be weird. I think a lot of it would be not as gamified, but it would be like, it would be funny if it wasn't gamified, but it was like the opposite of gamified. So it was like the rules of D&D dictated like the physics of that universe. So maybe combat wouldn't be turn-based, but you could tell exactly how far every single human could run on a turn. Every single human has a movement speed of 30 feet. So it's like, I know exactly how far you can move, no matter what. You know? So there'd be like there'd be weird amounts of things that would be like different about how logic worked in the universe. That's how I think it would work. Twitch comments weren't working for you? Huh. All right, well, welcome there. I can see both. Anyway, I don't know why we got on that tangent, but tonight is a homebrew review night. We are going to be looking at some member homebrew review. And then the other thing that we're going to do tonight, that we do most member nights, but I sometimes forget to say it at the beginning, is that if your homebrew gets picked, if you want to come on stream, and instead of it being me just sort of reading it, to talk about it a little bit too, we can do that also. You're more than welcome. You are invited on stream if you want to discuss your piece. It will have usually when people come on to discuss their piece, it becomes a little bit more of a conversation. It honestly depends on the vibe, but usually it becomes a little bit more of a conversation and less of like I'm just going through it. If you could cast one cantrip in real life, what would you choose? It's prestidigitation. No choice. Thaumaturgy would be fun, but prestidigitation would be the best. Make food taste like whatever it wants. Clean anything within a snap. Just imagine walking through your house snapping your fingers instead of having to actually clean it. That would be so nice. Imagine just snapping your fingers and making food taste different. That's like two huge aspects of life in terms of like time commitment that are just not, you don't have to think about anymore. And you would use those spells every day. Like, there's a lot of spells that I wouldn't use all the time. Like, even thaumaturgy. What are you doing with thaumaturgy? You're making your voice really loud. You're making your eyes weird colors. You're lighting candles or snuffing out candles, and you're opening and closing doors. I mean, that's cool. Mending would also be a good one. I think mending would be a good one. Firebolt, but yeah, but I don't think you're gonna like Firebolt. I think it's too powerful. I think it's dangerous. I think it's like having a handgun. Eldritch Blast too. It's like having a handgun. What are you gonna do with it? You're gonna put it in your drawer. Mage Hand would be good too. Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. You could do the prestidigitation diet. Although I will say, I don't know if you're changing the texture of the food, so it's making some food taste too different than what it is based on its texture might be like, it might be weird. It might make you feel uncomfortable. I think. You might be like, oh, this isn't supposed to be this. It's like having hard water. You can literally make a massive business on prestidigitation just to dye things. That's true. Spare the Dying would also be pretty good. Spare the Dying would be great if you worked in an ER. And Code Thoughts, yeah, sure. All right. We don't need to spend too many times just rant. We don't need to ramble forever, although we could. I love a good ramble. Message would be freaky. Message would be very freaky. D&D characters in the real world would be strange too. D&D characters in the real world would be very strange. Druidcraft for a nice garden. Also, Druidcraft to be the best weather person in the fucking world. You could always, with 100% accuracy, predict the weather for the next day. You could make a genuinely profitable career from just that single aspect of that cantrip. You know? Guidance is actually probably the real answer. Just be better at everything. Guidance is also good. Minor illusion would be fun. All right. All right, hooligans. All right, kids. Calm down. Because it's time. We'll still chat a little bit, but we're going to start looking at some homebrews soon also. Friends so you can have humans to play with? Yeah, but they become not your friends so quickly. You know? They're your friend for a brief moment. What's up, Walker? How you doing, buddy? Do I update the wheel every spin on a member night? Yes, I do. I update the wheel every spin whenever I can remember to. Because I imagine that when we do these reviews, a lot of people forget that I'm doing them or just don't know what day I'm doing them until it, like, pops up. So they want to, like, have time to get their homebrew to me. Or they haven't written anything, but they want to write homebrew and they just write something while we're watching, while they're hanging out watching it, and then they send it in during the show. I think both of those things probably happen a reasonable amount. You know? Vicious mockery. You would just kill people with your words. Anything that does damage would be too much. Even 1 damage in D&D, I think, would be more damage than we'd think in the real world. I think 1 damage, like, maybe not 1 damage, but definitely 2 damage, you're breaking skin. That's blood, I think. Considering a commoner has like 5 to 10 HP. You know? All right, let's take a look at this wheel. Let's get this wheel set up. I haven't even... Well, I did half the setup. I didn't do a whole the setup. And I didn't actually put you on the wheel yet. There you are. Let's see the wheel. Let's take a look at what we're working with today. Where is it? Boom! I gotta change that. There we go. There's the wheel for today. Look at that. Look at that beautiful little feller. Commoners have 4 health. Oh, I thought they had 5. I don't know why I thought they had 5. Listen, guys, even gods can bleed, okay? We all fail sometimes. Since you're at work, you won't miss being spun this time? Hell yeah. Well, I'm sorry you have to be at work, but I'm glad you're here. It's smaller than you expected. I think we only had 20 submissions today. Oh, 30. All right. I was off by 10. But that's still, yeah, not a huge amount. Not a huge amount. World of Cardboard? Oh. I have that moment all the time. It's a good Superman line. God doesn't bleed? Well, that depends on which God, man. Don't have such a... I would say don't have such a, you know, you don't have to have such a monotheistic outlook, and you also don't need to have such a human outlook. All right, wheel. Should we spin it? Probably, right? What about the God of Blood? What about the God of Blood? Bucket. All the best gods bleed. It's funny. We're starting with Clear Power Ranger. CPR, if you're here in the chat and you want to come on stream, just say, hey, I'm here. I want to come on stream because I won't see you in the Discord because I don't have Discord front and center. But I should probably make sure it's on. Okay, it is on. Let's see what CPR has for us today. Oops. I hope it's clear and the rarity works. A gate sword. It's like a great sword with a speech impediment. I'm allowed to make that joke. I have a speech impediment. I just hide it so well, you don't even hear it. That's not true. Sometimes when the streams go late, it comes out and you'll hear it. Anyway, there it is. It's called the Gate Sword. It looks like this weapon is made to potentially work on any sort of sword. Cool. Okay. So it doesn't have to be a great sword because it's a gate sword. A lot of people with speech impediments sound like they have an accent. Depends on the speech impediment. Some accents started as speech impediments. That's a history lesson for another day. Gate sword. So we're thinking it's very rare. What did you say? What did you ask about? I hope it's clear and the rarity works. Okay. This sword looks like a mundane sword upon first inspection, unless you pass a DC 15 Arcana check or use a spell or effect to detect magic. When you attune to the sword, I'm going to say something here. If you are saying that it looks like a mundane sword unless you pass this check or use magic, I might say what it's revealed to look like if you pass the check next. When you attune to the sword, it still appears mundane to others. Okay. Oh, you literally do that in the next sentence. But you said it, but you see it as an iridescent black metal. Honestly, man, I might put this iridescent black metal line at the end of this before the attunement thing. I might make it be the check that lets you see it as what it is. When not directly looking at it, the iridescence appears to undulate. Okay. Cool. Okay, I'm going to be really, really pedantic here for a second. And I apologize to start off with such pedanticness. But I feel like when I think of something as being iridescent, I think of it as glowing with flickering light. I don't know if that's accurate, but that is what appears in my brain. And that flickering light is already undulating. Call me crazy, but I think iridescence is just undulating light. Like, whether or not that's what it actually is, that's the vision that it puts in my brain. Tradosio suggests wording it like, when you attune to the sword or succeed on a DC 15 Arcana check, you see it as a bop, 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 bop. So yeah, I just don't know if it appears... I'm, again, really pedantic. But from just like a short... Like from like a writing perspective, like a creative writing, let's use the right words to try to evoke the right feelings. I think you have already used the right words to evoke the feeling with iridescent. And when you lean into it, the undulate, it makes me like question my initial vision of it in a way that I don't love. Really minor point, but it's just something to think about when you're writing. A lot of the times you'll use a word and it will do a lot of work, and you might not think it's doing as much work as it is doing, and you end up overloading that word. And you gotta, there's not necessarily a right or wrong way to figure out what that is. A lot of it's just trial and error, but this is, I think, an example of that, where I think the word iridescent is doing a little bit more work than you're giving it credit for, or maybe you just need to have more confidence in your choice of this word, because I don't think we need undulation. Okay, sorry, rant, we're done. As a bonus action, you can slice the fabric of reality in an unoccupied space within 5 feet of you, creating a rift for 1 minute. You create a second rift within 30 feet of the first in an unoccupied space you can see. I would clarify both rifts appearing at the same time before I said they last for a minute. I might not even say they last for a minute until the end. Certainly, I wouldn't say it until I introduced both rifts. As a bonus action, you can slice the fabric of reality, creating a rift creating a rift in an unoccupied space within 5 feet of you, and a second rift within an unoccupied space within 30 feet of you. The rifts last for 1 minute, something like that. The rifts appear as a translucent shimmer and occupy a 5-foot cube. As a bonus action, you can move one rift 30 feet to an unoccupied space you can see, as long as the rifts are no more than 60 feet apart. A rift moved in this way disappears from its original spot and appears in the new one. If they are ever more than 60 feet apart at the end of your turn, they are destroyed. Any creature that enters a rift exits the other rift and appears in an unoccupied space of their choice adjacent to it. Objects that enter the rift are ejected in a random direction. If there is no unoccupied space next to the rift, the creature is thrown backwards 10 feet, knocked prone, and suffers, don't say suffers, just say takes, and takes 2d6 force damage. Spells and spell effects do not pass through the rift. Once it's used this way, it can't be used again until the next dawn. Okay, 2 things. 1, I think this is pretty clearly worded. If your concern is conveying the idea of what's happening, aside from some minor stuff with like the order of giving the information at the beginning, I think it's pretty solid. And I think that if you want to really fine-tune the language here, I think there's 2 things you could take advice from. One of them is the spell Moonbeam. And Moonbeam has good language for using a bonus action to move an area thing around. So you could just find that in here somewhere. Oh, it's not... Was I thinking of Moonbeam or was I thinking of something else? No, Moonbeam. Yeah, it's here. Basically, good language for that. And then the other thing is there's a magic item. What is it called? The Hither Thither. Hither Thither. Hither Thither is a magic item that was made from the D&D movie that basically does very similar to what this sword does. It creates 2 portals that can be teleported between. Yours has the extra feature of moving the portal around. But if you want to really get your language tight, I would look at the way this thing is written. Because right now, yours is doing something similar to this. It's much more long range, and yours is much more about moving it. But, boom, there you go. Either of those are going to help you with that language. I think having it work once a day for very rare, considering what it does, is reasonable. But it's not a crazy distance for a teleport. I mean, it's good. But I think I would still make this a +1 weapon, at least, probably. I might even make it a +2 weapon on top of this power, just to really make it feel like a very rare item. Because the other thing that I'm thinking about is I feel like I struggle with when an item does a really cool thing that makes me want to use that item, but the item still is kind of mundane at the thing it's intended to do. In this case, intended to be a sword and hit stuff. So, I think making it have a +1 or a +2 would help with that. Tradosio is suggesting maybe having it work on charges and being able to work more than once a day, making it a +1. I think that could work too. The link to submit Homebrew is in the announcement in the Discord. And it's also on the member section of the community tab for YouTube. Yeah, so because of it not... I think I would make it do a little bit more damage. You could even make it maybe... You know, if you want to lean... I see people saying do force damage. I could also see that, where maybe... It doesn't do, maybe it's like it does just, you know, maybe it just does extra force damage. I think that could work too, for sure. Anyway, I think it's a cool item. And I think that considering it's fairly complicated in what it's doing, I think you actually do a really nice job of getting the information out. It certainly could use a little bit of cleaning up, but I think nothing was like confusing. And then the other thing is, again, just look to the hither thither staff for getting that language tight, or if you really care about that. All right, Clear Power Ranger, thank you for sharing. Let's give oh shit, I forgot to get my applause announcement up. Let's get let's give CPR a round of applause. Enigmatic Rage. Today's stream, we are looking at Homebrew from Twitch subscribers, YouTube members that are very cool members or higher, and patrons. And basically the way that it works is anybody that's doing the $5 thing. That's the way that it works. So whatever the $5 thing is on the thing that you care about. Yeah. Anyway, thank you, Clear Power Ranger. Kadunk. Alrighty, let's see. Do we have anybody new that submitted? Tradosio was our last. 2 more. Hell yeah. Ooh, Coulter's back. And Malkov has returned. Not even lying. You want to use that homebrew? Use it, man. I posted the link for it in the chat. Go use it. That's the wonderful thing. People are sharing. Sharing is caring and ice cream is staring. How's the wheel doing? Wheel's doing good. You've never DM'd before and have very little DMing experience. Do you have any advice? The best advice I can give for a new dungeon master is probably 3 things. Number 1, remember that it's okay for you to not know how something works and to need to look it up. Number 2 is that the main goal of the game is you and your friends having fun. And number 3 is you should only plan as much as you are enjoying planning. Those are probably the 3 most important things to remember as a dungeon master. There's other stuff, but like if you're keeping those 3 ideas as your like guiding stars, you are going to enjoy the process and you're going to learn how to do it and you're going to get better at it. You submitted to the wrong one? There's only one thing up, I think. You gotta. The link is in the announcement in the Discord. There's not a link in the video description here, I don't think. Unless I fucked it up. Let me make sure I didn't fuck it up now. Now you got me questioning myself. Now you got me sitting on eggshells.
The Pokemon trading
Jesus Christ, I don't care about the Pokemon trading card game. No, I put all the things right. Pokemon, what are you doing? Oh, the wrong date. Yeah. Today is the 14th. For me. It might be a different day for you depending on where you're at in the world. Yeah, the 13th was the yesterday stream. The audio's gone? Uh-oh. Audio's not gone for me. Alright. Enough of that. Enough of that fear and trepidation. We've had enough of both. Guys, I'm in a silly mood today. Oh, man. Okay. Gina, if you are having a late night, if you are up when I end stream, I'm super down to chat and catch up then if you're down. But if you're not having a late night, no worries. Okay. 1, 2. Boo! Elixir of life. Ooh. A lot of people searching for this guy. Here's a kind of jokey monster for a one-shot I made. Any advice on the mechanics? Could they be made better or more thematically exciting? All right, a jokey monster for a one-shot. Honestly, that is one of the best things to do for a one-shot. Gene, thank you for the 10. English is not my first language, but I'm pretty sure undulate means to move like a wave from Latin, unda, wave. Same for iridescent, which is colorful like rainbows. Iris from Greek. Okay. So I was sort of correct in that they are similar vibes. But not exactly correct in that they are not the same. I accept. And I appreciate the clarification. Also, for English not being your first language, Those some solid. That's some solid English expressed knowledge right there. This is the Chumbawamba stat block. Oh my god, I didn't see what it was called until just now. I was like, why is everyone in the chat yelling Chumbawamba? Okay, Chumbawamba monster, let's go. Okay. What is this gonna do? I'm assuming when it gets knocked down, it's gonna get up again because it's never gonna let anything down. And yeah, I'm assuming there's gonna be some amount of tub thumping, and drinking the night away. You're Brazilian. Brazil is one of those places that I have wanted to go, and I have not gone before. I have spent almost no time in South America. South America is probably the continent I've spent the least time in, unfortunately. And Brazil has a huge D&D audience. When I started to become a content person, and you start like, oh, I'm like checking out my statistics. I'm like looking at my stats. It was like, I was like, looked at in the US, and then Brazil was higher than like the UK. Brazil was higher than other English-speaking nations in terms of like what countries people are watching my stuff in. I was like, okay, Brazil. I think Brazil is just yearning for a stout, balding man. They're all too good at soccer. Okay, or they just all really, or just really love D&D, I guess. One of the two. Maybe both. Okay, let's see what's going on here. Chumbawamba. Oh, it could be a time zone thing? For sure. I guess time zone could be a part of it. Magical workers. In the kingdom of Durano, due to massive lobbying by dairy manufacturers and wizard... What? Due to massive lobbying by dairy manufacturer and wizard Walden Dempsey, there is only one legal manufacturer and distributor of magically cooled ice cream. Moo Chair, thank you for the resub. Month 2, let's go. The company and subsequent brand, Wizard Walden's Ice Creams, is famous across the kingdom and beyond. Okay, what does this monster do? Well, this is a lot of flavor text. Where do we get into the monster? To protect his secret recipes from manufacturing. Okay, these guys protect them. They are named after his famous product, the caramel Chumbawamba. And they're little constructs, and they're also painted similarly to caramel orange. All right, so they help out. All right, let's take a look. Let's read these Chumbawamba boys. Here it is in the chat. If any of you want to take a gander at it on your own machine. The Chumbawamba, a medium construct. It is lawful neutral. CR5. These are really low stats for a CR5 monster. I would say too low. Fight as a group. If this creature, you can name it, say, if the Chumbawamba takes half the turn. Oh, hooray! What just happened? Who just did something kind? Skim, gifting a sub. That's very kind. Thank you, buddy. If this creature takes half damage if it's within 10 feet of an ally. Okay, so the way that I would write this is I would say, while the Chumbawamba is within 10 feet of an ally, it has resistance to all damage. That's the way I would write that. Magic resistance. It has advantage on saving throws against magic. They get knocked down. If damage reduces the Chumbawamba to 0 hit points, put a comma after this. It makes a Constitution saving throw of 6 plus the damage taken. On a success, it drops to 1 instead. Okay. I see why you did this low hit points, but even still, I think it's still too low. Then it has a slam that's very weak. You also did your math wrong here. So whenever you're doing monster stats, they work the same way as people. or his character stats. So this thing has it's a CR5, so its proficiency bonus should be +3, which means that this attack should be +6, because it would be +3, +3. And then this extra damage should also be +3. Yeah, it's just Undead Fortitude, but better. And there's no way to stop it. Undead Fortitude, you can stop with fire. Sing a creepy song. One target range. You don't need to write. Why did you write it like this? Don't write it like that. Say what it does. In fact, I'm just going to ignore this and see if it makes sense outside of it, because I don't feel like this makes sense. One target range 60 feet. Yeah, we're just going to ignore that. This is confusing and making me confused. The Chumbawamba and any other Chumbawambas within 15 feet of it sing a creepy song about a target's personal flaws. The Chumbawambas joining in on the song must spend their reaction to do so. This spell, this is not a spell, can have only one target, and the Chumbawambas missing apostrophe here. And the Chumbawamba, no, you're not. And the Chumbawambas telepathically know the target's flaws, and personal goals and problems. Oh man, this is really chunkily worded. Holy shit. Target must make a DC 15 Wisdom saving throw, take 3d6 psychic damage. If they fail by 5 or more, the target becomes incapacitated with introspection until the end of the next turn. Okay, so I think that the best way to do this would be to copy this, to highlight this whole thing, and then to hit backspace and to just write the whole feature over, because the way this is written is tedious for no reason. And here's what I would say. This is the way that I would write this. The Chumbawamba targets a creature that it can see within 60 feet as it begins to sing its creepy song. The creature has to make a wisdom saving throw, DC 15, or take 3d6 psychic damage. If they fail by 5 or more, they become incapacitated. Whether or not they fail, the Chumbawamba immediately learns the target's greatest flaws and personal goals. Something like that. But the way that this is worked, like this middle part, it literally doesn't do anything, and is confusing, and it makes me feel like it's just sort of copy-pasted in here for no reason, and it makes no sense. So if there's an element, I get that the flavor you're going through is like they're doing it as a chorus, but it's not doing anything to the mechanics, and it's just confusing. So rewrite this whole thing and write it just like a normal feature, as opposed to trying to squeeze in this weird bit. Okay, here's my question. What is this thing supposed to feel like? Because I'm not sure. It's shockingly defensive. Like, it's incredible. It's resistant to all damage, and it can always come back. And then it sings creepy songs that can do psychic damage. And then it hits people. Oh, it's supposed to be an oompa loompa? Oh. I didn't get that at all. Alright, if this is supposed to be an oompa loompa, I wouldn't make it a Chumbawamba joke. I would make an oompa loompa joke. Because it doesn't feel like an oompa loompa. I can kind of see the oompa loompa if you get rid of the crazy defensive and they get knocked down thing, and kind of make the sing a creepy song thing a little bit more of like a, I don't know, maybe something like an area of effect, or, but it really doesn't feel like that right now. So I think that that's probably the main thing to work on, is that if you want this thing to feel like an oompa loompa, you really got to kind of make it feel like an oompa loompa. The other thing is I would probably lower the CR. I would lower the HP a little bit more, and I would lower the CR to like CR2 or CR3. Lower the DC here to like 12. Because if you are trying to make them an Oompa Loompa, I don't think they should be CR5. And yeah, medium is like human-sized. So that also not Oompa Loompa. So that's what I would say. If you want it to be an Oompa Loompa, The Chumbawamba joke on top of an Oompa Loompa joke feels like, for me, putting a hat on a hat. And it kind of confuses both of them. So I would make them smaller. And I don't understand why they get all of the magic resistance shenanigans. And I would make the sing a creepy song thing. If you want to make it a area of effect that they can do, maybe it's stronger when more of them are near, or maybe they can target more creatures if more of them are near. If one starts to sing its song, another could use their reaction to allow the first one to target another creature, something like that. But you got to include the mechanics. This isn't a dwarf. Dwarves in D&D aren't the same as people with dwarvism in the world. It's not, comparing them is not the way the game works. They're different things. These guys would definitely be small. Yeah, so those are my thoughts. I think you tried to mush two jokes together, and I think that they will be better jokes if they're not mushed together. In terms of the mechanics, I think if you want this thing to be a thing where they're doing something as a group, don't make it a thing where it's doing a thing to one creature, but also doing a thing as a group. Make it either do a thing to one creature or make it doing a thing as a group. Those are my thoughts. Thank you for sharing. Yeah, if they become small, they'll use D6s. All right, let's give Elixir of Life a round of applause. Thank you for sharing, Elixir of Life. Yeah, Oompa Loompa does not equal dwarf. Yeah, I agree with that also. Yeah, honestly, the changing of their hit die that's the least work you have to put into it. The most work is figuring out getting this to feel more specifically like a thing that you want it to feel like. Okay, thank you for sharing. This was the Elixir of Life. Excuse me. Tony the Not Tiger, thank you for joining us at the Pretty Cool membership. I appreciate that. All right, should we give her another spin? They're much more like halflings or gnomes. Yeah, I would say if you were going to translate an Oompa Loompa into fantasy, an Oompa Loompa would be a gnome. Definitely a gnome. Yeah, no, they're definitely more fey for sure. Boo! It's Sponge. All right, Sponge, did you want to come on stream? Oops. Wanted to make a barbarian that's useful in a seafaring campaign. Cool. I'm gonna say something before I read this. And it's gonna be so silly, but there's really only one thing you need to do to make a subclass work both in a seafaring... If you want to make a subclass that's like, it's an ocean-themed subclass, but I want it to work well in non-ocean stuff too, but I also want it to feel like an ocean-themed subclass, you just give him a swim speed and let him breathe underwater. That's all. I'm not saying that that's what you did or what you should do, but like the Fathomless Warlock is a perfect example of that. It has one thing that it does that is related to the ocean outside of like the aesthetic. You know? Okay, I think I just fixed that. Okay. The Leviathan's Path. What are we doing today? We are reviewing Homebrew. And we're about to look at one where the goal was to make it work nicely for an ocean-themed campaign. A rope barbarian, yeah. Maybe. All right, here's in Twitch. Here it is in YouTube. Let me grab Sponge. Hello. Sponge?
Hello.
How's it going, man?
Pretty good.
Welcome to the show.
Thank you for having me.
Not a problem. So, what are we looking at today?
So yeah, it's a barbarian that's like trying to be very like naval aquatic kraken-y.
Okay. The Leviathan's Path. Barbarians of the Path of the Leviathan. The barbarians of the Leviathan's Path have been blessed with the power to control water and charge it with energy. Cool. Weird. Their rage is like the Krakens. These barbarians crash into their enemies like a tsunami. They can stand face to face, even with the largest of monsters. Okay, cool. I like the flavor text. I do want to point something out that I think is worth thinking about. Their rage is like the Krakens is a really good line. And then these barbarians crash into their enemies like a tsunami. It almost feels too similar in terms of what it's trying to do. Like it's like a there da is da, and you're sort of doing the same thing here. It's like you're describing their fury as like something watery, and then you're describing their fury as something watery, like immediately back to back, in a way that I don't think the second sentence is giving us something. And I almost worry like it's pulling away from that power of how nice and like this sentence punches really hard. Their rage is like the Krakens. And the reason why it punches so hard is, first of all, it's just good. But also, it's sitting really nicely behind the first sentence, which is quite a lot longer. So they like pa into each other really nicely. So I feel like I would change the second one or get rid of it.
All right.
But other than that, solid flavor text. The rage is like the Krakens is a really good line. Give yourself a little high five for that one. Okay. Unfathomable depths. You can hold your breath for a number of hours equal to your constitution modifier and gain a swim speed equal to your movement speed. Additionally, you learn the shape water cantrip. You can cast it even while raging. While raging, you can cast it as a bonus action. Genuine question. Why did you decide to go for holding your breath as opposed to just being able to breathe underwater?
Mostly because I felt like just being able to like breathe underwater was more like fish, whereas like when I was looking at the Kraken, it's like it's amphibious. It can go on both, so I didn't want to have it be like you can just live underwater forever. You're fine.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Huh. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that. I accept. I totally get the idea. The thing is, if you were... But I guess... Here's what I'm going to push back a little bit. If the idea you're thinking of is the Kraken, I feel like the Kraken, of all the monsters, should be able to be underwater all the time. It's not a land creature at all. It's like, by definition, a water creature. But I do agree that it makes it feel different than them just being able to breathe underwater. And to me, I would see less of it being like they're an amphibian and more like, or like less like they're like of the Kraken, but more it's like they have trained to do this. Like it almost makes it less magical and a little bit more like, or more like, maybe not less magical, but like, more like you are a creature of the land that is good at going into the water as opposed to you can be in the water all the time, I guess. But I think it's worth thinking about because I don't know. Okay, let's see. Raging Tides. Once per turn, when you hit with an attack while raging, you can strike with the strength of the ocean. A large or smaller target. I think you got to clarify what the target is of. In this, I think that the I would probably write it. I would probably take away the if you're gonna say the once per turn when you hit with an attack, I would probably put closer to what's actually happening, and I would say the while raging you can strike with the strength of the ocean should be the opening, and then don't like buckle off, don't break apart the mechanics with some flavor text in the middle. Once per turn, when you hit a large or smaller creature with a weapon attack, the target is pushed 10 feet away from you horizontally. If pushed into an object that isn't being worn or carried, okay. When it's pushed in, if it's pushed into an object that is being worn or carried, or a creature. Don't put a comma, I think. Or maybe, I don't know, man. You got to change this sentence. This is fucked.
Yeah,
This is fucked. The target and the object or creature. Yeah. Just say the target or object. Okay. What is this trying to actually do? You're just hitting a thing into a thing and doing damage to it?
yeah, it damages the thing that you push and the thing that you push it into.
Okay. I think you need to clarify the size of the object, because what if it's like a bucket, you know? That's the first thing. The second thing is, I think that I would probably say something like, if you hit a creature with a weapon attack while raging, you can push the creature, you can push the target 10 feet away from you. You can push the target 10 feet, 10 feet horizontally in any direction. If the target would if the target makes impact with a object or creature before the movement is over, both the creature, both the target and the thing it made, both the target and the thing it made impact with takes some bludgeoning damage, something like that. But that's not even exactly the way I'm just sort of going off the cusp. But yeah, you gotta clean that up. Okay. And the damage is what? It's your strength modifier.
Yeah.
And then at 6th level, it becomes 1d6 plus your strength modifier. And at 10th level, it becomes 2d6 plus your strength modifier. And at 14th, it becomes 3d6. I think it's interesting. I might... Why did you choose this damage scaling?
Because I initially just had it be strength modifier for a while and not scale up at all, and I kind of like played around with that a bit, and it just didn't feel useful at higher levels, so I wanted to give it something.
Yeah, no, I agree with the damage improving. I wasn't sure if you picked these levels. I guess these are all just the levels that you get subclass features at. I feel like I might not do that. I might have it scale at different levels than that.
Okay.
I don't know. Play around with that a little bit. Somebody suggested looking at the air elemental for language of knocking things into things.
Okay. Yeah, for a while I had it a lot closer to the Oath of the Open Seas Channel Divinity, because they get a similar feature. But yeah, that's probably a better thing to pull from.
Take a look at the whirlwind effect of the air elemental. That'll help you out. All right. Okay. I think it's pretty cool at first level. I like the shape water as a bonus action a lot. I gotta be honest though, man. I feel like I don't. I'm very conflicted about the breath holding, because I like it a lot. I like it. I think it's more interesting than just breathing underwater. But it does really make it feel different. And I'm curious how that's going to play out in the rest of my mind, because I feel like Raging Tides is also very cool. Like, I like this feature a lot. I feel like... All right, I'm going to read the whole thing, but I'll tell you where my head is going right now. My head is going like, I almost feel like it's worth thinking about how much this is a magical water barbarian versus a barbarian that is using ocean vibes to express them being really intense. Like, for example, you could very easily reflavor Raging Tides so that you're not really attacking with the strength of the ocean, but like, it's like, you know how tides work. So when you hit, you can just hit with force, you know? Because it's like it's almost like the oceans have trained you. And I don't know what the right vibe is, but I do feel like the piece so far is making me feel like it might be worth like pulling hard in one of those two directions. Also, Grip, thank you for the Grip Shard. Thank you for the resub. Let's look at 6th level. Tail of the Beast. You can freely conjure and command tendrils of briny water. They take shape to help you control the tides of battle. When you attempt a grapple or shove, you can use a tentacle made of water to make the shove or grapple. Don't do that. don't do what you just did here. Don't switch them.
Yeah, that I don't know why I managed to do that.
Also, you're sort of being redundant here. I would just say, I think you can get, like, I think you can just get rid of this second part of this whole sentence. And just say, when you attempt to when you attempt to grapple or shove a creature, your reach is increased by 10 feet. I think you just do that. I think you just cut right into that. Just say what it does. When you attempt to grapple or shove a creature, your reach is increased by 10 feet, and you do not need an open hand. That's fun. Excuse me. You can maintain a grapple made this way as long as the grappled creature is within 15 feet of you. You can only have one creature grapple this way at a time. Additionally, when you take the attack action on your turn, you can attempt a grapple as a bonus action. This, I feel like, I don't know if we need this little extra addendum. But this is a cool feature. This definitely makes me feel like, oh, we're going magic, because now we have tentacle of water coming out of us.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I don't know, man. I might play around with this holding the breath thing. Okay, I think it's a pretty cool 6th level feature. I like the control element to it. If I were you, I probably would drop the attack action, grapple, bonus action thing and come up with a second 6th level feature that was really, really, really ribbon feature. Like, super ribbon feature. Something along the lines of shape water. I don't think you should take shape. I like shape water at 3rd level, but something like that. So, something that really, and I think the thing to put there would be something that really helps you sell just the flavor of this thing a little bit more, and like really specific flavor of not just an aquatic barbarian, but the kraken barbarian. Like, what should a kraken barbarian have that's not a combat or utility thing, or maybe like really minorly utility thing, that is going to feel like it is a kraken barbarian? Because the tentacles are good. I might even change it to tentacle of the beast or arm of the beast.
Yeah.
I really like the tentacle vibe.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think we could maybe do something else. We get 2 things at 10th level. Your movement speed isn't reduced when you are grappling a creature or when you are encumbered. Additionally, you can grapple or shove creatures as if you were large. I might just take the first part of this and plug it in at 6th level, and that should be the extra thing.
Okay.
I might just let this be a part of the 6th level feature. Honestly, maybe I wouldn't probably do both, but I honestly think either of them would be fine to get at 6th level. Let's see what else we get at 10th level. Stormy Seas. When you enter a rage, you can immediately cast Control Water, Storm Sphere, or Watery Sphere as part of the bonus action used to enter the rage. These spells are cast without spell slots or components other than verbal. The spell doesn't require concentration and ends early if you are no longer raging. The spell save DC is based on your strength modifier. The effects of Control Water and Watery Sphere can be used as a bonus action instead of an action when cast this way, but only once per turn. Once you use this feature, you must finish a short or long rest before doing it again. I think not having to maintain concentration on these is really strong.
Yeah, that was basically just my way of trying to get it around that you can't concentrate while raging, but I could just say you can concentrate on these while raging.
Yeah, I think the concentration should be able to, specifically for Watery Sphere and Storm Sphere both, I think you should be able to lose. Yeah, Storm Sphere is a really strong spell. One second. Let's just take a look at it for a second. That's the only one that I don't 100% remember what it does.
Yeah, it's
4th level
I feel
spell.
like it's probably like the default choice.
Yeah, it's really strong. Because you can be... Holy shit, yeah, you can do a bonus action to do 60-foot range, 4d6 lightning damage. Yeah, this needs to require concentration at a minimum. I might base this save off your con instead of your strength also. All right, I want to read the 14th level feature, and then I have some general thoughts. Fury of the Kraken. Your strength is now rivaled by the great beasts of the sea. You gain the following benefits while raging. The damage type for your rage damage bonus can be thunder or lightning. That's fun. At the start of each of your turns, creatures grappled by you take some damage. That's fun. You have resistance to damage. Your raging side creature can work on huge creatures. Cool. Okay. The 14th, the capstone's really fun. I think the capstone's just like, it'll just feel good. I think all the tentacle stuff is really good. I really like Tail of the Beast. I really like the Tail of the Beast combined with the capstone. That's a nice match. Raging Tides is also really cool. And I think the Constitution Breath thing is pretty cool. I tell you what I struggle with a little bit. I struggle with the 10th level. And I struggle a little bit with the 10th level in relationship to the 3rd level. I feel like I don't think you should rely so heavily on spells to do what this thing is supposed to feel like. And I think you don't need to. Like, I feel like if for you, Control Water, Storm Sphere, and Watery Sphere are really selling the fiction, and you're like, this works, and I like this, then keep it. But if there are any unique ideas that are not grabbing a spell that you think you could also make work for this, I would think about it a little bit. Because I do think that, I don't know, I think it's worth thinking about. Or, if you're going to not go in that direction, I almost want to encourage this thing to feel more magical earlier. Sort of like how the Totem Barbarian gets a couple spells at level 3 and then a couple spells at level 10. Like, I might give you more magic at level 3.
Okay.
I'm not sure what that would be off the top of my head, but I would think about it a little bit. Yeah, those are my thoughts. Do you have questions, feelings, thoughts?
Yeah, I think the only thing that I'm like, I guess the reason I had gone with like the spellcasting thing at 10th level was almost mostly for Control Water, just because it felt like a lot of barbarians in like ship-to-ship combat just get nothing. So my initial idea was to give them something to do during a ship-to-ship kind of situation, but like I feel like I could probably just give them something else that would like cover that.
I think Control Water is fine. I don't think you need to get rid of Control Water. I just think that, I'll tell you what I think. I think giving these spells to the druid, not the druid, to the barbarian, and specifically allowing the barbarian to use them in combat makes them feel like a very magical barbarian. And I think that if you don't want that feeling specifically, I might take the concepts out of some of these and translate them into something that isn't a spell. Only because it really, like, even the other barbarians, nobody's casting spells while they're raging. It feels unique. Like, it makes it really stand out. Like, you're doing magic while you're raging. You're doing magic. And if the most important thing is the controlling of the water element, I might see what I like about that control element feature, control water feature, and see what I could do to translate that into a mechanic. Because I think that the other mechanics you have are really strong. I really like, again, like the Tail of the Beast and the way that it expands and then climaxes with Fury of the Kraken's really, really going to be good feeling. Like, players are going to really like that. That's going to work really well. And I think players would really like these too, by the way. I don't think any of this is bad. I genuinely think that this is more of like a taking 3 steps back, looking at the big picture, bigger goals. Is everything working towards that bigger goal kind of thing, you know?
Right, right.
Like, if you leave Stormy Seas, I think it's fine. It's a little on the powerful side, but I think that's probably okay. I'm trying to think of what else we could do at 10th level. I think the problem is, And I think the problem that you need to contend with is you want the 10th level feature to feel cool with you're doing water control, ocean manipulation, but you still want it to also work if you don't have the ocean around you. We want the player to still be able to use it. So you want to have at least 2 elements to it, because there's got to be at least 1 element to it that is going to work whether or not you're in the water.
Yeah.
So it could sort of be something like, it could be control water and another spell, or control water and 2 other spells. But it could also be something like the Path of the Beast Barbarian. We're at 10th level, and I'm not saying you should make it based on their attacks the way that one does, but the 10th level Beast Barbarian, they essentially get like a weird smite, where when you can attack, you can expend a charge, and you can do a couple things. You could sort of make it like that, but instead of maybe making it where you were triggering it off of a smite, or triggering off of a hit, you could be triggering it off of a bonus action, or you could be doing it at the start of your turn, or it could be triggering when you enter your rage, or it could just be an action to do. And it could be like, you know, you can speak the language of the seas. As an action, you can call to them and do one of the following 3 things. And you could even say at the end of it, like, this action counts as taking an attack or damage for the purposes of maintaining rage. Something like that. But again, I don't think you need to do that. That's really if you are not keen on the idea of this leaning harder into the magic feeling at higher levels.
And like, thinking about it again, I'm probably actually going to switch the holding breath thing to be more of like a breathe underwater, just to sort of like get a feeling, because I do kind of like the more magical feeling of it being, because like, I don't know, I think of krakens as fairly magical creatures.
They are, I agree. I do. Can I say though, if you do get rid of the holding the breath thing, don't forget about this feature, because it is very good in doing a very specific thing, which is making it feel like this person is not from the water, but really good at being in the water. And that is such a weird and specific thing to evoke. So make sure you save this and use it in something else later, because it is a very cool feature in doing that very specific feeling, you know?
Yeah.
But cool. I think it's a pretty fun subclass, dude. I think a lot of people would have fun with this. And I don't remember what you said your goal was, but it is, I think, a really nice area control, battlefield control version of a barbarian. If that is your goal, I think that goal feels accomplished.
I think my goal was almost more vibes than mechanical goals, but like, as it was piecing together, the control aspect just felt pretty good. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Cool. All right, man. Any final thoughts, questions, yearnings, aspirations? Somebody did say holding the breath feels like a whale. So maybe that is where that's come. Maybe you're more of a mammalian leviathan.
I think all I have left to say is you're the best. Haha.
Oh, god damn it. I forgot that we play that game. All right, touche, my sponge. Touche. Yeah, this is a pretty fun subclass. Listen, if somebody sent me this subclass, if somebody found this subclass and they found it online, like, hey, can I be this? I would probably look it over, and then I would probably, I think I'd probably just be down. I might move. I might be like, okay, cool, but you can't have this. I might get rid of that. But I think probably other than that, and maybe I probably would make them change it in the ways that I suggested. That Sponge changed it. But other than that, I think it'd be pretty solid. All right. All right, Sponge, thank you for sharing. Let's give Sponge a round of applause. Thank you. Thank you. For the 10th level, add Maelstrom. It gives water powers without needing water. Ooh, Maelstrom could be a good idea. Yeah, Maelstrom could be good. It makes like a whirlpool where there was none before. Who's the bottom of my list right now? Nido? Boop. I got you, buddy. Yeah, that's true. It is a 5th level spell. It's not a great 5th level spell, but it is a 5th level spell. Fat Cheesy Pants! You wild card! You hooligan! 5 months went by fast. Hell yeah, they did. Fast as 1,000 arrows. Each one more powerful than the last. Boo! Skim Milk and I have fundamental disagreements, but we learned to live with them. Yazikon, you're up, by the way. Yaz, you want to come on stream? Let me know in the chat. Hi, this is one of the legendary items I'm homebrewing for my players, intended for late game use. Hopefully similar to the Vestiges in Power. It's a long sword. Oh, you said you're going to come on? Cool. But for this review, please review it as if it's a short sword. Sorry for the confusion. That's okay. I'm going to bring you on so you can help clarify it. Let's get our dear little Yazi online, shall we? Yazikon, the con of Yazi. Yaz, you got to come into the chat if you want to come into the chat. Here it is in the tube. Here it is in the Twitch. Tubing and twitching all across the lands. Well, you said you're going to come online, but you're not here yet. Do I have to wait and be patient? What a horrible noise that was. Who's messaging me? Arlo's messaging me. Oh, 5 gifted from the Nether Queen. That is very generous of you. That is very generous of you. Oh, Yaz, you're in a weird channel. All right, I'll grab you. Hello, how's it going, buddy?
There we go. Yeah, I'm sorry. Hi.
No, don't be sorry. Listen, my Discord is confusing. How are you doing?
We're here. I'm good, man. How are you?
I'm doing good. So what is the goal here? We're making like a growing vestige style weapon, eh?
Yeah, exactly. So it's gonna get stronger over time.
Okay.
Just once, though.
Only once? Okay, cool,
Yeah.
cool. I will say that these are my favorite types of items to homebrew. It's like a puzzle that you sort of build backwards, you know?
Yeah.
How do I pronounce this name?
I don't know. I've only pronounced it in my mind. I guess Ilmithra. So.
Ilmithra. All right, I don't feel bad about. I won't feel bad about that then.
Yeah.
All right. A piece of essence of the soul serpent Ilmithra. This curved, single-edged blade has a long grip to accommodate 2 hands. The hilt is decorated with dark amethyst dragon scales. Cool. This is a very good job of getting in like a slice of flavor text. Have you read the flavor text of the Vestiges of Divergence?
I've skimmed over them.
They do that too very well, where it's like this key is forged from the blood of 10 rogues who were killed in a ritual. You're like, all right, cool, that's badass, but we don't need to sit in it for too long. That's cool. Amethyst is probably spelled with a Y, yes. I don't know how to spell things though, so ignore me. Zach O'Neill, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. That's very nice. You wild card. Okay, let's see what's going on here. I think it's solid though. So it's like a soul serpent blade, got a bunch of dragon scales. Amethyst is a good detail word. It's one of those words where I can't even visualize an amethyst off the top of my head, but using the word amethyst puts a visual in my head. I'm also colorblind, so I'm bad at crystals. Okay, temporal. When Ilmithra is in a temporal state, you gain a +2 attack to +2 bonus to attack and damage rolls. Wait, I'm sorry, my brain turned off for a second. While Ilmithra is in a temporal state, you gain +2 to attack and damage rolls made with this magic weapon. Cool. It has 4 charges and regains 1d4 charges daily at dawn. While you're attuned to it, it gains the following features. Interesting. So it's likely not going to have all of its charges most days unless you're sort of being gentle with your usage. Also, did I say thank you to Zach? Zach, you just gifted 5 subs. That's crazy. I think I might have, but in case I didn't, I'm saying again, thank you, Zach. I like that. It's a good way of making it something where the player is kind of actively thinking about how and when they want to use the resource, it's you can also push power a little bit by doing that.
Yeah.
Also, well, okay, it's legendary, and that makes sense. The other thing that I think is the right move is having it start at +2 because it's only upgrading once.
Yeah.
I think if it was upgrading twice, I wouldn't start it at +2.
No, it's like I intend to give this to them very late game. Like
Yeah.
End game stuff.
Okay, let me see what this thing actually does with these charges. Will you remind me afterwards? I want to ask you if you have an idea for if there's a specific trigger to this thing evolving, but don't tell me yet. Let me just read it first.
Okay.
When you roll a 20 on your attack roll with this weapon, it regains a charge. Cool, nice. After making a successful unarmed strike, you can expend a charge to deal an extra 1d8 psychic damage to the target. On a roll of 8 on the damage die, you regain 1 key point. You only regain 1 key point per turn using this feature. You can use a bonus action to expend 1 charge to strengthen your senses. For 60 minutes, I would say 1 hour, you have blind sight at a range of 15 feet. So for this last part, I would just say you gain blind sight. I would just almost make the sentence the opposite. I would say you gain a blind sight to a range of 15 feet for 1 hour.
Okay.
I have a question. Did you? It's a sword, a short sword. Did you intend for the main feature of it to not be able to be used with the sword?
It's intended for monks. Like you can only attune to it if you're a monk as well. I should have made that clear.
No,
probably.
I think it's in there. I saw it. It's up there. It's up here.
Yeah.
I get that it's intended for monks, but it makes me question why it's a sword. Only because I feel like we should be able to use the charges on the sword. It feels weird to me that we aren't. I accept that it's intended for monks, but then my thought is then maybe it should be wraps or a headband or something.
I thought like I had it as wraps at first, but in my brain, because it has like 2 features basically. It gains a charge if you roll a 20, but if you roll an 8 on the damage die, you also regain a key point. So you gain resources. I didn't want to link both gaining of the resources on the same thing. So one is unarmed strikes, and the other one is only with weapon attacks. If that makes sense.
It does. It does. Okay, let me keep reading. I see that we have something else. Let me see what the other thing we got here is. As an action, you can transform Ilmithra into a leather scarf or back into a weapon. A creature can use its action. Okay, cool. So you can like hide it. That's really nice. That's fun. Yeah. Okay. I see what you're doing. I see the logic of it. It's good to have it so you can use the sword to gain charges in one way, but you can use it in another way to get key points. And I like that, and I like them being separate. But man, I still feel like it's a little weird feeling that in order for me to do the extra psychic damage, well, let me think about this for a second, actually. Okay, I'll tell you what my thought is. My thought is I get the vision of it being like a combo move. Like, you hit with the sword to get a charge, and then you punch to expend it to do a thing.
Yeah.
Okay, I see that.
I thought it would make the gameplay loop a bit more fun with the weapon.
Yeah, no, I get it. Okay, you know what? I'm coming around to the idea the more that I'm thinking about it. It just caught me off guard because it does feel odd to be like, because here's where my head was at. My head was at is, okay, I'm learning about charges. I'm learning when to get the charges back. I'm learning another way to get the charges back. I still don't know what they do. And then the very first thing I learned that the charges do, I have to not be using the sword for, you know? So they just sort of caught me. It just sort of caught me off guard. I'm not sure if maybe the way to address that is to like change the way the information is given, but I'm not sure. I think I don't know how much that matters.
A cool vision for it I had in my brain, because it's a shape-changing sword as well, is after you make like the weapon attack, it changes shapes to wraps and it boosts your melee hits, like with your unarmed hits. Something like that crossed my mind as well, but I didn't know if I should describe that or if I just leave that open for the person to interpret how they want. But it's a cool visual in my mind to have the sword change forms during the fight as well.
So you know what I might do? How much is that important to you, that visual you just described?
I mean, I like it a lot. Like the last feature I gave it, that it can change into a scarf and basically hide it. That was intended, like, I like it a lot. It's not necessary for it to function, I guess.
No, but it's but I'll tell you why I ask, because that matters more, I think, than anything else. Is that what's the thing that you like a lot? So what if? Okay, I'm gonna throw you an idea, and this is what I would do if I really wanted to lean into that specific vibe. I would make it so it had two forms that did two different things. One was a scarf that you could wrap around your arms and give you +2 to your attack and damage rolls with your unarmed strikes. And one was this dragon serpent amethyst blade that would give it +2 monk weapon. And when it was in the blade form, you could collect charges. And when it was in the wrist form, you could expend the charges. So it would really lean into this idea of, like, it would sort of force the players to be like, all right, I start the battle in sword form, I take 3 attacks, I get some charges, and then I shift it into the wraps to punch you and expend them.
Yeah.
I'm not saying you should do that, but that's where my head goes.
Where should that fit in the action economy? Like the changing it?
I think it goes in one of two places. I think it either goes at the beginning of your turn, and you can just do it, or I think it happens after you hit a creature.
Okay.
I don't think it should take a bonus action to change it. I think you should just be able to do it. And I'll tell you why. Because you want it to be able to work with the monk's action economy, and monks need that bonus action attack.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But that's a good idea. Like after a hit, you have the choice to switch it if you want to, or before, like at the start of your turn.
Yeah, people are saying that maybe it should be a bonus action or stuff, and you could do that. I don't know, man. I don't think it's that strong. Like, it's good, but it's not overpoweredly good. And I think that if you could just change it for free, I think that would probably be fine. I don't think it needs to eat the action economy.
I think I agree with that. Yeah.
Because then they're going to be using that shift a lot, and it will become more of, I think, what that thing that you just described is, where you're imagining them changing it into different things to do different things. Okay, cool. With that in mind, you might even want to, I don't want to tell you to do that. You might even want to change how quickly it recharges. Like, I'll tell you, if I wanted to go hard in that direction, this is what I would do. I would give this thing a maximum of 4 charges. You would get no charges back at dawn, and it would recharge, and it would gain a charge when you scored like a 17 or higher on an attack roll.
Okay, that could work.
I don't think you need to do that, but that's what I would lean harder in that direction, where it's like, it's likely that you will get charges if you make attacks, as opposed to just it being an exciting thing that happens sometimes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't think you need to do that. I don't think you need to do that. But if you did do that, I might change the blindside thing to not be using charges and just to be a thing you could do once a day or something. Okay. It's a really fun idea so far. Let's look at the expanded version. Weapon attack goes up. It has 6 charges. It gets more back. The extra psychic damage is more. And the blindside increases. Okay. I have 2 thoughts. One, all of these are reasonable expansions of the earlier version. Like, this makes sense. This is by the books. All these numbers going up in this way totally makes sense. But I think there's something important that's missing here.
Okay.
Anything that grows in D&D that a player is going to be wielding for a long time, you want them to have a victory. You want it to feel like a reward when it gets to the top. And that's kind of why the top features are called capstone features. It's like a, papa, I got here. And I feel like, in my opinion, this is not a way they're always done, but this is how I feel about them. I feel like any magic item that is intended to be like a character's main weapon, like a big plot item, or something that grows, when it hits that capstone, I think it should get something special at that capstone. And this all of the special stuff it gets is in its first state. This is all just that growing. So I might give it something else here too, like something new that it just couldn't do before.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good idea. I have no idea what it could be yet.
Well, here's the question. Here's the question to ask yourself. It's called a soul serpent. It's called Ilmithra. It's this blade of a soul serpent. What else? What is that aside from, because what it does right now is we get some blind sight, but other than that, it's essentially just doing psychic damage. That's like the main thing this thing does. So there's a lot of wiggle room to be like, what else could it be? So I think the question to ask yourself is, do you want to go more in the direction of this, like, what else would this soul serpent's, what magic would you get from this soul serpent? Or do you want to go in a direction of like, we can expend one charge to do this psychic damage? Is there a feature that we want to get access to where we can expend a bunch of charges to do like a bigger thing, like a big blast of psychic damage or something like that, you know? So I think those are sort of the directions to go in. Like, do you take the way it's expanding and come up with like a bigger version of the expansion? Or do you take the lore and the vibe you want of it and try to plug something new in here?
Yeah. Yeah. I think some sort of control, I don't want to say spell, but a control feature would be cool. Maybe like if I want to link it to the monk, I know Stunning Strike, for example, is very strong. Maybe that you could try it on an extra creature within like 5 feet or 10 feet.
That could be cool. You could do like you could like an echoing stun.
Yeah.
Or you could, when you do Stunning Strike on one creature, you could also treat it as if you hit force another creature within a certain range of it to also make that save. That would be really cool.
Yeah.
That'd be really cool. That would be very strong, but it'd be really cool.
Yeah, but that would cost like maybe 3 charges or 2.
Yeah, I mean you can play around with the numbers there. Like that's I think that is the type of strong that is reasonable as a capstone for a legendary item that's going to be like a character's main item. That's really good, but it's going to feel really good, and you're not going to get it. You know, it's a legendary item. You're getting it at the end of the game, so I think it's fine.
Yeah. I think that's a cool idea.
Yeah, it's a fun item, dude. I can see a lot of monks liking it. And I think it's such a minor detail, but the fact that it is changing into a leather scarf and back, I think is like one of the more fun parts of it, which is kind of why I'm trying to push you to make that more of the main thing, because I do think that's a really fun part of it.
Yeah. Yeah, I like that idea a lot.
Yeah, man. Do you have questions, thoughts, concerns, aspirations, yearnings, dissertations?
No, thank you so much for the feedback.
Yeah, man. All right, buddy. Have a good weekend.
You
Bye.
too.
Click. It's not actually the weekend yet. I keep thinking it's Friday because I was doing my member review shows on Friday. I'm trying to do my member review shows on Thursdays now. I don't know if you guys noticed that, but that is the plan moving forward. Why? Well, the main reason is I miss my family and I miss being able to hang out with people. And a lot of times it's like, hey, do you want to do dinner Friday night? And I'm like, yeah, but I can't. And I don't want to do that. I want to have fun running the member review shows. And I also want to be able to go to my friend's house for dinner. So that's why we switched it. But anyway, let's give a big round of applause to Yazikon with their scarf sword magic item. Oh, shit. Fuck. Yaz, don't leave yet. Yaz, don't leave. What makes it change from one form into the other? That's what I wanted to ask you. Does it have in your mind, is there something specific that you would want this thing to do to change from one form into another? Or would you want it to be like the Vestiges where it's more open-ended and it's like, make it a big plot point for your character? That's what I wanted to ask you. Because whenever people make these sort of items, I'm always curious. Because sometimes people are really into the leave it open-ended. It can be whatever the Dungeon Master wants. But some people really like it's like, you have to do this, this, and this. Or this has to happen, you know? And there's not a wrong way to do it. It's easier to make it specific if you know it's for your campaign. Kantos, you're at the bottom. Ortopia's at the bottom. Welcome, Ortopia. Welcome. Are you guys having a good stream so far? Am I still entertaining? You still love me? Would you learn to love me? All right, let's see what we got here. I can show you the world. Okay. Let's give her a spin, shall we? All the love. It was a little late. It was a late response. Boo! Coulter Wilson is up next. Yazakhan says there's a huge deep dragon. That's a big part of my campaign, and eventually he will be the one that can bless the items. Cool. All right, Coulter. You're up. Coulter, as with our last Yazi, if you want to come on stream to discuss your piece, you are more than welcome to. Just let me know that you're in the Discord. Just go to the Discord waiting room. I think it's called waiting room. It's either called waiting room or stream waiting room. Just go to that and I'll grab you and tell me that you're there. But no worries if you don't want to show up or if you're not here. Pour yourself a cup of tea. Okay, I will. I have a cup of tea right here. I hope that person and I become best friends. The person who doesn't like when I burp on stream. I do want them to be my best friend. And I want them to love me forever. Headphones are broken. That's okay. If you want to, if you can be chatty in the, just be chatty in the chat if you want. But no pressure. The College of the Brew. Those who join the College of the Brew dedicate themselves to the arcane, herbology, and culinary arts in hopes of making the perfect cup of tea. That's a funny sentence. Okay, I'm going to tell you guys something that I normally never say. You know how sometimes I see a long sentence and I say that sentence is too long? I would argue this is a really nice use of a long sentence. I don't know if Coulter... I want to say your name right. Yeah, Coulter. I'm so smart. I don't know if Coulter did this on purpose or not, but this ending here, the hopes of making the perfect cup of tea, is doing a couple things, and they're very subtle. But I want to point them out to you because even if you don't do them intentionally, they still work. There's a pattern in these words. It's not exact, but you can kind of see it. It actually kind of goes out all the way. So the whole thing kind of goes out to here. Do you notice that the phrases and the words get shorter? It's easier to see perfect, making perfect cup of tea. Not only do they get shorter, they get literally smaller. Like the word cup is bigger than the word tea. And it does this very subtle thing in your brain that makes you sort of cascade down through the sentence. And it almost like slows the pace of it very subtly to the end. And not only does it slow the pace of it as you get to cup of tea, the idea of the perfect cup of tea is such a simple and straightforward and almost like homely idea that pairing it with arcane herbology and culinary arts is very funny. So I don't know how much of this is done intentionally. This might be a perfect storm of happenstance, but this is a good example of a long sentence that through the way it is constructed makes it being a long sentence not only work, but actually benefit it. So as much as I scream at you guys about not having super long sentences, sometimes they work. Sup, Chaos Chamber. How's it going? Let's see what we get at third level. That was CinderBlocksалly's English teacher moment. That wasn't really English teacher. That was more creative writing professor. What a dorky thing to say. Green Thumb. When you join the College of Brew at third level, you gain proficiency in brewer's supplies and herbalism kits. Additionally, you learn druid craft. Cool. Nice, solid little bit of very ribbony stuff. I mean, honestly, brewer's supplies and herbalism kits is not that ribbony. You're going to be able to make health potions, acid vials, all sorts of stuff. But it's still ribbony. You would change the sentence a little, but that's just me. I'm not saying it's perfect. It ain't a perfect sentence. But I'm just saying it's a good example of a long sentence, I think. Syntax with Cinder. Okay. Put on a pot. Also at 3rd level, you know how to prepare 3 different kinds of tea. Whenever you finish a short or long rest, you can brew a pot of tea that contains a number of cups equal to your charisma modifier. This magically infused tea lasts until you finish a long rest, after which the magic becomes diluted. You can brew a number of teas per long rest equal to your proficiency bonus. So I think what you're saying is proficiency bonus number of times you can make a number of cups of tea equal to your charisma modifier. I think that's what the intention here is. I would change the way that I wrote that. I would get rid of the cups of tea element there. And what I would say is when you finish a short or long rest, you can brew a pot of tea. That pot of tea can feed or can serve up to a charisma modifier number of creatures. And then when we talk about pots of tea, we just know each pot of tea is equal to charisma. Like it's the same thing, but there's less to get translated in the logic of the brain. I think it'll be easier to wrap your head around as the reader. I also might not let you have more than one tea at a time going around. I think you got to be careful with that. This is going to be this element is going to be a little confusing for some people, myself included. A creature that drinks tea gains the benefits based on the type of tea you brewed until they finish a long rest. They can only benefit from one type of tea at a time. You learn how to brew an additional tea at 7th. Okay, so you just get extra teas at higher levels. Whenever you gain a level in this class, you can choose one tea you know and replace it with another you don't. Okay, let's see what these teas are. It restores hit points and gives creatures food for a day. It gives resistance to damage for an hour. Why are these on timers? Didn't you just say you gain the benefits of the tea until they finish a long rest? A lot of these are only for an hour. All right. You get resistance to cold. You get advantage on being frightened. You get resistance to fire. Advantage on being poisoned. Dark vision. Advantage on your next strength saving throw. Why isn't this one on a timer? This one feels like it should be on a timer. Drinking this tea. Advantage on your next death save. Advantage against being charmed. Con save. True sight. This is too... Okay. I think there needs to be a little bit more there needs to be more symmetry or logic behind what these things are doing, I think. Honestly, I would probably get rid of some of them. I would get rid of some of them. I think that this is like... It's a little bit like, not necessarily choice paralysis, but it's option overload. And I think that they're too divergent in the things they do. I think there needs to be more symmetry there. And I think you could express that by maybe putting them at different tiers. So you could have like a tier that is all the damage resistance ones, a tier that is advantage on checks and saving throws, a tier that's more utility. I don't know. But I think the problem right now is they feel a little all over the place in what they actually do. And it kind of makes it feel mushy. Like, even the Battle Master, who has 1,000 options of different things they can do, they all feel intrinsically tied to attacks. I guess there's a couple now that don't, but pretty much they all do. These feel a little all over the place. Akeem, thank you for the resub. Watching on YouTube, don't use Prime, so wanted to toss it to you. Oh, that's very kind of you, buddy. There were more? Well, there should be less, I think. I think there needs to be less, and I think that they're probably... I think they need to be somewhat balanced against each other a little bit more. I would build less and make them all feel like they all belong to the same subclass before I built more. And I would get rid of the True Sight one. The True Sight one is so strong compared to the others. Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm not sure. I'm not sure how I feel about the T's. Because there's some that I just think you're never going to use. Like, I think that they work... I don't think they work super well as these slow, long-term buff items when compared to each other. Like, for example, you know, advantage on a death saving throw is kind of nothing. No one is ever going to use this one. You know, dark vision, I don't know. I kind of, you know, like, I don't know. I don't know. I'm not feeling the T list right now. Other people might be feeling the T list. My opinion is that I like the idea of you brewing cups of tea and the tea giving creatures benefits. I think the idea is really fun. I feel like the way that the benefits sit, how different than they are from each other in terms of all sorts of stuff, like from balance to length to what they're doing. I'm struggling with it. I'm struggling with it. Other people might like it. I'm struggling with it. You really like the names of the teas and how they fit their functions? The names of the teas are nice. I agree with that. Oh, that is the other thing, is that every single bard needs a way to use their bardic inspiration at level 3. You don't have that here. So you gotta figure out what that's gonna be. Maybe that's putting a pot on. Maybe you're expending use of your bardic inspiration to use this feature. Or maybe you can, when you could also do it like you can, maybe the amount of uses are a roll of your bardic inspiration die, but or something. You gotta tie in the bardic inspiration at 3rd level. It being part of your Grimdark campaign, I don't know what that would be why for. I don't think that has anything to do with why I feel like these aren't sitting with me. I think they're not sitting with me because they feel weirdly specific but not balanced against. Like, the only ones that feel balanced against each other are the damage resistances and the frightened charm resistances. And I think that in order for me to feel like there should be more things than that, the other ones need to have more consistency in their feeling of either interconnectedness or balance of power and framing. Like Grey Flowers just feel so out of place here. Coffin Root just feels so out of place here. I think this subclass is ripe for a playtest and a rewrite to really crystallize the mechanics. Maybe, yeah. I think playtesting is always really good. But yeah, you want to have a feature at 3rd level that is using the Bardic Inspiration as a resource. Every single bard does it. It's like a rule of the game. You know, it's a rule of the game, but it's in the same way that all paladins get channel divinities and auras. If you're going to go against the grain there, you really got to show it in the mechanics for why, like, there's logically why the logic of that is there. You got to really make us feel it, and that's not, there's not going to feel that. Maybe different TVTs could involve the Bardic Inspiration die. That would be great. That would be a really good way to do it. That would be a way that they could all feel linked. Let's look at 6th level. Sweetened words. At 6th level, you've learned that sometimes the best thing to do is to sit down and share a cup of tea. While conversing with a creature who has drunk tea you have brewed, you can expend a use of bardic inspiration to gain advantage on the next charisma persuasion check or deception check you make against the creature. If the tea is magical, a creature who has drunk this tea is unaware of its magical influence. You can do this a number of times per day equal to your proficiency bonus. I don't think you should be able to do this proficiency bonus number of day because you have to expend a use of your bardic to do it anyway. I also feel like this is way too many words to say what this is doing. I also feel like this could be a 3rd level feature. But I would probably just say, at 3rd level, if you spend at least 1 minute conversing with the creature that is drinking tea you've brewed, you have advantage on any charisma checks you make against them for the next 10 minutes or next hour or something like that. And then you could say that if the tea is magical, the creature is unaware of the magical influence. But that's how I would word that. I would make it sort of like the other bards where it's like if you talk for a minute, you can like whisper a horrible thing and the creature gets all freaked out. Or if you talk for a minute, you can like beguile creatures. It would be like that. And I don't even think you need to make it proficiency bonus times per day. You could just make it a thing you can do, where if you spend enough time sitting with a creature drinking tea, they are more likely to respond positively to you. That's very Uncle Iroh also. Artisan's Choice. Also at 6th level, whenever a creature that has drunk tea you've brewed expends a bardic inspiration, they gain temporary hit points equal to the amount rolled plus your charisma modifier. Once a creature gains this benefit, they can't do so again until they finish a long rest. I'm going to be honest with you here, man. You get 3 levels of features with the bard. This needs to be something different. We get the tea's magical. Some of the tea's already given us hit points. You could probably just make one of the teas give temporary hit points. You could, like, this could just be what one of the normal teas does. Artisan's Choice Bardic Inspiration is just one of the Creation Bard's level 3 features. That's a really good point. Yeah, that's a really good point. This is just a feature of another bard. You probably should just make it something different. It's a really good point. Good catch. Who was that? Beyonder. Good catch, Beyonder. Is it Creation Bard? Which feature is it? Which feature is it? Oh, this one. Yeah, it's pretty much the same. So I'd probably make it something different. And again, it's like, this doesn't feel like a 6th level feature. This just feels like an expansion of the 3rd level feature. And I feel like if you're going to make the T, if you want to go back to the T, then go back to the T and expand the T at 14th level. But we should be getting something new at 6th level and something that helps fill out the rest of this subclass. Remember, whoever is playing this thing is going to be it way more than you. So you want to always try to give a little bit of extra options when possible and help expand the branches of the tree so that it can be sort of a more full experience. So I would probably just try to come up with something new here. What else is this guy really good at aside from tea? Or like what else is he really good at in the process of making tea that could be magically winked and nodded at with a 6th level feature? Because this could be anything. 6th level features are pretty open-ended for bards. The big miss is no spill the tea bit. Oh, Zach, how you doing, buddy? How are you doing, you fiend, you glorious Tyrannosauri? Zach and I have a new project we're working on with GM Workshop. Dude, my shorts have fucking... I don't know what it is. The past 2 days, I've been like... The viewership has been down shockingly. Like, shockingly. I don't know what it is. Anyway, I hope you good, Ming. They get herbalism. They get herbalism and brewer's supplies. And then at 14th, we get the perfect cup. At 14th level, you have mastered mixing the arcane with your tea, creating a more potent concoction. When you finish a short or long rest, you can infuse 2 teas into 1. Additionally, because your tea is increased in arcane potency, you're able to harness the magical mixture of time. Oh my god, this is way too much explanation before you're getting to what we can actually do. A creature who has drunk tea made using your put a pot on feature can forgo the benefits to regain an expended spell slot of 5th level or lower. This, I would say, unfortunately, I would say no. I would drop this. With the amount of times you can make tea and the amount of creatures that can drink it, I think that's too strong, this last part. Even though a creature can only benefit from it once per long rest, I mean, I guess that maybe makes it okay. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know. Okay, here are my main thoughts. My main thoughts are I love the vibe. I love the feeling of a bard that wants to sit down with you and drink some tea and tell a story. I think that's super fun. But I think you're not nailing the teas yet, and I think you're not nailing the implementation of the tea powers, and it's sort of bleeding into everything else. Like, I think the 14th level feature doesn't feel great because I feel like the teas don't feel great for me just yet. So I think that this is the thing you got to work on, is get these teas feeling a little bit tighter. And if you're like, fuck you, these feel fine, then ignore me and decide they feel fine. I struggle with the semi-complicated nature of the way you give the buffs of teas and how you can sort of have different ones at different times. And you have to keep track of all of that. But then also, they're all on different time limits. I think that there's too many layers going on here. I think it's there's an element of tedium that is pulling at me and making me not excited by them. And I want to be excited by the teas, you know? I want to be like, oh, I'm excited to use this one. Oh, it's going to be cool to figure out when I should use this one or use this one. And I'm not feeling that just yet. And now that's pretty much my feedback. That's my thoughts. I think that if you feel good about the teas, keep them. But I think that the teas need work. I think they need to be tightened up. I want to be excited by them in a way that I'm not just yet. But other than that, very fun. Fun idea. Fun idea. All right, let us give our dear Coulter a round of applause for their tea bard. The Brewster. Your algorithm's been bad? Yeah, I know. You told me. I'm just commiserating because mine started to follow yours. Dump. All right. Calm down, music. Calm yourself. Man, oh, Manischewitz. You drink tea every day? I'm drinking tea right now. I love tea. Zach, if you're around later, let me know if you want to dive. I've been playing Helldivers, guys. Oh, it's so fun. So fun. It's such a fun game. It's the most fun I've had playing a video game in a really long time. You got to level 20? Let's fucking go! Oh my god! Yes! Okay, let's play soon. We're gonna drop in so many fucking ordinances. Freedom! Super! That's what it is. That's what the whole game is. The whole game, dude, me and Zach were playing the other night, and we were on a mission that was... There were at least 5 or 6 times where we were both pretty sure we were gonna die. Like, it was just certain that we were done. Like, we weren't... Like, we were gonna be... Like, we weren't gonna make it through the mission. And when we finished it, it was like that was fucking intense! It was such a good mission. I don't even remember what it was. I just remember the feeling of, like, skipping around swarms of bugs, trying to get into the ship. I'm like... Oh, it was so good. It was so good. It was so good. Coulter, you're back. You missed it. The main feedback was the vibe was really, really good. And I think that for me, somewhere between the mechanics of the dispersion of the tea and the mechanics that the tea brews themselves used, you kind of lost the excitement for me. And I think that I think you need to reevaluate the way that you are implementing the drinking of the tea and the way you are implementing what the tea does. And I think it is worth spending some time on that. That's the main thing. The egg crushing mission. Yeah, that was a good one. Is it like Starship Troopers? Kinda, yeah. It's got a Starship Troopers vibe. The only tea we need is liberty. That's very Helldivers. Oh man. Guys, I hope you all are cool with this, but yes, Helldivers is sort of like Starship Troopers in a video game. You're basically playing the troopers. I hope you're all cool with this, but when my new computer comes, we're going to be streaming more, and we're going to stream some video games too. I'm not going to stop doing Homebrew, but I want to do video game streaming, and I want to do more streaming where we're just getting silly with the power of a computer that can handle doing that. So get ready to get annoyed with me for not doing exactly what you want and maybe bombing my numbers. We'll see what happens with it. I think it'll be fine. All right. Should we spin again? Probably, right? Do a little spin. Just a little spin. You're right, it is treason to not want me to fight for Super Earth. Boo! Spag. I think it's short for spaghetti. It's a spaghetti. This is a wizard who delves into occult magic and weaves curses into their spellcasting. Interesting. Show me the wizard. The occultist. I can show you the occultist. Shining, shimmering, occulting. Did you guys know that I'm such a good singer-songwriter? All right, let's see what we're working with here. It's a long feature. You love sending me long features, huh? Arcane tradition occultist. While wizards typically specialize in a school of arcane magic, some instead choose to focus their studies on the old magics practiced by witches, hags, and some warlocks. You do not need to introduce this by saying what other wizards do. We don't care what other wizards do. We care what your wizard does. So you can literally just start talking about what they do. These wizards practice occult. These wizards that practice the occult develop. These wizards that practice the occult. There's too many of these words here. There's too much of this. Develop weird eldritch abilities not shared or looked on kindly by their peers. This is like a half sentence. Not shared or looked on kindly by their peers. Yeah, you got to clean up this sentence structure, dude. Choppy and sloppy. Come on, man. You better than that. Wizards that practice the occult develop weird eldritch abilities. Period. They are not shared or looked on. I would say not shared by or looked on kindly by their peers. But then again, you using too many repetitive words, so I think you just got to burn the sentence and try to design it in a way that's not going to trip over itself. Because the beginning is chonky, but the end is a little chonky too. All right, let's see what this thing actually does. Occult spells. Your delving into the occult has granted you an expanded selection of spells you can add to your spell book. Spells of first level and higher from the warlock spell list are added to the wizard spell list for you. If you find this is such a long way of saying you get access to warlock spells. Just copy the way the divine sorcerer says it. How does the divine sorcerer say it? Where is it? Copy this language. When your spellcasting feature lets you learn or replace a wizard's cantrip or spell of first level or higher, you can choose a new spell from the wizard spell list. Or from the warlock spell list. Boom. Just copy that language. If you find a scroll containing a warlock spell that does not appear on the wizard spell list, you can copy the spell to your spellbook per the standard copying rules. Okay, cool. So you can do warlock spells. It's not a crazy amount of spells, but there are some very good ones in there. Eldritch Blast being a big one. Although you can't do Eldritch Blast. It's first level or higher. No cantrips. Interesting. No cantrips. Okay. And then we get a chonky feature called Curse Weaving. You studied the occult arts of curses and hexes, and you have learned to interweave simple curses into your spells. I would just say weave, not interweave. Whenever you cast a spell of first level or higher that targets one or more creatures, you can apply one of the following curses to one creature that fails their saving throw against the spell. A curse lasts for 1 minute, starts immediately after the spell's effect takes hold. For spells with a duration longer than instantaneous, the curse ends early if the spell ends. Otherwise, the target... I gotta change this fucking music. Otherwise, the target can repeat the saving throw at the end of each of their turns, ending the curse on a success. You know 2 curses of your choice, and you learn more at higher levels. Whenever you gain a level in this class, you can swap one curse to another. You can apply each curse once per long rest. All right, so at a certain level, you're going to be able to do 4 curses a day. But you can start with just doing 2 curses a day. While cursed, the target has disadvantage on saving throws made to resist the triggering spell's effect. While cursed, the target has disadvantage on attack rolls against you. And you can invert the curse. The target has disadvantage on attack rolls on anything except you. The target gains 2 levels of exhaustion, and they go away, and the curse ends. Why would we do that? Well, I wouldn't do that one. Isn't that just they have disadvantage on attack rolls and ability checks and saving throws? Isn't that just that? Right? Oh, their speed is halved. Okay. Curse of the Mortal. While cursed, target's immunity or resistance is degraded. Choose one damage type. If the target has resistance to the damage type, they lose the resistance. If they're immune, it becomes resistance. I've said this before, and I'll say it again. I am so anti getting rid of creature immunities to damage types. I think it doesn't make any fucking sense. I think getting rid of resistance is okay, maybe, but there's no reason a fire elemental should ever take fire damage. It just doesn't make sense. It's just silly. If a creature is immune to a damage type, I think they should just be immune to that damage type. This is very fucking wordy to get to what it's doing, but what it's doing is pretty interesting. I think that the wordiness to get there is an issue. And I think that you can clean it up because you are struggling with wordiness sort of throughout the piece, which makes me feel like we don't need this much wordiness in here. So I think you got to shorten this. You got to shorten this. You got to cut out any extra words and try to get to the point as quickly as possible. In terms of what the curses actually do, they're quite strong. None of them are really lackluster. But you're pretty limited. You can only do them once per day, so I think that's probably okay. Isn't disadvantage on all attacks better than disadvantage on attacks to some targets? It's not disadvantage on all attacks. It's disadvantage on all attacks against you, or disadvantage on all attacks against things other than you. The second one is probably better in general, but... Is getting rid of an immunity different than features that overcome immunities, though? I think when it comes to damage type... I don't think... I can't think of anything that has to do with damage type. There's very few things that ignore immunities. And they always ignore immunities for very, very, very specific reasons. It's always very tied into, like, the core concept of the thing. from exhaustion. They don't have disadvantage on attacks from exhaustion. It's 2 levels of exhaustion, so they would have disadvantage on ability checks. The main, honestly, the biggest strength of this is just having their speed cut in half. I think they're interesting. I don't know. Nothing on this is screaming. A lot of these are kind of raising my eyebrows into being like, I feel like that's too powerful. But I think it's probably fine. I think the one thing that I will point out that I feel pretty strongly about is that most of what they do, and by what most of what they do, it looks like, I guess like half of them. I mean, sort of all of them. I feel like the Curse of Lethargy and the Curse of Repulsion make a lot more sense as curses. I think the Curse of the Mortal and Curse of Lingering Vulnerability, they don't make sense to me as curses. They just sort of feel like buffs, but traded into being curses. Like, I think the idea of the curse, it's doing something extra. It's not just making the spell stronger, I think is better. So I would lean into the things that they are doing something extra, not just this spell is better. Oh, there's more. I didn't even see these two. Holy shit. I think there's a lot. How many are we going to have total then? Okay, so let me just see something here. So we start with 2, and then we get 4, and then we have 6, and then we have 8. I think you get too many uses, man, if you get one each of these. These are too strong, I think. While cursed, you can use your bonus action to re-incur the triggering spell's initial damage. The creature can take the damage type equal to half the damage they took in the instance the spell was cast. It just happens? This just happens automatically? And then you significantly restrict the creature's ability to move. While cursed, they can't move unless their speed is... Okay, we don't need Curse of Lethargy if we have Curse of Binding. And I feel like Curse of Festering Wounds is too strong. And I think that if you get access to all of these, and then it's too strong. So I think you got to change that. I think you got to reorganize the way you're getting these. I think you probably got to do less of these. I would probably not have you get 2 and have you get more over time. I would probably make a list of maybe 4 and have you pick from 2 of them, and then you can switch between what they are. I don't think it makes sense to get this many. I just think they're too strong to get this many. 5, not 8. Oh, you only learn 1 additional one. Even still, man, I don't know. Because the thing you got to keep in mind is it's more than just 5 uses of an ability. It's 5 abilities. And when you're making it, you're getting all of them. That in and of itself is a power. And that's not the only thing we're getting. That's one feature on top of many others. So maybe this feature is okay if the 6th and 10th and 14th level features are kind of weak. Sort of in the same way that, like, any subclass that gets its core thing that grows over time is. Like the Rune Knight, for example. Their higher level features aren't that crazy. It would have to kind of be like that. Because right now it's too strong, I think. Assuming that the rest of these features hit in a reasonable amount. We have Occult Recovery. You have learned to leverage your recovery of arcane power to regain some of your occult power. When you use your arcane recovery feature, regain use of 1 expanded curse of your choice. This is too early to be doing that. This is 6th level. At 6th level, we should not be reinforcing the feature we just got. At 6th level, we should be rounding out what we need to feel like the subclass. And right now, we don't feel like that much of a subclass. We can learn Warlock spells, and we can make our spells do a little bit of a darker thing. But this should not be fixing... This should not be getting better at this. If you want to improve your 2nd level feature, if you ever want to improve the first feature you get in your subclass, you should, but it should be only improved at the second to last, or like there has to be like jumps away. So, for example, this would make a lot of sense as a 10th level feature or as a 14th level feature. I don't think it would be quite as powerful for a 14th level feature, but this would make a lot of sense as a 10th level feature. I don't think this makes any sense as a 6th level feature. Let's see what we get at 10th. Debilitating cantrip. Starting at 10th level, you've learned to weave minor curses into your cantrips. When a creature fails its saving throw against a cantrip you cast, you can additionally inflict them with one of the following conditions until the end of their next turn. Blinded, charmed, deafened, frightened. You can use this feature a number of times. Frightened, poisoned, or restrained. Man, I don't know. I got really mixed feelings about this. It kind of just feels like it's more of the same. Like, I like the idea. I like the intention behind it. But it's not giving me anything new. It's doing literally the exact same thing as the second level feature. It's just taking the thing that I'm doing and making it more. And I don't know if I don't know if that's enough. I don't know if that's enough from like a flavor perspective, and I worry that it's too much from a power perspective. I don't know if I like the idea that I can give any of these conditions to a creature that fails my saving throw. It's on a limited use, but that's not necessarily a good thing, because the fact that it's on a limited use, now all of our main features are on limited uses. I don't know. It's a neat idea. I actually like it a lot as a feature. I just feel like it kind of feels lackluster after what we've gotten so far, because everything we've gotten so far is essentially this. It does not specify. It says until the end of their next turn. It says until the end of their next turn. It's a little bit chonky in how it's worded. That's probably it. You don't need to say charmed by you or frightened by you. That's implied by you casting it. I would probably, if you want to clarify that, I would put the condition effect at the end, and then I would put a paragraph break here and let this be its own little lingering paragraph at the end. You can't read? That's okay. Listen, with a smile like that, nobody's expecting you to read that well. You know what the bullshit thing is, guys? So I've been doing this project with Zach where we're going to be doing like a debate show, and the whole premise of the show is Rockham GM Workshop is the debate host, and he presents the topic, and then Zach and I take opposing stances and we debate. And it's very silly and cheeky, and we sort of are taking on different sort of cartoonish roles. But do you know what it made me realize about him? Because I kind of knew this about Zach. He is a really good writer, and it made me so mad. How dare he? How dare he be such a good writer? What a fucking scumbag piece of shit. One day I'm going to learn some deep travesty, dark. He's got a dark something. He killed somebody and buried them in his backyard or something. I'm going to find that skeleton because I need to humanize him a little bit more. That's why he has to be so, what's the word for it? Self-deprecating. I am not bullying Zach. You do not know our relationship, nor do you know Zach. Man like that could use a good bullying. No, I'm just kidding. But if you listen to the podcast, you will feel like he does need a good bullying, because he's the mean one. Ask him to sing. I don't want to, because I bet he could carry a tune. Zach Speaks Giant is a content creator, and he's also my friend. He's one of... Zach Speaks Giant. Zach, plug your ears for a second. I don't want you to hear anything nice. Zach is one of the genuine, real-life friends who is like somebody that if I gave up content creation and didn't do any of this ever again, I would still actively stay in touch with him, and I would be like really sad if we lost touch, actually. Okay, Zach, you can listen again. But anyway, yeah, he's just some guy I know. No big deal. He's just a content creator. All right, let's see what we get at 14th level. Curses of Legend. At 14th level, you have uncovered one special curse. shrouded in mystery, and more powerful than those you have learned so far. It functions like your normal curses, but cannot be recovered by your occult recovery feature, and does not count against the number of curses you know. Choose from the following: curse of vexation, or misfortune, or impotence. Impotence? I hardly know potence. While cursed, the target on their turn... You do realize how silly, how bad that sounds, right? The target on their turn. The target on their turn. What does that mean? I know what it means, but you know that that doesn't make sense grammatically, right? While cursed, on their turn, while cursed, the target must choose whether they get a move, an action, or a bonus action. Wait a minute. This feature just exists in the game. Just look at the slow spell. Just copy the language of that. Misfortune, they subtract 1d6 from all their saving throws they make. How long does this curse last? It does not say. Oh, I guess it's just when you cast the spell. Choose one of the following and all these different things. You can choose a different action. If you while cursed, the target must make a wisdom saving throw against your spell save DC when they attempt to take the chosen action. On a failure, they cannot take it and must choose a different action to take. Curse of impotence and curse of vexation basically feel like the same thing. Curse of impotence is like way better, so I'm not sure why you would ever choose this one. I guess this one requires a saving throw each round, but I feel like it's so much stronger. My main feedback is this subclass feels like a magic item. It doesn't feel like a subclass. It feels like a magic item that I would give my wizard to let them do new stuff with their spells. And I think the problem is every single feature is just the same thing. Every single feature is just, here's you doing curses. And here's what these curses are, and they trigger off of your other spells. It's all kind of the same thing. I think this needs to feel more like a subclass and less like a magic item. And I think the way to do that is to give it some features that are not specifically curses, but features that help embody the feeling of a character who is a curse weaver, you know? Slow gives movement, action, or bonus action. Yeah, that's exactly what Curse of Vexation does. Oh, it does movement and action. Yeah, it doesn't matter. It's a minor difference, but they could copy the language. They could use it to see the language. So they're not writing things like the target on their turn, because you don't want to be writing sentences like that. Yeah, I think the curses are kind of neat. I think that, like I said, they feel more like magic items that I would give a wizard than a wizard subclass in the current iteration. And I think that it needs a little bit more well-roundedness. But I think overall it's a neat idea. I think the curse mechanic of curses triggering off spells is interesting, for sure. Super interesting. And I think that a lot of the curses implement nicely. Only member for Homebrews? Yes, today. Today is the member stream day, hence the title and the description. But we do more streams than just a member stream, and I will be doing many more, so you can send in Homebrew on another one if you want. All right, let's give Spaghetti a round of applause. You know, you're thinking of not Mind Spike, Mind Whip, or Psychic Whip. It's the whip one that limits your action economy. I think it's called Mind Whip, or Mind Lash, or Psychic Lash, or Mind Psychic. Tasha's Mind Whip. Yes, thank you, Iceball. Thank you. When is the next hotline stream? Probably next week at some point. I don't know my schedule yet. The best way to know when my schedule is to check on YouTube. I usually post my schedule on the community tab, but the easiest place to find it is going to be on whatchamahoosit, on my Discord. 1 second. Okay. Save that for later. Mind Spike has a tracking effect. Yeah, Mind Spike is a divination spell. Fun fact. One of the few damage-dealing divination spells in D&D. You're welcome for the feedback. Thank you for sharing it. I think it's a fun idea. It took me a while to get around to the curses, but I do like the idea. I think that I was just like, I wanted to see a little bit more of this character, but I think the curse mechanic is quite good. What's your question? You can just ask it right now, Stray. Just ask it in the chat. Or you can wait if you want to ask it on the stream. But if it's a question you can write in a sentence. A lot of times people say they have a question, and then when they call in to ask the question, they just talk for 10 minutes about their D&D game. And then I say, cool, what's your question? And they go, I guess, what do you think? So those questions come in a lot. I don't know why. But they do. Bug it. You need to speak it? Okay. Bug it. Boo! It's Ortopia. Yeah, then you'll have to wait till a call-in show. My first attempt at working on a race for a homebrewed campaign. Cool. Have any of you guys checked out the Daggerheart book? I want to check it out. Here it is in YouTube and Twitch if you guys want to give it a read. This is the crayfolk race. Are these like crayfish? I hope these are like crayfish. If these aren't like crayfish, I'm going to be sad. But if they are like crayfish, I will be so happy. Hey, I'm the disembodied head that pops up on YouTube shorts. Yes, I am. But I've manifested more of the flesh vessel for stream so that you could feel more connected to me. Crayfolk. Let's see what we're working with here. Crayfolk are part humanoid, part crustacean in a form similar to centaurs. Humanoid upper body with crab-like or lobster-like underbelly. They are native to saltwater seas, but capable of breathing air for a limited amount of time. Oh, they're like amphibious in a way where it's going to be tedious. You got to carry a bucket of water everywhere. While most crayfish live below the emerald and wild ocean. Okay, looks like lore for your world. Let's see what they get here. They're slow. 20-foot movement speed is really slow. Okay, I might make it 25. They have limited amphibianness. You can only breathe air for 8 hours, requiring one long rest in salt water before doing so again. I'm going to be honest. I appreciate the commitment to them being a fish person like this, but this sort of thing is going to lead to people not being them or hand waving it. So I think you got to figure out how to do this water thing in a way where they are like, they're not going to be able to long rest in water most of the time. Like, that means you can only use these guys in a game where you have a boat, basically. Like, the dungeon master, if I was I'll tell you where my head's coming at. If I was a dungeon master and somebody wanted to be this, I would just ignore all of these features, all of the amphibious stuff. Yeah, Matt Thorne says even Lokothoth, which are literal fish, are faster and survive better on land. Yeah. So I think if your goal is to make these feasible, I would limit this. I would lower this requirement. And I think they should be faster than 20 feet. 20 feet is so fucking slow. That's such a debuff. There are so many monsters in D&D that have features that essentially are your speed goes down by 10 feet, which is annoying, but it's not the end of the world. But if this thing's speed goes down by 10 feet, it's devastating. Yeah, it also needs to be saltwater. It's just very limited right now. It has dark vision, and underwater it has 120-foot dark vision. That's kind of fun. It has a carapace. We get an AC of 13 plus our dex modifier, and we can use... you can use your natural armor to determine your AC if the armor you would wear would leave your AC. I don't think you need this sentence. This might be just copy pasted from something in like the monster manual, but this feels redundant. A shield's benefits apply as normal while you're using your natural armor. Okay, cool. So you can wear natural. You can be a lizard person armor, or you can have armor. Okay, it's the lizard person armor. Even if you explain the improved land survivability as players getting a breathing apparatus for free, yeah, you could do something like that. Let's take a look at the claws. They deal 1d6 bludgeoning damage on a hit. Okay. And then you have a thing called Deep Dweller. You're resistant to cold. Okay. And then there's sub races. This one has a swim speed and a climb speed, both of which are faster than our original movement speed. Let me ask you a question. Hey, chat. What's the difference between moving sideways and not moving sideways in D&D? Yeah, nothing. So you can't really have this as a this mechanic doesn't really work. This is not a mechanic. This mechanic should just be they can dash as a bonus action. So this is just they can dash as a bonus action. Okay, so this one can swim, climb, and dash as a bonus action. This one gets super spin, super swim, and regeneration. When you roll dice to determine the number of hit die restored on a short rest, you roll an additional 1/2. This is so much better. Okay, so if you're going to do sub races, you got to make them more balanced than this. This one gets a really good swim. This one gets a good swim speed, a good climb speed, and it can dash as a bonus action. And what that basically means is that this and all of these are pretty much doubled all the time, pretty casually, depending on what subclass you pick. This just gets a swim speed of 50, which is nice, but not nearly as nice, I think, as a climb speed and a dash as a bonus action. And then it gets a super shitty... It essentially gets the Song of Rest that bards get, which is a really boring, shitty feature. So this regeneration, I think, is not the best way to express regeneration because you're just copying a feature that is not particularly evocative and already exists, which is the bardic speaking song thing. So I'm going to tell you what I think pretty dramatically. I think I would completely remove the sub-race thing. I don't think there's any reason for it at all. I would give them all should have a swim speed. And then I think they need some other unique feature that makes them feel like a crayfish person, because they basically feel like a lizard person reflavored underwater right now. Like, think about it like this. They got the armor of a lizard person. They have a natural attack of a lizard person. They have the weird sort of, they got the swim speed of a lizard person. It's just a lizard person. It feels way too similar to a lizard person. The only difference between the claws and the lizard person is the name. It's claws versus bite, but it's just a lizard person. So I think we want this thing to not feel so similar to a lizard person. I think claws too. I agree. Maybe doing something where your claws could grapple. That could be interesting. I would limit the use of that because that's pretty powerful for a racial feature, but I think that that's definitely something you could do. I also don't know. But yeah, I'm not sure what else. I think it's a little bit dramatically too limited in surviving, and I think the sub races are doing you no favors. I would drop them completely. Give this thing a swim speed. Make its claws a little bit more unique. Those are my thoughts. You could do advantage on grapple checks. You could do when you hit a creature with this, you could use a bonus action to grapple them. You could do when you hit a creature with this, it automatically grapples them. But you could only do that a number of times per day equal to your proficiency bonus. You could do all sorts of stuff. There's a lot of ways you could go. But the main thing is, this thing needs to feel a little bit more distinct right now. And I think that the ways it's feeling distinct aren't helping, because Crayfolk is so much... Crab Stroll is so much better than Lobstone in, like, almost every way. So yeah, the sub-races just aren't working. Those are my thoughts. I think it's a fun idea. I think that you got to figure out how to make the fun more a part of the mechanics. All right, Ortopia, thank you very much. Let's give them a round of applause. You could look at the giant scorpion. You could look at the chul. You could look at the giant crab. Giant crab is a D&D monster. It exists. It's a part of the ethos. Yeah, go Ortopia. Very nice. Very nice. Thank you for sharing. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, thank you. I thank you. I thank you. I thank me. I thank us. Thank us, Cinder. It's not about me and you. It's about us. Boo! It's Gangamel, brother of Gargamel, cousin of Filroy, neighbor of Ostrich. I made this for the Monster Mash Challenge. My goal was to make a monster that can control and debuff people from safety inside a gelatinous cube. Weird. All right, let's take a look. So, witch in slime. It's a fun idea. Cool art. Really nice choice of art. Really nice choice in art. I could see somebody coming upon this art and being like, I need to figure out how to turn that into a D&D monster. It's not OG. It's from Kill 6 Billion Demons by Tom Bloon. And if you aren't familiar with Kill 6 Billion Demons, it has crazy, crazy art. The Witch in Slime is the undead form of a hag, mage, or Dweeblix priest that was consumed by an ooze. Oh, that's fun. They are incredibly brittle on their own, but share a symbiotic and sometimes even maternal relationship with the cubes, whom they use for protection and mobility. That's fun. I like that they're killed by it and then they like live inside it. They're skilled in eldritch magics and have great influence over oozes, being immune to their caustic slime. They're almost always engulfed inside the ooze, where the ooze can provide it with mobility. Okay. Hateful wardens. Some witch and slimes are obsessed with the cleanliness of a particular area. That's funny. And they clean it. Okay. If it's willing to communicate, though, their definition of clean can be highly skewed. If it is willing to communicate, though, they rarely are. What? This is a weird sentence. If it is willing to communicate, though they rarely are. Oh, I see. I see. I don't like that. I think that's not the move. Get rid of this. A witch in slime is spiteful, haggish, and cruel, delighting in sacrifices and deadly riddles. I mean, if this is what they're like when they communicate, I don't think we need to give the caveat that they rarely are. I think that's something the reader can infer, you know? It's a little bit like, it's like, you know how sometimes you hate it in a movie when there's like a scientist that pops up and then explains the plot to you? That's like, this is like that. You don't need to do that. This sentence works really well if you are a person talking, telling a story, and you can put a lot of inflection in your voice. But unless you can confidently get that inflection into the sentence, it's going to come out a little chonky. It's going to come out a little chonky. Chosen of Dweeblix. When a witch in slime is created using secret demonic ritual or bonds with a particular powerful ooze, it can be infused with a fragment of Dweeblix's power and become a more powerful lich in slime. Okay, cool. That's fun. You've returned? I missed you. It's a CR4 monster. Very slow. Not a lot of hit points, not a lot of armor. Mushy stats across the board. I feel like you could go higher with some of the mental stats. It's CR4, right? Like, I think you could get... I think one of these should be at 16 minimum. What's its spell save DC? 13. Yeah, 13 feels low. Okay, let's see what it got. Ooze Whisperer. The witch in slime can use its telepathy to communicate with oozes. Oozes with an intelligence of 4 or lower must obey the witch's command to their best ability. Cool, so she can, like, she's a mind controller of the oozes. Does the speed really matter? Yeah, because they said this monster is intended to be able to move separate from the ooze. Slime bound. While the witch in slime is engulfed by a gelatinous cube or similar ooze, it puts up eldritch wards to protect and enhance its companion. It gains the following benefits. The witch is not restrained and takes no damage due to being engulfed. The engulfing ooze has 3/4 cover from everything outside of its own space, and its movement speed is increased by 10. Do you know what's a much better way of writing this? Just say, the engulfing ooze gets +5 to its AC. Just say that. Because that's what 3/4 cover is. And this thing doesn't really get 3/4 cover, because the ooze, like, it's not like the ooze is hiding behind something. I get making it cover if the logic of where the protection comes from would be cover, but that's not the logic here. The logic here is the witch is putting up, like, warding magic, which is just, like, shield magic. So just make it +5 to the AC. Spell-wise, when the witch in slime makes a saving throw against a spell, it has advantage if it saw or heard the caster perform the spell's somatic or verbal components. So it's like somewhat magic resistant. Okay. I'm not against that feature, but it feels... I guess I wonder why we're not getting just magic resistance. What about this hag is not magic resistant, but it's magic resistant if it sees the spell? Why is that what the ooze hag gets? I'm not sure. 3/4 cover is also a weakness to certain feats. Yes, but again, that's another thing where it's like, I don't think that would make sense here. Why would a sharpshooter be better at ignoring the 3/4 cover shield than a firebolt shooter? I don't know. I love the flavor of Spellwise. I'm surprised it's not more common on spellcasters. I'm going to say this. I also love the flavor of Spellwise, but I actually think the flavor doesn't help this thing. When you make something have very specific flavor, it's good to do that, but you want that specific flavor to feel like it fits in the monster. And I've seen nothing about this monster that makes me feel like they are particularly better at spell avoidance than any other hag. And I actually think some other hags just get magic resistance. You know, this hag doesn't sell itself as like it seeks a lot of magical knowledge and knows so much about magic that it can, like, avoid spells. It can, like, deflect them more. I'm not seeing any of that in the flavor text up here, you know? So I agree. Very cool flavor. I don't know if it's the right flavor for this monster. Would it be too much to say spells and effects that would target the witch, target the ooze instead? The 3/4 cover is not about the witch. The witch doesn't have any cover. The ooze gets the 3/4 cover. The engulfing ooze gets 3/4 cover, not the witch. So I think that would not be too much to have it so the witch could just use the ooze as a shield, but that would be a completely different feature. I do think it's worth thinking about, though. Can the witch be targeted with spells or abilities or attacks while she is within the ooze? I don't know. Because logically, I feel like she probably shouldn't be able to be targeted. So I don't know. You're bringing up a good point. You mean as a replacement for Spellwise, as a defensive feature? Oh, I mean, yes, maybe. But again, I'm not trying to convince people what they should... I'm not trying to dramatically change people's homebrew so much as I'm trying to help them make it the best version of itself. So that could be a replacement for Spellwise, but that would be completely different. It would be a very different direction, I think. But it would work. I agree. And then it has unusual nature. The witch in slime doesn't require any of this stuff. That's fine. Is it undead? I feel like undead, you can kind of just... all of them, I feel like, have that. Witch Bolt. The witch in slime launches a blob of caustic slime at one creature it can see within 60 feet of it. The target must make a dex saving throw or take 2d6 acid damage and be stuck in a globule of slime for 1 minute or until another creature within reach can use its action to remove the slime. A creature stuck in its slime has movement reduced to 0. The creature should be able to make saving throws or something on other turns. I would not make it only another creature can remove the slime. You also need to say what the dexterity saving throw is. The target must succeed on a dexterity saving throw. Cool. What's the spell save? What's the DC of that saving throw? We don't know. Oh, I just didn't see the it. Oops. I missed the it. I just saw another creature. Might be. Okay. And then we get Slither, my pretties. The witch in slime chooses up to 3 oozes within 60 feet of itself. Each ooze can use its reaction to make a pseudopod attack or take the engulf action if it has it. Okay. And then it has some spells. And then it has Eldritch Retreat. After the witch in slime takes damage, it can use its reaction to teleport into the space of a gelatinous cube or similar ooze within 60 feet of it, becoming engulfed by it. I probably would limit it to oozes that are large. Like, I don't think she should be able to teleport into oozes that are smaller than her. Slow, Bestow Curse, Bane. These are all, I mean, these all make sense for what the vibe of this witch is supposed to be, I think. It's a neat idea. I like it. I think that the damage here should be higher. Otherwise, Slime Bolt feels like it's not ever really worth using. But I think overall it's neat. And I think that it is definitely worth it to deal with what... How can... oh, she just is not restrained and takes no damage. Oh, due to being engulfed. But how the witch, like, does the ooze take hits before she does? Is she considered, like, does she have total cover? Can she be targeted? I guess maybe the oozes, maybe the gelatinous cube. How do you spell gelatinous cube? Maybe the gelatinous cube covers that in its engulf feature. Let me just check. No. So she should definitely have some sort of cover or something while she's in the ooze. Because right now, she won't. She just won't take the damage. I like to mention Door. It can teleport the slime as well. Well, it can only teleport the slime if it's the same size as her. So she wouldn't be able to teleport it if it was large. I can't tell your baby to calm down. It's Thursday night. It's party night, dude. Baby's got to wake up. All right, I'll tell her to calm down. Come here. Shh. Go to bed. I was trying to look here. Hang on a second. All right, here. Wait, here. Tell her here, go to bed. Here, baby, go to bed. Go to bed, baby. 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 How about that? Is that good? Is that helping the baby go to bed? I could do this for days. Go to sleep, you little baby. Go to sleep, you little baby. You know that song? Baby, go to sleep, baby. All right, there you go. Did that help? Did she go to sleep? Right asleep? Perfect. I knew it. Yeah, I think it's a really cool monster, dude. I really like the idea of it. I think it would be a lot of fun. I think that her protecting the ooze and the ooze protecting her is really cool. I think Slime Bolt is a little lackluster. It's the main attack action, and it's kind of just like shitty damage. I wish it was a little bit more boisterous feeling. And other than that, I think it's cool. Fun piece. Camera noises. Hey Josh, what's up? I would let it teleport the slime as well. I didn't know it was a restriction to the spell. Yeah, I agree. When it casts Dimension Door, if it's in a slime, it should definitely be able to bring the ooze with it. Yeah, that's one of the major reasons to not be a small character if you want to be a spellcaster, is you're somewhat limited in the things you can take with you on some teleportation spells, because a lot of them are size-based. Mooing at babies makes them cry? Depends on the baby, I think. All right. Fun piece, Gangamel. Very fun piece. I like it a lot. I could see a lot of people wanting to use this in their games. And I like the lore element. It's one of those things where the idea is so evocative, the stat block doesn't actually need to do that much work. It just needs to do just enough to sell the fiction. What if she could teleport between slimes? Well, I think she already can do that with Dimension Door. The only thing I mean, there's, yeah. If I was going to suggest something, I would say it'd be fun if she could also burst the slime that she was in. It's universal, something to do with instinct. That's weird. Mooing makes babies cry. I'm gonna be seeing a baby tomorrow night when I go to my buddy's house for dinner. I'll moo right at her. I'll let you know how it goes. Yeah, being medium also lets you become large within large reduce. Yeah, for sure. Ooze stride. Ooze stride is a cool thing. That would be a fun feature. Ooze stride. The stride of the ooze. Mooing cows sound like meowing tigers. That's weird because meowing tigers, people say, sound a lot like your mom. Cinder doesn't want to be invited back. Oh, I will be invited back. They love me. Those children love me more than they love their parents. As an automaton milk cartoon, my moves do help. Amen. Boo! They do. Those kids fucking think I'm the coolest. Because I am the coolest. Contos. Whenever I go over there, they say, are you sleeping over tonight? And I go, I don't think so. And then they just try to convince me to have a sleepover party because they're excited about if I could be there for breakfast. It's like, I'm gonna stay up late. You're not gonna wake me up, gross ass kid. Contos is up next. I'm just kidding. They're not gross. They're fun. The goal for this item is to have it evolve based on player decisions in RP. It's a bit long, but I've bolded the key sentences in the item progression table. I could also use some feedback on the early feature trigger in red. What? Okay. I'm always nervous when, like, you're color coding shit. Yeah, I'm not going to read this whole thing. Okay, so I'm going to be very honest with you here. When you send me a single item that's 4 pages, that requires multiple things with multiple things, it's too much, dude. I'm going to be honest. I don't know what I'm supposed to read here. What did you say you want me to read? You've bolded the key sentences. And I can use some feedback on the early feature trigger in red. All right, so I'll read that. Is this the red? I'm so colorblind. Verna's Knuckles. This is a rare item? Why is it 4 fucking pages? I'm going to tell you right now, and I mean this from the bottom of my heart. If your item takes 4 pages to say, it's got too much going on. It doesn't matter. No item should be 4 pages long. Genuinely doesn't matter what you say. It's just the ways. Okay, Verna's Knuckles. These gauntlets are lined with silk and fit more like pugilist wraps than armored gloves. They're plated and spiked with adamantine and deliver crushing blows. Okay. While attuned with a pair of these magic gauntlets, you gain +1 to attack and damage rolls with any unarmed strikes. Additionally, your unarmed strikes deal 1d4 bludgeoning damage on a hit unless your unarmed strikes are to deal more. Any attack that hits an object or structure is automatically a critical hit. Okay, that's a pretty powerful thing right off the bat. I don't know if I would start with the auto crit on objects, but I think that's probably okay. I might say, if you do that, you got to say objects that aren't being worn or carried. Casting Identify on this reveals the gauntlets, only reveals the previous information and that a spirit resides within it. It does not reveal the spirit of the battle rager, sentience, or personality. Okay. These gloves are inhabited by Verna, an old dwarven battle ranger who lends you some of her prowess when things seem most dire. The first time each day when you drop below half your maximum hit point in combat, Verna sends you into an involuntary rage with the following features. You have advantage on strength stuff. When you do melee attacks, you do extra damage based on... You gain a bonus to damage rolls based on your total level, as shown in the rage damage column of the barbarian table. Don't make me go to the fucking barbarian table. Just say you do 2 extra damage. This just gives you barbarian rage. Okay, here's my main thought. My main thought is that this is not a great trigger. I don't think this is a good trigger. I also think this item is stronger than a rare item at its first level. I'll tell you why I don't think this is a good system for a magic item. Or at least for this feature. One, the player has no control over it. And maybe that's okay, but that is still a downside. Sometimes you need to put up with that downside. But I think that I don't think that that is the best thing to decide. I feel like I would look at that with a critical light. Whenever you decided to trigger something off of characters hitting a certain HP threshold, think very critically about if that's an idea you actually is actually the best way to implement the idea, because it often can be trouble. The other reason why I don't really like it is because this becomes harder and harder to use the more powerful you get. If I'm level 10 and I'm a monk, let's say I have, I don't know, level 10 monk, I probably have like 80 hit points, maybe 70 hit points. I have to lose 35 hit points before I can use this. If I'm level 15 monk and I've got like 120 hit points, now I have to lose 60 hit points before I can use this. So it's sort of, it gets almost weaker as you get stronger. And I don't like that. It's also, the other thing that I think that people are saying in the chat is, that I think is worth saying, is it's better than Barbarian Rage. It's not better than Barbarian Rage, but it basically is. Because it's Barbarian Rage, but you don't have to use a bonus action to activate it. And you don't have to keep dealing damage or taking damage to get it. And do we want to give a magic item that takes the core feature of a class and just gives it to another class? I don't know if that's the best thing to do. Yeah, there's no way to end it early, so it's just better than a Barbarian's Rage given to another character that's not a Barbarian. And I don't know how I feel about that. I wanted it to be involuntary for the lowest level of the item, but didn't know what I wanted the trigger to be. Yeah, I'm not sure what you should have the trigger be. If you want it to be involuntary at the lowest level, but it grows into higher levels, then maybe you could do something with hit point stuff. But again, I'm kind of pushing back on the whole thing. Not necessarily not getting elements of the Barbarian, but just getting straight up Barbarian Rage, but better. It wouldn't make sense to give this to a Barbarian. The Barbarians literally have this feature. It does not stack with Barbarian Rage. Or at least it shouldn't. I guess this damage would, but nothing else would. No, it would make absolutely no sense for a barbarian to attune to it. And then it's sentient. Let's see. They can communicate telepathically. It's a grizzled veteran. All right, let's see. And then it can improve. The item can improve to Verna's family knuckles. The item can improve to Verna's family knuckles and eventually Verna's heirloom of vengeance. Okay. So these are just the different stages. You need to not... I really strongly disagree with you having them have different names like this, because this fucking like, I'm not gonna... I don't know. If you're gonna give them different names, I think you need more of an indicator of, like, what the progression is. Let's see what they get. They get +2 to their attack and damage rolls, and now you can just get rage. Again, I pretty fundamentally disagree with this. I would not give a magic item that just gives you the core feature of another subclass. A core class. I just wouldn't do it. So yeah, I would just come up with something different for this. Bleeding rage. While raging, allied creatures within 10 feet of you add your rage damage. Is this all just that? It's all just rage stuff, huh? Bulwark. Your rage, while raging, all creatures... Okay, so... Yeah, man, I think it's a neat idea to make a thing that grows with a character and gets better, and I think that the way this is growing would make sense, but I think the core concept is pretty flawed. And I think the core concept is, this is just, you get better, you get to be better than a barbarian. And I don't like that. I also feel like the radius stuff feels a little out of left field. I'm not really sure why it suddenly is transitioning to a radius support item after being not a radius support item. The fiction isn't, and that's not being sold. I'm not saying that progression can't happen. What I'm saying is you're not selling that progression. What the fuck is all this stuff? All right, I'm not going to worry about any of that stuff at the bottom. So yeah, those are my thoughts. I think that it's a neat idea. I think that this triggering feature is tricky if you keep it. But I think that I wouldn't give a magic item that gives the key class feature of one class to another class. I just don't think that's the move. What I would probably do is I would try to find other things that can sort of be a monk's version of this, or at least different in a way that if a monk has this power, if a monk has this magic item, and then on the team there's also a barbarian, they feel different, and the barbarian still feels special. Because this essentially will make a barbarian not feel special. And that sucks. I'm not gonna want to do that in my game. It also doesn't really feel like it. I don't see why it's for a monk. None of this feels like it belongs to a monk at all, other than the fact that it's gloves. But I feel like this could be on for any class. So I don't think you made it specific for monks. No, you didn't make it specific for monks. Okay. But yeah, I guess it feels a little bit shitty that it just is you are now better than the barbarian. And if the barbarian takes this item, they can't have it. Doesn't help them really much at all. I wanted to retain a little barbarian flavor based on the spirit involved. Okay, a little is great. We don't need, a little salt is good, but you don't need to put the whole container in. You put the whole container in. This is not a little flavor like a barbarian. This is a barbarian. Also, Tradosio brings up a great point. You keep mentioning battle raging. Battle rager barbarians are really well known for wearing like these big spiked armor. Do shit like that. Lean into that. Lean into the battle rager elements as opposed to the barbarian elements. Oh, that's a great way to think about it. This is a great way to think about it. All right, those are my thoughts. Kontos, if you have questions, ask them. If not, no worries. Let's give Kontos a round of applause. Thank you for sharing. No one will care if you steal from the Battle Rager because they're universally hated. That is also true. You could pretty easily just pull features from the Battle Rager subclass and people will be none the wiser. Alrighty. Thank you for sharing the Verna's Knuckles. Knuckles, a good old verna. I'm going to be really quick. I'm going to go pee and get another drink. And I'll be like 3 seconds. What weird music should I make you guys listen to when I'm away? Let's find something fun. Let's do something strange. Is there anything really weird? Ooh, we could do funk. Funk's not weird. Funk's just good. Fix the poof. I'll fix this poof. I'll fix it. Don't worry. All right. Let's pause this. Let's find some funk. All right. I'll be right back. I'm going to grab a drink and then we'll do more reviewing. BRB. BRB. I'm back, baby. Welcome back. How's it going? You guys liking this? We could just listen to funk music for a while. If you guys want to just do funk, I'm happy to do that. Did I miss anything exciting while I was gone? All right, it's groovy. All right, we'll keep it going. Oh, the song is ending. But hopefully you'll be okay. Boom. 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 The funk is vibing. All right, good. Bucket, a 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 bucket. Your bird bit you? Bite it back. When your bird bites you, bite it back. That's what I always say. A bard want the piece to speak for itself. All right, let's take a look, Pasta. You got a College of Misdirection bard. A lot of bards today, huh? Did you guys notice that? Did I look at this already? No, but I saw a bard yesterday that had this exact same feature. That's what's happening. Here it is on YouTube. Here it is on Twitch. That's crazy. Yeah, I thought maybe I saw this bard before because literally a bard we looked at yesterday had word for word this same feature. All right, let's take a look. The College of Misdirection. Using their boisterousness and flashiness, College of Misdirection bards are known for being very over the top and outgoing. They use this aptitude to their advantage to distract... Too many words. Using this aptitude, they distract. You said using this... I think you can't say using twice, but you basically are using more words because the right way to say this sentence would be essentially what you did the first time. So what you should do is just change the sentence dramatically so you don't have to play this game of saying this in the long way to make it sound different, because that's what you're doing here. They use this aptitude to their advantage to distract their enemies. Just say they distract their enemies. They distract their enemies and mislead common folk to help their allies. Get away to help their allies. I would say they distract their enemies and mislead common folk, be it in battle or committing petty crimes in broad daylight. Boom. Perfect. Done. You're overdoing it. Okay, let's see. At first level, we get proficiency in performance and deception. And we get... You can't roll higher than a... You can't roll lower than a 10 on performance checks. And then we get distracting performance. You perform a song or dance directed towards your enemies and try to distract them, giving your allies a chance to strike. When you give an ally a bardic inspiration, they can use their reaction to make one melee weapon attack against a creature within 5 feet of them. By adding your bardic inspiration die to both the attack and the damage rolls. I think that if you get rid of this last sentence, I think it is reasonable. Hey, Data, how you doing, buddy? I think if you get rid of this last part, this is reasonable. And I'll tell you why. Because this last part is weaker than a whole bard subclass feature. Pretty sure. Pretty sure the Valor Bard basically just gets that last part. And that's the whole thing they get. You want to say this already exists? It does. Valor Bard. They can add the number rolled to their weapon damage die or to their AC. It's just really, really similar to this. This is just way too much on the end. The reaction definitely would cost... If the reaction would probably have to cost the Bardic Inspiration. If it doesn't cost the Bardic Inspiration, I think it's too strong. Oh, the reaction attack. Maybe. What I would probably do is I would probably just reword it so that a character could expend... No, I guess what I would do is I would probably let you expend a use of your Bardic Inspiration to let someone make a melee attack, is the way that I would word that. I wouldn't make it when you give them a Bardic Inspiration. I think it's too strong. Getting an extra attack is not a small deal. It's a big deal. And you get a lot of Bardic Inspiration. They recharge on a short rest. You're going to have, I don't know, at least 3 or 4 of them most of the game. It's a lot. Compared to something like the War Cleric, which can, wisdom modifier number of times per day, use its reaction to make someone make a weapon attack. That might be what you're thinking about, the War Cleric. Because that is definitely a thing that exists already. War Domain. This. No, it's not the War Domain. What is it? Who can do that? It's not the War Domain. Now I'm confused. I'm not sure. But there is a class that can do that. That feature exists already in the game somewhere. It 100% is a Battlemaster maneuver, but there is a class that gets it as like a core function, I think. I just don't remember what it is. I thought it was the War Cleric. It was not. Yeah, Commander Strike is the Battlemaster maneuver. I don't know, man. Why is this what a misdirection bard is getting for their use of their bardic inspiration? It just feels like it's way too combat oriented. It doesn't feel like it's misdirection. Like, distracting performance doesn't feel like a distracting performance. It just feels like somebody else gets to make an attack roll. The Order Domain Cleric, thank you. Yes. Yes, the Order Cleric. Thank you, thank you. So, I don't know, man. It's too strong with this last part, but this doesn't feel like a distraction bard. Now it feels like a war bard, and I just don't know how I feel about that. I feel like you're losing the flavor very early. Let's see what we got here. Hey, over here at 6th level, you create a momentary distraction to let your allies try to escape. Whenever you give an ally bardic inspiration, they can use their reaction to make a dexterity stealth check to try to hide from any creatures that can see or hear you. Oh, man, I stop tying stuff to when you give a creature bardic inspiration. Stop it. I disagree with its implementation in the first feature, but doing it again in the second, just give us a different mechanic, my guy. Come on. I haven't eaten anything today. What do I grab after I get off work? If there is a... Where are you? Texas-y, right? Didn't you say you're in the Midwest? Do you guys have Wawa in Texas? If you have Wawa, go to Wawa. It's very, very situational. And it's like, again, it's just too much. It's just the same. It's mechanically identical to distracting performance in a way that I don't really like in terms of what it actually does. No, not water. Wawa. It is a convenience store area that it's a convenience store chain that's in like the Northeast, but it's very good and it's 24-hour. But you can get like good. You can get like. It's not amazing. It used to be really good, but you can get pretty good sandwiches and subs and stuff there at any time of day. Like if I'm ever having a night where I have to do crazy editing and it's like 5 a.m. and I need something to eat, or like 4 a.m. I need to eat, I'll go to Wawa. You have Whataburger. I want to go to Whataburger. I heard something about that. I've heard about that before. But yeah, I don't know, man. I would not implement this mechanic again. Then we get another thing at 6th level. You've learned to use your magic to enhance your presence. As an action, you can expend a spell slot of 3rd level or higher to create illusory copies of yourself or a creature that you can see. There needs to be how big can that creature be? How far away does it need to be? There's a lot of clarification we need here. These copies are visible only to one creature of your choice. Okay, you're overcomplicating this. I want to know what this actually does. The number of copies is equal to the level of the spell. Okay. Let's actually see what this thing does. Can I just point out that we don't actually see what this thing does until we get here? So this is mirror image. Is that what you're making? You're making a spell that's basically mirror image, but different. Each copy that the affected creature can see. For each copy the affected creature can see, gets -1 to its attack rolls against the creature which was copied. You get how tedious this is, right? Chat, am I the only one that is getting like really bogged down in this? Creatures that can see through the illusion are immune to this. The copy lasts for 1 minute or until affected. Okay, so let me just say what this is doing. As an action, you can expend a spell slot of 3rd level or higher. You pick a creature that you can see, and then you make a number of copies of that creature equal to the level of the spell you used. And then, if that creature that you copied can see those copies, it gets -1 to its attack rolls for each creature that it can see that's a copy. So that's what it is? That's a lot of work to get to essentially a creature getting minus between 1 and you know, getting between -3 and 5 to its attack rolls. That's a lot of fucking work to get to that outcome. And it's really tedious work in the way that it's written. It's not actually confusing. It's just, this is what it is. You pick a creature. You expend a spell slot. You create a bunch of copies of that creature. That creature has -1 to its attack rolls so long as it can see the copies. And it gets a +/-1 for each copy that there is. That's what it is. But yeah, I think that this one it's yeah, Bane is very similar. That's what I'm saying, is that like, we don't need this level of confusing to get to what it's doing. It's very convoluted. What it's doing is giving a creature a fluctuating -1 to its attack rolls. That's all it's doing. So we don't need this craziness to get here. No, the one with the accuracy penalty is the one that's being copied, I think. For each copy that the affected creature can see. Oh, wait, no, is it different? Yeah, it is kind of lackluster for how convoluted it is. You choose one creature to copy and one creature to see the copies? Okay, yeah, this is a level of complicated that is... This doesn't need to... Okay, it doesn't matter. I'm going to be very honest with you guys. None of it matters. It genuinely doesn't matter. What matters... Who wrote this? What matters for Pasta is that this level of confusion is what every single person is feeling that is reading this feature. And that is important for them to take away from this. The other thing that's important for them to take away from this is this level of confusion is not merited by what this feature is actually doing. This feature is just giving creatures a net penalty to attack rolls. So I think the question that I would ask is, if we get rid of this in terms of the way it's implemented, but you keep it as you are giving a penalty to attack rolls, how do we feel about that? Like, is that a fun feature for 6th level? I kind of feel like it works, the misdirection idea, because it's like your attack roll sort of represents your focus. So if you're getting a penalty to your attack rolls, it's sort of like you're distracted. I get that, but I think that you got to reevaluate the way you are implementing that idea pretty dramatically. I think the expertise plus the 9... They don't have expertise, do they? It's just regular. Because I can't suggest a design direction. The misdirection combat kind of works, but what's the misdirection flavor at 3rd level? I don't really know what the misdirection... The misdirection flavor at 3rd level is that you are good at performing. I think it would be super cool to give the major image spell with a way to cast it where you create copies of a creature. Anyone in the area of the spell has to make an investigation check to see which is real. That is cool, but that's kind of... That is really cool. That would be completely eliminating this mechanic and really leaning into the actual copy mechanic, which I think would be an interesting path to take for sure. Welcome back, Gemjar. Something like the enchantment wizard with illusion stuff could kind of work. Yeah, but again, needs a big overhaul, this part. Let's look at enlarging presence. Your mastery of illusions has allowed you to make more of yourself. You keep using this language, the has allowed you. I feel like I've seen that a couple times. Maybe I haven't. Maybe I've just seen that in someone else's piece. I feel like a lot of D&D writing does this. The something has allowed you to do something. Try not to write like that, guys. A lot of you do. It's a very easy habit to get into. Try to avoid it. It would be cool if you could give someone something like the Displacer Beast ability. That's a neat idea. It's a kind of a different direction. I mean, that's the blink spell, or the blur spell. The blur spell is that. That's just the spell blur. Your mastery of illusions has allowed you to make yourself more imposing. As an action, you can make yourself appear one size larger, but your actual size remains the same. Any creature not allied to you can see... Any creature that's not allied to you... I wouldn't say the allied thing. I would just say any creature that can see you must make a wisdom... Or creatures of your choice that can see you must make a wisdom saving throw or be goaded for 1 minute. While a creature is goaded, your allies have advantage on attacks against that creature, and that creature has disadvantage on attacks against any creature that isn't you. There needs to be a range on this. Any creature that you can see is too big a range. Additionally, also, why are we getting fucking a disadvantage and advantage shit? That's like what we're getting up here. You're giving us double features. The whole thing this feature does is fuck with attack rolls. We don't need another feature that fucks with attack rolls. You know what I mean? It's doing too much of the same, you silly goose. What's up, PC Perini? How's it going, buddy? It's a little fucking late for you, isn't it? Aren't you? What are you doing late night? Patrick, did I tell you that I pulled the trigger and bought a new computer? I did. I ended up doing the power GPU thing, and they made suggestions. And the main suggestions that they gave me were that I didn't need the craziest graphics card that I thought I needed, but I just needed other things a little bit more, too. So it was more like, this is going to be a really good graphics card, but it's going to be like $600 cheaper. But also, here's a bunch more storage space and more RAM. And if you want to do a lot of editing, here's some good stuff for that. What are the specs? I don't know. I got to find them online. I did the thing where you call people and tell them what you're looking for, and then they say like, "Here's my budget," and then they go like, "Cool, this is a good way to do that." And then you ask questions, and then they clarify stuff. All I know is I'm getting a nicer keyboard than I've ever owned before. But my thought process behind that, and I thought it was like, I don't know if I want to get that nice a keyboard. Like, who cares? It's just a keyboard. But I was thinking about it, and you know what I realized? The keyboard is one of the only things that I understand in a computer. Why not get a nice version of the thing that I literally use the most? Do I really know the difference between 32 something and 64 something? Or no, but you know what I do know the difference between? What a keyboard feels like to use. Do you know what I mean? It's sort of like when I started realizing I should buy nice socks. Because I feel them more than I feel my shoes. Is it a semi-cheap keyboard with RGB? I don't know if it has RGB. I don't know. I don't know what it has. It has a lot. It has the main thing that it has that I want is it has programmable buttons that could kind of act as like elements of a Steam Deck for me, or a Stream Deck for me. And it has a couple. Basically that it has good stuff for if you're trying to hotkey a bunch of shit, for streaming or for editing. That sort of thing. Yeah, I feel like I would like having a nice keyboard. I don't know if it's that nice of a keyboard. It just was like, the keyboards that I use are like $12 keyboards usually. I've never had a nice keyboard. But yeah, I don't know when it's going to come because they have to build it. You were not spun. All right, let's take a look at this last feature. Additionally... Okay, so everything around you has disadvantage on anything attacks against other than you. Additionally, because of your seemingly enlarged form, any creatures that attack you get a -3 to attack rolls against you. Really? We're doing attack roll stuff again? This is so one note. In so much attack roll stuff. Okay, so, I mean, making a big illusion that makes everybody have to focus fire you but get distracted because they can't hit you as well is cool, but this is getting there's just so much going on that's the same thing. This feels a little, I don't know, man. It doesn't, I'll tell you what, it doesn't feel like a misdirection bard. That's sort of what I feel about it. The enthralling presence feature kind of does, but the 3rd level features really don't. The 6th level features kind of do a little bit. Yeah, man, I'm not sure. I think you got to maybe ask yourself the question of what can I use to represent misdirection outside of penalties to attack rolls? Because right now we're getting a lot of that. I don't think we need that much of that. I think we would do well with some other stuff. And those are my thoughts. You're thinking of the Nilbog. The Nilbog has that feature, where it can force creatures to attack other creatures. That's also just a feature that I believe the I think the Fey Warlock gets that too. The Fey Warlock gets that too. Anyway, thank you very much, Pasta, for sharing. Let's give Pasta a round of applause. Glunk. Don't spin. You need to update. Well, I'm gonna spin, dude. Stream's going pretty well, Pat. Pretty well. We having a good time. I think people are having fun. Hopefully, saw some interesting homebrew so far tonight. Pocket Potatoes, thank you for becoming a member. I appreciate that. Sim, do you actually see the clap emoji, or do you just see you type clap? I see all, man. I see all. I see both, and I see more than that. Quick spin before data can update. Okay. Bucket. It'd be so funny if we rolled datas too. Boo! Chaos Stripe is next. I see all. I don't see all. I see a lot, though. Chaos Stripe. This was originally for the Monster Mass Challenge. The monster was designed to be paired with adult black dragons. It's my first time making a monster, so advice on balancing health, AC, and CR would be particularly helpful. The easiest way to balance all that shit is to just look at other monsters that are the CR that you want and to be like, how close is mine to theirs? Does theirs have way more hit points than me? Way less? Does theirs have a lot of immunities or resistances? Okay, so this, ooh, we got some nature art. Yeah, he sees most. That is a good way of putting it. I see most. We got some swamp moss. Have you guys ever sat in a tree like this? You'd think it would be super comfy and cozy, but all sorts of itchy things live in these trees. You want to come on stream? Is that what you're saying? You're here? All right, let me grab you. Hello, how's it going?
Hello, can you hear me?
I can. Can you hear me? Hello? I could hear you, but now I can't. Are you here still?
Yep, I am. My computer is having a mild heart attack, but it's fine.
All right, well, if I have to hang up on you, we'll be so sad, but we'll survive. Okay, so tell me what the point of this monster is.
Okay, so I wanted to combine a sea anemone with the moss I was familiar with hanging from those trees there. Or the Spanish moss.
Mm-hmm. So sea anemone, Spanish moss.
Yep.
Cool. Okay. Was there another thing you were going to say before I rudely interrupted you?
Nope.
Okay. How do I pronounce this name?
If you scroll down where it says, it actually has the pronunciation right next to the name.
Oh, look at that. Neo-Adarian. Neo-Adarian. Ah, the old Neo-Adarians. Well, the Neo-Adarians were once only a scourge of swamps, marshes, and estuaries. Estuary is one of my favorite words. These carnivorous plants look like hanging clumps of light gray moss slowly moving across branches as they hunt for prey to fall on. To spread out further, they latch onto huge creatures and drop seeds as the creatures moves. This sentence is a little chonky. I'd probably rewrite that. However, black dragons that layered in swamps, is layer a verb in that context? I would probably say that make their layers in swamps, infested by Neodorians, found that they were immune to the deleterious effect of the plant. I think you got to pick a tense and stick to it. You're sort of hopping between it's mostly past tense, but there's a little bit that feels like present tense. I'll just write the whole thing in present tense.
Okay.
The dragons use their cunning to attach Neodorians to themselves in ways to take advantage of plant. Like, that's a thing to fix. So think about that. They attach the Neodorians to themselves in ways to take advantage of the plants. You can literally just get the way in ways doesn't need to be there. Just cut those words out. Listen to how it sounds. The dragons use their cunning to attach Neodorians to themselves in ways to take advantage of the plant's properties. That's the way it's written. But it could just be the dragons use their cunning to attach Neodorians to themselves to take advantage of the plants. You don't need the in ways. In fact, I would argue you don't need the use their cunning. I think you could just say the dragons attach the Neodorians to themselves to take advantage of the plant properties. I think that would be a much better sentence. So you're going to try, I would say in general across the board, you want to be careful about your wasting words, because that is a thing that's sort of happening throughout your flavor text. And it's no individual instance of it is a huge deal, but when it is a consistent thing, it makes reading the flavor text feel arduous. And you don't want your flavor text to feel arduous. You want it to feel exciting. And what you're explaining is a really evocative, cool idea. Like, I want to read about this, but it is I'm getting stunted by the wasted words, because, and when I say wasted words, the reason why that has an impact is because you and I are not that smart, but the lizard that drives our cars in our brain, they are pretty smart. And when they notice these sorts of things, and it makes them make us less keen on reading it, which makes the feeling of reading feel more like a chore, even if we are excited to read the thing we're reading. So you really want to pay attention to the way you're structuring your sentences, and really try to lean into less is more when it comes to the amount of words you put on the page. Let's dive into this guy. AC 13, hit points 45, CR 6. This is an insanely low AC and hit points for a CR 6 monster. A CR 6 monster is probably going to have somewhere between 70 and 130 hit points, depending on a million other circumstances. The AC could be fine. AC is really dependent on a million other things, but this is a really squishy monster. Like, I'll think about it like this. If a challenge rating 6 monster is intended to be encountered by 3-ish level 6 characters, if I'm a level 6 wizard, that means I can do Fireball. If I cast Fireball on this thing, it has -3 to its dexterity saving throw, so it's probably going to lose that. So let's say I hit it with the Fireball. Let's say I do, but and let's say I don't even do a crazy amount of damage. Let's say I do 20 damage, okay, which is a low for a Fireball. That's 45. That's 40 damage to this thing. It's got 5 hit points left. That's one character taking 1 turn of combat. So you got to be really thoughtful about when you give things like damage vulnerabilities. You want to think about how common is this damage vulnerability, and how easy is it for the players to access, and how much is it selling the fiction. Does this thing need fire vulnerability? I'm not sure. I don't know. But my question is, I mean, maybe we'll see why it needs it in the flavor of this thing, but when I'm looking at it, I'm thinking this thing is so fucking squishy. Also, this stat block is really long. I don't know if it needs to be this long, but let's see what it gets. Floaty. Light enough to be as though permanently under the, like, Another perfect example. Let's look at floaty. Let me read it. Light enough to be as though permanently under a slow falling effect, this creature is immune to fall damage. How could we rewrite this sentence so that it would be a little bit shorter and more clear and to the point? What do you think?
Just remove as though. Just remove as though.
Light enough to be permanently under the slow fall effect. Yeah, that could work for sure. That would be great. I think so for sure. I think we could even go further. Because I don't know if we need the light enough to be permanently under the slow fall effect, because we get immune to fall damage immediately after it. And slow fall is really only there to deal with fall damage. I think we could just say it's immune to fall damage. I think you literally could just say floaty. The Neodorian is immune to fall damage. But yes, the example that you gave, the suggestion that you gave of cutting out as though is, I think, a first step in that direction. That is a very good one. But that's the way you should be thinking about your writing all the time when you're trying to convey anything outside of like a college paper where you need to hit a word limit. But if your goal is to convey an idea that you care about, like personally, whether it's through something creative that you're writing or an essay or whatever, those are the types of things to keep an eye out for. These extra words that fall into the way that we're writing because they might be tied to the way that we are thinking or the way that we're speaking. But when it gets to the pen and paper, you just don't need them. And it's going to make the whole thing feel a lot better. Like, it's going to make it feel good when you get through a piece like that, because then everything that's in it is just what it needs. It's going to be pleasurable to read. It's amphibious. It can breathe air and water. It's got huge hosts. When this creature succeeds, I would just name it. When the Neodorian succeeds on a grapple check against a creature of size huge or larger, the target of the grapple does not gain the grappled condition. What? What is happening here? The target of the grappled condition does not gain. The target of the grapple does not gain the grappled condition. Instead, the Neodorian is attached to the creature, and on subsequent. Okay. So is this feature? What is the point of this feature? Huge host. Is the point of this feature to explain how these things can be tied to dragons?
It's basically saying that anything that is huge, it can grab onto and doesn't reduce their speed down to 0 or prevent them from taking action. So that they can still be walking along, and it'll occasionally leave seed places. And think like a burr, if you...
No, I understand, but I think I'm understanding. I would, first of all, this thing can't grapple huge creatures anyway, because you can't grapple something more than 2 sizes larger than you. You just automatically fail. So I would not phrase this as a grapple at all. What I would do is I would do one of 2 things. I would either completely remove this from the stat block, and I would just put it in the flavor text. Because this doesn't feel like it actually has any mechanics that are particularly important for the players to have to deal with. Like, this mechanic, unless I'm missing something, it seems like the only point of this mechanic is to mechanically express the way the moss rides on dragons and large creatures. And if that's the point of it, I don't think it needs to be in the stat block. I think it's just, I think it's good flavor, but it just doesn't, we don't need it in the stat block. I'd put it in the flavor text. If there's something mechanical here that will more directly impact the player characters, then maybe, but I'm not seeing anything like that.
There's something mechanical. I used to have another ability that I folded into an action later on that specifically gave it the ability to grapple any size. It's still part of that action. It's just now further down in the stat block. So this ends up coming first, and it does feel weird. I'll have to figure out how I'm going to handle that.
So 2 things. One, if you are going to do something where you're changing a mechanic, and then you're introducing a new mechanic that uses that changed mechanic, you have to introduce changing that mechanic first. So this, for example, this feature only makes sense if this creature can grapple huge creatures. But as far as I can tell, because I'm reading it in the order that the information is presented to me, this thing can't grapple huge creatures. I don't learn how this effect makes sense until I see it all the way down here. So you don't want to do that. You want me to understand how I can do the thing before I get it. So before you describe the way this thing uniquely grapples huge creatures, you need to say it can grapple huge creatures. In fact, I would even argue that this thing shouldn't grapple huge creatures. I would remove the ability for it to grapple huge creatures, and I would not explain this from the reference of grappling, because it's not grappling. It's doing something completely different. So I would just make it a different feature. You know, just describe them as them riding the host. And then the other thing I would say is, as I mentioned earlier, if the only thing this leads to is them riding a host, I don't think it needs this much words on the page. I don't think it needs to be in the stat block at all. And like the only reason for it to be in the stat block would be if there is a mechanic that requires a specific set of rules for a player to interact with this thing riding a dragon, or this thing to interact with the players in context with that. Like, maybe if there's some sort of contentious relationship between them and dragons and they're like fighting each other, and when they're connected they get some weird boons and stuff, but like, I'm not saying any of that. So I think you could just get rid of this whole thing and just make it flavor text, or just describe it as this. Say they have the ability to ride on large dragons, and you don't need to, it could almost be as 10 words. It could be less than 10 words, I think. Like, just boil it down to what the idea is that this is needing to express, and just express that idea. The idea of letting it grapple creatures that are larger, but in this unique way, but then they can also allow them, basically, it's like, I'm introducing a rule so they can grapple large creatures, so that I'm introducing a rule so that they can grapple large creatures in this unique way that does something different than grappling. That's like 3 steps to get to what the thing is. You can just do what the thing is. Does that make sense?
I think so.
All right, let's see. I guess what I mean is, like, what is the point of huge hosts? Tell it to me in one sentence. One sentence. Short sentence.
It grabs onto a creature that isn't a dragon. It slowly consumes them by digesting them with acid.
So it's not just for riding them. It actually does something.
Yeah, that's another thing that got folded into that action later on. I'm going to rewrite that and move that back earlier.
You know what you should look at? You should look at, if that's what it does, if it latches onto creatures and then it slowly dissolves them. Are you familiar with sturges?
Not super familiar, no.
A sturge is a bat plus a mosquito. They're these gross looking little guys. This monster does exactly the thing that you're describing your thing is doing. Look at the way that its blood drain ability works. It's an attack that allows it to affix itself to the creature that it's attacking, and then while it's affixed to that creature, it drains their blood. Literally what you're trying to describe in 3 or 4 sentences. So I would look to this to try to figure out how to reorganize that feature. Because if the only thing that this feature is really intended for is to explain how this thing holds on to something to use some other feature, I still don't think it's necessary.
Okay.
Let's take a look at Draconic Symbiosis. The scales of Dragonkind have a waxy coating that neutralizes... Okay, we don't necessarily need any of that right here. We're just going to skip that for now. Any creature with the dragon type... Any creature with the Draconic type is immune to the acid damage and poison of its attacks and grapple. Instead, when attached to the Draconic creature, that creature gains the following effects. What is that creature? The dragon?
Yeah.
I might just say that. 20 HP per 20 temporary HP. Please write full sentences. 20 HP is not the way you should start the sentence. Per Neordin attacked, gained at dawn every day. Yeah, write that as a full sentence. Every 20 of these temporary hit points lost causes a Neodorian to be forcefully detached, falling to the nearest empty space. You're writing in the passive voice, and you're writing not full sentences, and it's pretty dramatically affecting, I think, the way it feels to read this. So here's what I would say if I was going to write this. I would say, For every Neodorian attached to a dragon, that dragon gains 20 HP whenever something like that. Something like whenever a dragon has Neodorians attached to it, it gains 28 temporary HP per Neodorian whenever it finishes a long rest. Period. Something like that. But you got to write it in full sentences. And you got to stop using this passive voice. To be forcefully attached. HP lost causes a Neodorian to be forcefully detached. I would say, you know, when, like, for every 20 of these temporary HP lost, a Neodorian detaches. You know, you don't need to say causes it to be forcefully detached. It's just too many words. And again, I'm pointing at it a lot because I think it's a dramatic thing it's a thing that will dramatically improve your writing when you start to really nail it in and you start to really work towards that. Any creature hit by its tail attack, you need to what is the it that you're referencing here?
The dragon.
Anytime that you're referencing a monster that is not this monster, you need to make clear that we're talking about the dragon, because I don't know what it is in this sentence. Any creature that's hit by its tail attack must make a DC 14 con saving throw or be poisoned. The poisoned creature is paralyzed for 5 rounds. I would also not do paralyzed for 5 rounds. That is fucking insanely strong, and it's not fun. Like, no player is going to have fun being paralyzed for 5 rounds. That's just not a fun mechanic to interact with. Yeah, I wouldn't do that. Creatures can repeat the saving throw at the end of each of their turns, ending the effects on a success. +3 to stealth checks per Neodorian attached. Max of 15. I want to push back on a lot of this. I think the idea is really cool. I think you need to really make sure you are very clearly expressing the concepts. I think you got to be much more precise with the way you're writing your sentences. And I worry that if it's 20 HP per Neodorian and +3 stealth per Neodorian, I think that's tedious and too much to keep track of. I would make it like an on and off switch thing, where it's like a dragon that has Neodorian has these extra features. I don't think I would make it per monster. I think that's going to be tedious to deal with, man. I think that's going to be a lot, and I think it's also going to quickly be too powerful. I'd say +2 to a maximum of +10. That way it's in line with Pass Without a Trace. It's the scales that cause the effect, and it's for the draconic creatures as worded, not dragons. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, man, I think it's a neat idea so far, but so far I feel like I almost feel like you leaned too hard into the symbiosis. There's too much going on here, I think. Or maybe there's not too much going on here, but the way that's being expressed, it feels like there's too much going on. So I think you got to figure out how to tighten up that expression. Let's see, actions. +6 to hit. Pretty shitty damage. The target is to make a con saving throw or be poisoned, and they're paralyzed for 1 minute. Yeah, too much fucking paralyzing, man. Too much paralyzing. I would just get rid of it. Grasping tendrils, it can target a creature of any size within 5 feet of it and make a contested athletics check to grapple it. Creatures grappled by the needed take 1d6 damage at the start of their turn. Yeah. Okay, so this sort of gets back to just copy the Sturge. Look at the language for the Sturge and copy that. That way it doesn't need to be a grapple at all. You don't need to deal with all the fucking huge host bullshit. And then it has Seed Spray. +0 to hit. Why is it +0 to hit? It should be higher than that. Why is the damage so low? It can target a creature or area within a range, spitting a seed at it. The range for the attack is extended by 25 feet for every 10 feet above the ground it is. Oh my god, there's so much fucking math in this. Whether the attack hits or misses, the seed bounces to the ground and of the targeted space. After 3 to 6 hours, a new one sprouts. Okay, so overall, I think it's a cool idea. I love the idea of like a Spanish moss monster, but I think you really got to work on your implementation of the mechanics. The action economy of this thing is garbage. This attack is terrible. The only thing that's powerful about it is the paralyzed, which I disagree with. Grasping tendrils plus huge host is just genuinely unnecessary. You can just replace it with having the attack work the way the Sturge attack works. Spraying the seed, I think, is fun, and I think it's interesting. I think that I would not make it work like a ranged attack. I'd probably make it more like an area of effect feature, and I probably would not make it work more than once a day. And you gotta either pretty dramatically tone down the CR and tone down the numbers, or beef up the action economy to make this thing feel like it's a monster that actually can fight on its own. And the problem is that, like, if you have, let's say a dragon has 4 of these things on it, okay, which is not at all unreasonable based on what you have here. That dragon has an extra 80 temporary hit points. It can now paralyze creatures for up to 5 rounds, and each one of these individual creatures can be paralyzing creatures. It's just like way too much of a thing that is not that fun to have to deal with in the first place. So that's why I'm like pushing against the paralyzed, because you got to assume that when these things are attached to a dragon, they're not losing their action economy. So they're still able to do all of these moves while they're attached to a dragon. So that's just way too much paralyzing, you know? That's like, it's crazy. It's fucking crazy. I think that I would change this so it's not scaled based on the number of these things that are attached to it.
Okay.
Those are my thoughts. I think the core concept is really cool, but I think your implementation is like pretty convoluted in the current state. Like, I feel like you are creating problems to solve problems. And I feel like if you completely shift the way you're thinking about some of these features, it's going to be a lot easier for you to clean it up. Specifically, stop thinking about the way this thing latches onto creatures as it being a grapple. It's just a thing it does. And I think for Draconic Symbiosis, I think you got to be a lot more precise in your language. And I wouldn't have it scale. Because, again, I think people are sort of saying in the chat, but yeah, it would just scale to stupid numbers. Cool. Do you have any questions, thoughts, concerns? Oh,
Would it be more balanced if it had the same paralysis whenever it's on its own, but when attached to a creature, it no longer can and take action, only bonus action?
I guess. Does that sell the fiction in a way that you like it more?
Yeah, because I don't really want it to be able to swing its tendrils around while it's attached to a thing. I mostly want it just to attach to a thing, digest it, and spray seeds occasionally with its bonus action.
All right, so then you should probably clarify that when it's attached to a creature, it can't use its stinging tendril action.
Mm-hmm. Okay, that makes sense.
Cool. All right. Thank you very much. I appreciate you sharing. Any final thoughts before I hang up on you?
Nope, that's good. Thank you.
All right, cool. Very fun idea. The vibe of it is strong. I really like the vibe of a weird moss that like grows on dragons and makes them stronger, but also eats things. All right, bye. Click. That was Chaos Stripe. Very, very cool idea. Definitely needs a little bit of tidying, but the concept is solid. This, to me, I think a good lesson to be learned from this stat block is when you have a specific way that you are trying to solve a problem, sometimes you are assuming you need to do things that you don't need to do. Like, I think a lot of the parts that I tripped over in this piece have to do with the fact that Chaos Stripe, I think, assumed that they needed to tie the latch-on mechanic to grappling, which is not an unreasonable assumption to make, but it is an assumption. And as soon as you can alleviate that assumption and you can just think about, okay, yeah, but what is the goal of this feature? And just skip that weird roundabout way of getting to the goal and just try to shoot for the goal, you're going to end up feeling a lot better, I think, about the end product, but you're also about the journey to get there. And that is even easier to do when you when it's for a monster stat block as opposed to like for a player stat block. Because when you're making something for a player character, you have to contend with anything a player character might do. You have to contend with all the ways they might interpret features, the ways they might try to find situational uses for features. When you're making something for a monster stat block, you don't really need to do that. You can just sort of make the features do what they need to do for a very specific circumstance, even if it would be completely busted, not in that circumstance. You have a lot more freedom in the way you express mechanics when you're making a monster stat block. You have to be fairly precise with like your language, but in terms of the ways you solve problems, you can be way more open-ended. That is what you assumed? Yeah, I figured. It's okay, dude. Like I said, we're all here to learn. And I think the most important thing to take away for you, honestly, is that the idea is cool. The idea is cool. You know the idea is cool. Now it's just a matter of figuring out how to express the idea as clearly as possible in a way that people are going to be able to use it exactly the way that you intend for them to use it. All right. I think he said he used the draconic because it was supposed to work for any draconic creatures, not just dragons. But regardless, thank you for sharing. Chaos. High five. Oh, the debate is dragonborns. Dragonborns are humanoids. They're not draconic. They're not dragons in a monster. They're not dragons from the perspective of creature types. They are humanoids. That being said, if you wanted to interpret them as dragons for your home game, I don't think anybody would bat an eye. I think it's a pretty reasonable thing to assume. Of all the things to homebrew, homebrewing that Dragonborn count as dragon types is like pretty mellow, you know? Yeah, they can speak Draconic because Draconic is a creature type and a language. There's a lot of that in D&D. But the Draconians are monstrosities, and they're very clearly Draconic. Are they? But they're not. But they are. But then you agree with me. I don't understand what you disagree with me on. Draconian. I mean, it makes sense why they are not a dragon, because they are like a monster dragon person. Where are they born from? Let's see. Well, look at where they come from. Of course they're not dragons. They are warped, corrupted versions of dragons. That's why they're monstrosities. Remember, monsters, the way a monster looks doesn't always define what it is. They're made from dragon eggs, but they're not dragons. In the same way that lots of things aren't humanoids, even though they look humanoid. A doppelganger looks humanoid. It's not humanoid. They have been corrupted and warped by powerful magic. Look. Look. Yeah, but wyverns are natural-born dragons. They're not corrupted by powerful magic. All right. Enough debating. You guys can keep debating. I don't care. That wasn't the point. They aren't dragons, but they're draconic. Yeah, that's why I said I agree with you. That dragonborns are humanoids. Bugget. There's also the Abishai, which look like dragons, but they're not dragons. They're demons or devils. Moot! Do you guys know the Abishai? That's not a dragon. Looks kind of dragon. That's a fiend, baby. What you got for us today, Moot? An ancestral mind conclave. What the fuck does that mean? I made it based on a faction that exists in my homebrew world that a player inquired about playing a member of. It's loosely based on elves from Divinity Sin Origin, another thing that I don't know what it is. and various other sci-fi fantasy hive minds. The main thing I'm concerned about is the spell list. Not all rangers have them, and I didn't want to give this one. Should I have? Okay. Are you looking for any criticism, or is it just that? You want all criticism. Okay. I have no idea what the ancestral mind conclave is. Is it like a hive mind? You're like a lizard brain? Here it is in the chat. They're fiends, but they're fiends of the god of dragons. Yeah, that doesn't fucking matter. They're still fiends. I don't know what the argument you're making is. Have I watched Delicious in Dungeons? No, but it's popped up. It's popped up in my. It's popped up as a thing that people are talking about. Is it good? Is it a D&D anime? The last time I tried to watch a D&D anime, I could barely get through the first episode, and I was like, there's a lot of cool ideas here, but this is too fucking cringy, and I had to stop watching it. But I really wanted to like it. I'm not making an argument. I won out. Okay, that's fine. It's not D&D, but it is fantasy. All right, I'll check it out, maybe. If I got some time. The Legend of Vox Machina was super good. That wasn't the show I was thinking about. The show that I was thinking about that felt like a D&D show that I couldn't get through was Goblin Slayer. Goblin Slayer had some really fun aspects of the world building, but it was just too, you know. If you saw the first episode, you know. It gets a little bit 14-year-old neck. It gets a little bit 14-year-old mouth breather, cringy, wearing a black trench coat, being all edgy bullshit. Let's just say it gets a little, it seems like it's a little too into sexual assault for my liking. It seems like it's just a little too into sexual assault. Like, it seems like the show, not anybody character in the show, the whole show, it just seems like a little into sexual assault in a way that I'm not the most. I don't need to watch a cartoon show that's that into that. It seems too anime for even people who like anime. There were parts of it that I liked quite a bit, but I just couldn't. Like I said, I barely finished the first episode, and I was like, man, there's a lot of neat ideas here, and they are hidden amongst a lot of stuff that I just have no interest in watching. Anyway, let's look at the ancestral mind conclave. All right, I'll check out Delicious in Dungeons. Rangers of the Ancestral Mind Conclave have been welcomed into a secretive pact that does its best to remain unknown and unwelcoming to outsiders. This is such a long sentence that says so little. Come on, man. Moot. I think you need to be more specific about what's going on here, because the way that it's written right now, it might as well say, Rangers of this subclass are part of a secret society that does its best to remain secret and is not particularly welcoming to new people. That doesn't mean anything. Like, it literally is a lot of words that mean nothing. So you got to be a little bit more specific more quickly, you know? Or just less repetitively open-ended. This initiative involves the consumption of dangerous cocktail magic plants and fungi to awaken ancestral mind. The ancestral mind connects them to their pack. You're spending way too much time, like literally. You know what? So the unfortunate thing, this is the only part that you are describing the subclass in. Just this. This is it. Everything else is not really necessary. So I would spend more time explaining what the subclass actually does and is and feels like, and less time sort of vaguely mentioning an organization and saying obvious things about it, and then a very, very specific aspect of the process of becoming these things that has absolutely nothing to do with anything else about them. Because the way it's written right now, you could be the Witcher, and I know it's not trying to be the Witcher, you know. But when I read this, it's like, okay, the Witcher. That's the Witcher. This is the Witcher drinking their Witcher juice. All right. Let's see what we get at 3rd level. Every ranger at 3rd level gets some way to potentially deal more damage. Actually, I think maybe there's one that doesn't. No. I'm mixing up rangers and rogues. Yeah, every ranger at 3rd level gets a way to deal more damage. It's usually on average between 1d6 and 1d8 damage around, and then it usually bumps up higher. So you'll have things like the Monster Slayer, which can ping a creature and do an extra d6 damage once per turn for a minute. You got stuff like the Horizon Walker, which needs to use its bonus action every turn to get that extra d8 damage, but it's a d8, and it makes that whole attack force damage. Then you have stuff like the Fey Wanderer, where they don't have to do anything. Their extra damage just happens whenever they hit, but it's only a d4 psychic damage, and it only triggers when you hit a new target every time. So one of the things that we're looking for when we're looking at a ranger is we want to make sure that it's getting some sort of extra damage, and that's expressing it in kind of a fun, unique way. Sacrificial knowledge. At 3rd level, you have a special connection with the souls of the departed, and through their flesh, their memories are one with yours. As an action, you can consume the flesh of a corpse 5 feet of you. Within 5 feet of you? A corpse need not be intact, but must have blood and must not be undead. When you do this, you can ask one question of the corpse as if you had cast Speak with Dead, though in this case, the creature must answer truthfully to the best of its knowledge it had in life. When you consume this flesh, you gain your choice of one skill or tool proficiency that the creature had in life. If any, you lose it when you use this feature on a different creature. When you use this feature, you can't do so again until you finish a long rest. Okay, 2 things. One, I wouldn't give you a forced, truthful Speak with the Dead. I just think that's too strong. 2, this feature kind of already exists in like multiple places in a way that I feel like I kind of don't understand why we're getting this feature on this subclass. This feature feels like it has absolutely nothing to do with the flavor of the subclass that you've expressed. And this is the kind of thing that like the Phantom Rogue basically gets this. The Reborn basically gets this, where it's like you're tapping into a creature's past to pick essentially a skill or tool proficiency that you can get. Borrowed knowledge. This is just borrowed knowledge, yeah. So I don't like that this feature is essentially we're getting the spell Borrowed Knowledge, and then we're getting the spell Speak with Dead. Neither one really feel like they tie into this subclass. I mean, Borrowed Knowledge kind of does, with the flavor of like the you are one with the many minds, but it certainly does it in terms of consuming flesh and gaining knowledge. This feature feels... I don't know why we are getting it. I don't think it's good if the first feature we get in our subclass feels like it doesn't belong in the subclass. Just so you know. You're in the waiting room? Oh, let me grab you. Hey, Moot, how's it going?
Hello.
Welcome to the show. How are you?
Am I muted?
No, you're not muted, but you can't hear me for whatever reason.
Well, I can hear you. I thought I was hearing you on the stream for some reason.
No. I'm here. Okay, yeah. So basically, thoughts so far. Sacrificial knowledge. It really doesn't feel like it connects to the theme of the subclass.
Really?
Yeah, like the flavor text is all about you having like the minds of others and this like hive mind thing you mentioned, and I just don't understand why we're now eating flesh to speak with the dead. It feels very out of left field, like, immediately.
Yeah, I was trying to go for this kind of, like, hive mind, but make it primal. Like, hive mind, but make it sort of, like, animalistic. And so you'll see a lot of these sort of involve, like, innards and blood and sort of consumption of that to, like, connect you to people.
I think that needs to be so much more prominent in the flavor text. I don't know how long you were listening, but I think that you got it. I would probably rewrite the whole thing to make sure that is front and center, because it doesn't feel like that's what the vibe is supposed to be.
Sure.
The other thing that I think people pointed out that I think is a good idea is this is kind of just Speak with Dead and the spell Borrowed Knowledge. I feel like I feel like both of those are just things you could just put on this thing's spell list instead of making these features.
Okay.
Partly because I don't think we should be getting Speak with Dead that forces a creature to speak the truth, and partly because it just feels Yeah, it's just the spell borrowed knowledge. You know what I mean? Like it's literally just the spell that exists.
Actually, more looking at the thing that the Phantom Rogue gets than the spell as something to base this off of. But
but that's reasonable too. I mean, it's the same sort of thing though, right? Like it's
yeah.
I think if you want to keep that idea, you totally can. But I would just say that it doesn't feel particularly unique right now. And I think that.
Oh, sorry, go on.
No, you first.
Oh, and so I could rebalance and reflavor it, but the whole like cannibalism to gain knowledge is a big part of this this subclass for me. That's like a big part of the lore of this for how I've written it.
Cool.
So I think I'd rather rebalance it than
yeah, for sure.
Entirely.
No, yeah, for sure. Then I think the main thing is to really make that like front and center evident in the flavor text because it was unclear. Okay, let's see what else we get at 3rd level. Also at 3rd level, you have an uncanny connection to those you fight alongside, and your attacks naturally fall in sync with your allies. The first time each turn that you hit a creature with a weapon attack, while at least one of your allies is within 5 feet of it, your attack deals an extra 1d4 damage, and the creature cannot make attacks of opportunity till the beginning of its next turn. I don't know how I feel about that being on all the time, the opportunity attack destruction.
Okay.
It feels so much more powerful than the... Like, on one hand, it's a little bit weaker than the Fey Wanderer, in that the Fey Wanderer doesn't have to have a creature within 5 feet of it to proc that extra d4 damage. But the turning off of opportunity attacks is big, and I think it's bigger than the downside. Like, this just feels better than the Fey Wanderer Ranger's feature. Like, by a medium margin. Interesting mechanically, but it doesn't really feel like it fits the class again. I think, Jem, I don't disagree with you. I'll tell you what I think. I think the problem is not the class design. I think the problem is the way the class is presented. Because I feel like we could be working towards, like the problem is we're all trying to think about this thing like some sort of astral hive mind, ancestral spirit thing, but that's not what it is. This is like a primal, down in the dirt, eating stuff and punching people with rocks subclass. And I think if you think about it from that perspective, it makes more sense.
It's kind of like they're all like, you know, primal, like nature-y, like, you know, big campsite that they spend a lot of time together. And they get really high on psychedelics together, and now they feel like they can read each other's minds.
Yeah. So I think that idea is just not being conveyed super clearly right now in the expression of the mechanics and the flavor text. But I do think that idea should be our guiding star for us reviewing it as we review it. I just don't think it fits the Ancestral Hive Mind or the Bestial thing. It feels like a combat strategist. I don't know. Just what jumps out at me. All right. I mean, I think the pack tactics is an element of that, right? Like, there's a lot of different hunting pack creatures in D&D that get power based off being of each other. I agree with what Databank said. I think if you make this once per turn, or make this once, it is once per turn, isn't it? No, it's not. No, it's the first time. Yeah, it is once per turn. I think maybe it's okay. I don't know. It just feels like a little bit. It feels a little bit convoluted to get to a position of being stronger than the Fey Wanderer Ranger, and I don't know how I feel about that. Maybe it's in the expression of it. How about this? Once on each of your turns, when you hit a creature with a weapon attack that is within at least 5 feet of one of your allies, you deal extra damage. You could do something. Yeah, I mean, it's basically the way it's written. It's not that different. I might not have it happen on other creatures' turns. I might just limit it to your turns. That would also probably balance it out a little bit. Let's take a look at Bloodbath at 7th level. Starting at 7th... Oh, and the damage should increase also. If it starts at a D4, it should... Maybe look at what other rogues... Look at other rangers, but almost every ranger has like a bump in the damage, usually around 10th level. And it will either go from a D4 to a D6 or a D4 to 2D4 or something like that. Okay. Let me look at Blood Bond. Starting at 7th level, your blood can impart small fractions of your pack's... Put apostrophe here. Ancestral knowledge to those who consume it. As an action, you can take 1d6 slashing damage to blood bind yourself to another willing creature you can touch. While bloodbound with you, creatures add half your ability score modifier to any skill check made with a skill you are proficient in. I would probably not use the ability score modifier. I'd probably use your proficiency modifier. Can communicate telepathically with you so long as they remain within 120 feet of you. Also have... this is grammatically incorrect. Also have advantage on, like, they can do this, they can do this. Also have advantage on. Also they have advantage on. And also they have advantage on.
Also, yeah, sorry.
Advantage on wisdom, survival, and intelligence checks to track and recall information about your favorite enemy. And also, this sentence is so fucking long. Make this bullet points. Also deal your extra damage die to creatures marked as your favorite foe. Yeah, all of these should just be bullet points. Because look at this. Literally, look how you wrote this sentence. Here's a thing, and also this 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 thing. That's crazy. That's madness, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah. Creatures, how long does it last?
Until long rest. But can I make a real quick friendly call out to someone in your chat here?
Sure, you can call them out, call them in.
You need to clarify if it rounds up or down. No, you don't. Rules as written, it always rounds down unless it says otherwise.
Oh, is that true? I didn't know that. I just always rolled down because I rounded down because I felt like that was kinder when I was doing damage things.
It always says, and it always says if you round up. It never says if you round down.
That's interesting. I did not know that.
Yeah.
That's very interesting. I don't think creatures should have this benefit for that long. That's a really long time to have that benefit. If it just lasts the whole day, that's a little bit too much, I think. Oh, and you can have more than one creature have this at a time. That's a little too much. That's crazy too much. I would say this is reasonable if when you do this, the creature gets the benefits for 10 minutes, and you can use this feature wisdom modifier number of times per day.
Okay.
You don't need to listen to me, but that's what I would do. I think getting all of this on for the whole day, just essentially on all your allies, would be a little bit too much.
Okay.
Yeah. One creature at a time, limited in use, or dramatically weaken it. Right? That's the other option. You could make it something that would be balanced. You have to think about, like, would it be balanced to essentially give everybody the equivalent of, like, a pretty decent magic item at no cost of anything for free all day, every day? That's the question to ask yourself.
I think... do you think that if it was dramatically weaker but affected everybody for the whole day still, it would still be a fun, worthwhile ability? Because I personally think if I were going to nerf this, I would just nerf anything damage and make it only the skill checks and the telepathic communication. But do you think it would even be a fun and worthwhile ability if I did that?
Yeah, I do think it would be a fun and worthwhile ability if you did that, first of all. I think the telepathic communication and the shared skill stuff could be good. I might not make it they can just do all the things you're proficient in. I think you would need to limit it more than that if it's all day, because then it's just a perma buff the whole game, for your whole party. It's a perma buff the whole game for your home party, for basically. So that's like a good way to think about it is that's significantly more powerful than a paladin's aura. Like significantly more powerful. So that means that this thing needs to be reasonably weaker than a paladin's aura.
Okay.
So that would probably be the way I would think about balancing it if you wanted to be able to be on the whole day. But you could also make it limited in a way that it still feels like it lasts a while. It could last an hour. It could last 8 hours. Like there's all sorts of stuff that isn't forever. But the forever element of it, for me, makes me feel like I would much more dramatically limit how many creatures can be affected by it. I think that if everyone can be affected by it, it's a little bit too much of just everyone gets this buff forever.
Yeah, that's fair. I do think there is something to the fact that if you were to give it to 5 of your allies, you're taking 5d6 damage.
Not really. Because healing is around. Healing is easy. I do this. I take 5d6 damage. If we don't have a healer, we short rest. I use 3 hit die. I'm good. Now suddenly everyone has this amazing boon for the whole day, and all it cost me was 3 hit die.
Okay, fair enough.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like healing is healing when you have the ability to, when you have downtime, healing is easy. Healing is only a resource that requires like thinking about in that context when when you're sacrificing health in combat. If this was a feature that was a combat feature, then I would put more weight on the fact that you are sacrificing that hit points. But you're sacrificing those hit points when you're hanging out with your buddies at the campsite, you know? You could always be like,
Yeah.
I'm going to wake up, I'm going to use this, and then we're immediately going to short rest. And then we're going to start our day.
True, fair enough.
All right, let's take a look at 11th level. Usually, for rogues, not rogues, I'm sorry, I keep saying rogues. Rangers at 11th level usually get something pretty fucking cool. 11th level is almost always where you get something where you're like, bah! Usually. Not always, but often. Also, you can't have both favored foe and favored enemy at the same time, right? I'd make it or instead and when you write it as a bullet point. That is a good point. That is a good point.
Yeah, I was just trying to make sure that you would have something no matter which one you chose.
Mm-hmm. Makes sense.
Mm.
Okay, let's see. Outcast's brand. At 11th level, you gain the ability to mark a creature as a threat to your pack, cursing its blood to react violently to their presence. When you hit a creature with a weapon attack, you can choose to mark it as the Outcast brand. The brand lasts for 1 minute. The first time each turn a branded creature does damage to you or any creature currently bloodbound to you, it takes psychic damage. Okay, this is a really cool feature.
Okay.
I like it a lot. It obviously works more if you figure out having more creatures in your bloodbound pact.
Mm-hmm.
Can I make a suggestion? If you decide
Sure.
to not go with your bloodbound pact as everybody, but it's still powerful, but it's like I pick one person, or if
Okay.
you do if you do decide to go in another direction with how you do the bloodbound pact, the way that I would make this work is instead of it taking damage whenever it hurt a creature that was bound to you, it would take extra damage whenever a creature that one of your allies hit it.
Okay.
So, like, it would be like once per turn when a creature, whenever one of your allies hits this thing for the first time on their turn, they deal extra damage. Something like that. So, like, everybody gets like a mini smite the first time they hit it. That would be another way that you could interpret this. And I don't think you need to do that. But if you do go in the direction of the blood pact not being on everybody, but just one person, that's probably the way I would take this. But I think it's a pretty cool feature.
Yeah.
I like
I'd
it.
probably
It's
rename it if I did that.
yeah, maybe because
It's
they
not really a ward anymore if I do that.
no, it's more of a. I mean, it's more of a curse and less of a ward.
Yeah.
But
But I do like it. I'm not saying I'm not getting,
no, do whatever you want. I like the feature as it is too. I was just being like, oh, based on the feedback that I gave earlier, I don't know if this would work.
Well,
if
yeah.
you did
No,
that.
I get what you're saying.
So, from a power perspective, I think it feels fine. I might make it once per long rest, not short or long rest, depending on how often people are able to hit this extra damage. But beyond that, I think it's cool. I guess my question sort of is, what is the goal of this? What is the goal of this feature? Like, I think that every feature you want to have some sort of mechanical goal, and then also ideally a goal of help filling out the flavor of the thing. So for example, the Horizon Walker at 11th level gets the ability to teleport 10 feet between each of its attacks and get an extra attack. And that's to sort of represent it hopping between realities because it's tied to that space between. Or like the Fey Wanderer Ranger at 11th level gets the ability to cast Summon Fey Spirit once a day for free with no concentration, which is a big deal because it's like their power is coming from the Fae. So I think I guess this feels different than the other features in a way that I'm curious what is like the flavor you're trying to sell with this.
Yeah, I'm trying to sell it that sort of insular, like the whole sort of theming of this class is very much like you and your party, your allies are forming this really sort of like tight-knit, blood-bound, hive mind wolf pack. And this is like it's so insular that you're like cursing outsiders who even try to get near your pack to be like violently reacting to your presence. Like it's meant to sort of reinforce that like insularity and like sort of close knitness of your pack with your allies.
Okay. I might.
It's sort of like a shun the outsider type of thing.
Yeah. Invictus brings up a point that I think is a good point, which is that we're sort of double dipping in what we're doing now. Because now what we're doing is we're giving a damage buff at 3rd level, and then we're doing a second damage buff at 11th level. And they're both happening at the same time. In almost the same sort of way. I might play around with this one. This is one that I don't... it's fine. It's kind of fine as it is. But it feels like it's like off a little bit from the mark in terms of selling that idea. What do I mean by the damage? Well, I think the damage.
Yeah, that's the same way, I guess, is what I was confused about.
Well, it's literally just kind of damage goes up, basically. Am I misunderstanding? Am I misreading it? Or am I misunderstanding the comment the person just made?
Is 100% just damage goes up, but I guess I'm not seeing that with the 11th level.
I think I'm getting confused by chat. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I guess it would be more of the same sort of thing if you made it so it damaged when creatures hit it, I think is what that chat was saying.
Oh, I see.
But all right, yeah. I don't know. I feel like if your goal is to represent that, I don't know. I feel weird about this one. Let me look at Flesh Sacrifice. At 15th level, the Pax Ancestral, put a ownership apostrophe here. The Pax Ancestral Rage screams within your blood, begging to be let out. Once per turn, when you hit a creature with a weapon attack, you can roll 2d12 and deal extra damage to the creature equal to the higher of the two rolls. You take slashing damage equal to the lower of the two rolls. Neither of the instances of damage can be negated or reduced in any way. This is kind of boring. This is also just more damage. Like, we have now 1, 2... We have like 2.5 to 3 features that kind of are just damage goes up. And I don't know how I feel about that. I feel like if I were you, I would try to start thinking of some more out-of-the-box ideas, or if you really like Blood Sacrifice, you know, get rid of some of the extra damage stuff in earlier places. But I want to see more features that are doing things. Like, I'll tell you what the problem is. The problem is that this is starting to feel sort of like the Hunter Rogue, or the Hunter Ranger, which is literally the Ranger that's like, this has no flavor. The Ranger, it has different ways of doing more damage. And, like, that's kind of what this is starting to feel like by 15th level. Not throughout, but like 15th level feature is I don't think we have accomplished. Let me rephrase what I'm saying. In order to have a capstone feature like this, where it really is just a bare bones feature, just does a thing, blap, very little mechanical flavor to it. It's just thing. You need to really earn that in the earlier features. And I don't feel like we have earned that by 15th level yet. And I think specifically because I feel like Outcast Brand is like a weird sidestep. I like the core ideas of this thing, but right now it sort of feels like a weird amalgamation. Like the pieces don't feel like they mush together super well yet from like a... Like I feel like the narrative of these pieces, I'm having a hard time tying the sinew between. Yeah, that's kind of how I feel about it right now. I get it with Pack Hunter and Blood Bonded, but Outcast Brand and Flesh Sacrifice kind of start to feel like we're now just throwing in stuff.
But Outcast Brand and Flesh Sacrifice do?
Yeah, like for me, Pack Hunter and Blood Bond makes sense together. They both feel like they are part of the same subclass. They feel linked. They feel like they're sharing the vibe. Sacrificial Knowledge, Blood Bond... No, let me phrase that. Sacrificial Knowledge, Outcast Brand, and Flesh Sacrifice, they almost feel like they belong to like another subclass that like isn't this subclass. I think that might be the thing. I think that there's a piece missing between the flesh-eating blood sacrifice and the pact thing, and they almost feel too distinctly different in my mind right now. Yeah, I like Blood Bond too. I think Blood Bond is really cool. I agree. I think it just needs to be tweaked down a little bit, but I think the core concept is cool. I love the idea that you're sacrificing part of yourself to like do this sort of, magical primal connection. I think it's very cool.
Okay. Yeah, I'll try to figure out how I can connect them. I don't really want to get rid of either because they're both kind of core parts of this of the lore of this sort of subclass.
If these are both really core parts of the lore of the subclass, then before you get rid of them, figure out how to build the way you're describing this subclass beforehand. And by that, I mean the flavor text in the main flavor text, but also the way you're naming and describing features so that by the time we get to Outcast brand, it feels like it's a core part of it. That's maybe the solution. Or try that first.
There's also... I mean, I'll try that first. Yeah, I think there's also trimming I can do in ways I can connect these together. Because yeah, the two sort of like big core themes I was trying to hit with the subclass is, connection to the pack and to the allies on a sort of like almost nearly psychic level, and achieving that connection through blood and guts and viscera.
And I think each one of these ties to that in pieces. But we want to get the glue. The sentence that you just said to me, I want this ranger to be focused on like pack tactics with this extreme bond of the pact and bloody and viscera, and that's the language of your flavor text. That's what we need in here.
Okay.
Because the sentence you just said to me, if you transcribed that and that was the opening, I think that would work better as an opening than what we have right here. Or at least it would work better if it was like the beginning of the opening. It's because we want to understand the point so we can kind of see that sinew,
Okay.
I like it as one person connection for the blood bond, like one ally. I think that I agree that would be fun, Invictus, but I don't think that's the goal here. And Moot has pretty vocal about the idea of the pack as like being a big part of it. So I think I would make sure that whatever I did with Blood Bond, I would make sure that I would try to express it in a packed way. I'll tell you what I would maybe do if I were you, and you don't need to listen to me. I might try to figure out how I could make Blood Bond the 3rd level feature alongside Pact Hunter, and take Sacrificial Knowledge almost word for word and put it at 7th level. Because I also think Sacrificial Knowledge doesn't feel ridiculous at 7th level. Like, even if we're casting Speak with Dead and stuff like that, I think it feels probably fine there. It's also weird in a way that I think that it's not as jarring of an opening. Like, starting with pact hunting and blood bonding, I think you're really selling it hard. So maybe here's what you do. Tone blood bonding down to a 3rd level feature, and then whatever things you had to take away from it to make it reasonable at 3rd level, you could have it improve at a higher level and get those things back at a level that's appropriate for them.
Capstone instead of Flesh Sacrifice, which you said is boring.
Or Flesh Sacrifice is not boring. It's a cool feature. It's just not. I was speaking to Brashley. It's just not it doesn't have flavor to it. It's like pure mechanics.
Yeah, I don't know if I necessarily disagree with you though, even that it is boring. Even if you were to say that it's boring.
Okay, because I don't actually think it's boring. I just think it's pure mechanics in a way that we need more flavor to build up to it.
More flavor to build up to it. I see what you're saying though.
You could also take Flesh Sacrifice, or you could also take the parts of Blood Bond that you want. If you put Blood Bond at 3rd, you could take the improved stuff and put them at 11th, and then put Outcast Brand at 15th and make it stronger. But if you really like Outcast Brand at 11th, then don't do that.
I mean, I don't know if I have any strong feelings about any specific ones of these features as like needing to be at that level.
Yeah, the main thing to think about is just the higher level you make it, the less the character is going to get to use it, so the less of an impact it's going to have on the way they feel about their character.
True.
Like any tool, and the farther away you put a tool, the less it's going to impact the game. So like one thing you want to think about is power. Power is the obvious one. The later you get, the more powerful it is. Duh. But the thing that I think is more important to think about, and that people forget to think about, is that you get more use out of the features you get earlier. So they define more of your character, which is kind of why I want to push Blood Bond to third.
Right. And realistically, if I were gonna nix any of these, it'd be Flesh Sacrifice. So like,
well, play around with that idea, and if you decide to push Blood Bond to third and give it the enhanced version at 15, you can make that enhanced version pretty beefy, and it would be not unreasonable.
The cannibalism one and put it at 7th level, like you were saying. Do you think then it'd be reasonable and possibly even more flavorful if instead of Speak with Dead, you ate the flesh and then could cast legend lore on like targeting the corpse that you just consumed instead of?
I think you could definitely do that. I don't know if that would be more fun.
Okay.
Like, well, let's think about it for yourself, because there's not a right or wrong answer here. What do you think would be more fun for the player? The Dungeon Master is kind of irrelevant here. What do you think would be more fun for the player? Would it be more fun to eat some bit of death and to see like visions of this thing sort of told through poetry? Or do you think it would be more fun for the thing to like open its eyes and for you to ask it a question? I don't really know.
Yeah.
I lean towards the Speak with Dead.
Okay.
But I think Legend Lore is fun too. I like both.
The Legend Lore would be more close to what it is in the video game that this is based off of.
I mean, if you like it being Legend Lore, I think it could work. Although Legend Lore is a 5th level spell, so I would be hesitant to give you that at. I wouldn't make it Legend Lore. I would look at what Legend Lore does, and I would make it parts of Legend Lore so that it's not quite as powerful as Legend Lore.
Right, the same way I kind of did with the only one question, Speak with Dad. And stuff.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, so I think it just depends on flavor and feeling of fun for you, because I think either they're basically doing the same thing where you're like eating something to gain secret knowledge of the past. So it's just sort of a matter of like what vibe do you like more, and if you can figure out a way to express it that you feel like looks good on the page.
Do you think a rename would help the flavor? I saw somebody suggest that earlier.
A rename
of the subclass instead of Ancestral Mind.
Yeah, I might call it like Blood Pact or Bloodbound or something like that. I might lean into because Ancestral Mind, I immediately am thinking like mystics and psychics, and I thought this was going to be like alien hive mind stuff is kind of the vibe that I got. So I feel like if you could lean more like, yeah, I might try to think about something that is a little bit more like cult pack, blood brother stuff. I also, with that in mind, I'm realizing why I thought that. This opening sentence, I get it now that it's intended to be like you are an insular pack that's kind of like a little bit xenophobic. But I think that's not the message that I got out of it. I thought it as you were like a secret protector, keeper, almost like a warden, like the Watcher paladin. You know, like you protect against the unknowns. So I might not start with this because without the basis of the pack stuff, I'm immediately like this is like an Eldridge guy. You know?
Yeah, no, I was meaning it more as in like a primal tribe unwelcoming to outsiders.
Yeah. So. First of all, just So I would lean more towards into like the pact, the bound brothers, that sort of thing.
Okay. The suggestion was Sanguine Pack, which I kind of like.
Sanguine Path. Sanguine Path is kind of cool. Sanguine Path also is cool because you could lean into that with a little bit like, well, okay, if you need to fill out some flavor a little bit, you could sort of tie some of this into like the magic of blood. You know?
I think it will do. Yeah, I think it will do Sanguine. I'm gonna say Sanguine Pack though. I like that a bit better than Sanguine Pact.
Yeah. Sanguine Pack. And if you wanted to give this thing a spell list, by the way, I think it's totally reasonable. I don't think there's no reason this thing shouldn't have one. I don't think the powers are so powerful that it like makes reason not to.
You know what the sort of like design rule that Wizards uses is for that? Because it kind of feels random which ones get one and which ones don't.
Oh, no, it is random. The randomness is you're like, does this? It's two things. It's power creep because Wizards of the Coast wants you to buy the new books, and it's random. So the question that we have to do is we have to decide do we want to decide that because Wizards of the Coast does power creep and that it's random, that we're going to too? Or do we want to be better than them? And do we want to decide that with intention? And I think I like to decide that with intention. So for me, I kind of actively decide that I'm going to give a ranger a spell list or not. And if I decide I am giving it that spell list, I try pretty hard to stick to balancing it as I'm designing it. And then any powers that I want it to have that I could express through a spell on that list, I don't make it a feature. I make it a spell on that list.
Okay.
If I
'Cause,
actively...
Someone told me that it was the ones that get like a summon or a pet don't get a spell list, but I think I found an example of that being wrong.
No, the ones that get pets don't get a... I mean, maybe the beast gets a spell... No, the Drake Warden doesn't get a spell list. The ones that get pets are the Drake Warden...
Maybe it's just the ones that don't... Maybe it's just the ones that gets pets don't get a spell list.
It's also...
Yeah,
it's a... You know, it's a mixed bag. But the Swarm Keeper doesn't get a pet, and it doesn't get a spell list. Does the Swarm Keeper get a spell list? I don't think so. Yeah, it's kind of random. But I would say if you don't want to give a spell list, then I think you should just allow it to be a little bit allow it to swing its weight around a little bit more. And I also would probably give it a spell list if any aspect of the flavor of it was magical. Like, if I was trying to build a ranger that was very not weirdly magical, I might not give it a spell list. But magic makes it really magical. Swarmkeeper does have one.
Magic aspect to the flavor, but it's meant to be like you eat a bunch of magical plants and mushrooms that makes your blood like give people psychic powers.
Yeah, for sure. Cool, man. All right, thank you very much for sharing. It's a fun piece. Do you have any final questions, thoughts, yearnings, aspirations?
No, that's it. Thank you for having me on.
All right, buddy. Have a good one. Bye.
You too.
All right, now I'm curious. Horizon Walker, Gloomstalker, Fey Wanderer, Drake Warden doesn't get one. They just get Thaumaturgy. Beastmaster doesn't get one. Hunter doesn't get one because they're boring. Monster Slayer gets one. Swarmkeeper gets one. Is it just the Beastmaster and the Hunter? Yeah, I guess they all get them now. Yeah, just give it a spell list. They all have spell lists now. Everybody gets a spell list. You get a spell list. You get a spell list. You get a spell list. All right, let's give a round of applause to Moot. Thank you very much, Moot. You're a champion. There are some cool spells for a subclass like that, stuff like life transference. There's a lot of cool spells that you wouldn't necessarily ever pick for a character, but as soon as you put them on a subclass, they mix with it so nicely that you're like, this is amazing. And it's just, yeah, there's a lot of spells like that. I like giving subclasses spell lists whenever I can. Okay. Bagada 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 bee bagada boo bagada bye bagada bay bagada bing boom bow. Cheap tactics. Cheap. I don't know if you're here, but if you are and you want to come on stream, just let me know. The speak with the dead and whatnot could be given there and write a whole new feature. Yeah. Well, that's what I was thinking initially, was that you could take the speak with the dead and the borrowed knowledge, and you could just put them on the spell list. Then you would have more space to make more features. Are you still in the wheel? Tradosio, you got spun, I thought. Did we not read a piece of it? No, we didn't read a piece of yours today, did we? Or was that yesterday? I'm getting my wheel mixed up. I don't know if you're still in the wheel today. You're still in the wheel today. We spun you yesterday. All right, we're looking at cheap tactics. Have you ever thought what the opposite of an immovable rod would be? No? Well, I did, so I made the silly item. A movable rod? A non-immovable rod? A rod that don't stop? Is it called the can't stop, won't stop rod? Movable rod. Okay, I'm going to stop you right here. If this thing is movable but can be... Is this thing can't be stopped, it should not be called the movable rod. It should be called the moving rod. Oops. Oh my god. Guys, I almost alt F forward, basically. Hey, Legacy, what's up? Legacy, did you submit Homebrew for today? Oh, you just submitted 2 seconds ago. Sure, I'll put you on the wheel. Here you go. Movable rod. You probably submitted after I was already spinning it. About a half hour ago? Oh, I'm late then. Movable rod. This flat iron rod has a red button on one end. You can use an action to press the rod against an object and then press the button, which causes the rod to become magically attached to the object. If the object the rod is attached to weighs 8,000 pounds or less, you can grab the rod as if it were a handle and move the object as if it weighed 1/10 of its actual weight. You can use an action to press a button again and detach the rod from the object it was attached to. If the object weighs more than 8,000 pounds, the rod fails to attach. Curse. As long as you are holding or carrying the rod, your carrying capacity is halved. This is a very cool item. Very cool item. I agree. This is not an uncommon item. This is a rare item. Definitely a rare item. Because you got to remember, the immovable rod, it only does what it does. It's limited by the creativity you have to explore it. This is limited by what you plug it into. So there's quite a lot you could do with this that is a little bit more interactive, I think. Or reactive. I attached the movable rod to the immovable rod. Wording is good. Flavor comes through. Solid brew. Yeah, I think it's good. I think the one thing that I would say is that I almost want it to be more weightless than this. I guess when you do smaller increments, something 800 pounds being 80 pounds, like, what if it was 100th of the weight? I feel like 100th would be better. I feel like something that weighs 800 pounds should be able to be swung around as if it weighs 8 pounds. And I feel like something that weighs 8,000 pounds should be able to be swung around as if it's something that weighs 80 pounds. That's what I would do. I'd make it more extreme. The only reason why I wouldn't do 150, because I do agree that the 50 might be better, is that I don't want to have to do that kind of math. I don't want to expect anybody to. Can the effects stack if you take 2? Usually effects don't stack in D&D unless they explicitly say they do. I don't remember the last time I ever worried about carrying weight, but that's the thing, Arcade Avery. This isn't meant for... yeah, you could use this to carry stuff, but you could also use this to move the boulder that's in the way. Or, like, to, pick up and throw trees. Like, what happens if I plug it into an 800-pound rock, and I swing my arm up, and then I let go at the top of my swing? I don't know. That's a problem for a dungeon master to figure out, but that's where my head starts to go with this. It starts to go with the, like, you're like, you could pick up a giant rock and, like, block a door with it. And now people can't get through. The problem is that players will ask for 60-10 and improvised weapon damage. Yeah, I know they will, but that's why you gotta figure out how to navigate that before you get to that. Maybe you could clarify somewhere in here that they can't be wielded as weapons, or, I don't know. You got to figure out how to do that with your language. But that is, I think, I don't think that problem is worth not making this thing feel like it should feel. Oh, Arcade, you were talking about the curse. Yeah. This is definitely one of those curses that, like, it really depends on your dungeon master, might never come up. I agree 100%. I misunderstood what you were saying. So it doesn't change the actual weight of the object? It doesn't look like it does. The weight is reduced while you attach. It's just the giant wiffle ball bat. That's true. I was thinking less about you swinging it around like a club and more like you using momentum to launch boulders. Yeah, but overall, it's a pretty fun item. If I was going to put this in my game, I would need to figure out how to mechanically express to my players that they couldn't plug this into trees to get giant clubs, and they couldn't use it to launch boulders. I don't know how I would do that exactly, but that is the thing I would need to say. Can you mage hand carry this? Yeah, probably. I don't like the physics of it personally. I wouldn't change the weight of objects. I don't mind the weight. I like changing the weight of objects. I think it's a fun thing to play around with. But it definitely would require a little bit of extra work, both as a dungeon master to balance it and as the player to figure out when is appropriate to sort of explore the boundaries of it versus when to chill the fuck out. You can only move an object at a rate of 1 foot every second. I think that's throwing the baby out with the bathwater. I think that's too much. So your mage hand flies above something and just drops a ton of weight on it. Well, it wouldn't actually be able to be that much weight because mage hand is still fairly limited in what it carries. But that is something that you need to think about. Like, could you carry mage hand with this? I don't. Could your mage hand carry this in the air? The way that I would read it, I probably wouldn't let mage hand work with this. I'd probably make it so you had to be the one that was using it. But it does seem really fun. I agree. Cheap Tactics. I don't really have more thoughts on it. I think it's a cool one. I just think you got to deal with the open-ended ramifications of things becoming weapons and launchable objects. All right, cool. Thank you for sharing. Let's give her a little round of applause. A speed limit might solve it, for sure. I don't know if that's how I would handle it or not. I might actually, you know what I might do? I might treat it like mold earth. Mold earth actually is pretty good language for this. Mold earth allows you to mold earth, but it says... This movement doesn't have enough force to cause damage. I think you could have a line like that in. Moving objects in this way does not create enough force to deal damage, even if they are thrown or swung. Something like that. Just say they can't deal damage. Done. Boom. Easy. But if you want them to deal damage, then, you know, make them deal damage. All right. Thank you, Cheap Tactics. If you limit it to one use outside of combat, it could be fun. RP. I don't think you need to limit it that much. I think the limit has to be on the damage output. I think if you can figure out how to negate the ability to swing boulders as damage, I think it's fine to keep it sort of like the rod of the immovable rod, where it can just be used. Also, because it's the movable rod compared to the immovable rod, I think it should have more symmetry. So I think if you made it do like a once a day thing, I don't think that sits nicely compared to the immovable rod, which is all the time thing, you know? It would be really good for moving cover. Yeah, I was thinking it'd be really good for making creating obstacles or removing obstacles is like the main thing that I was thinking. Or like, you know, if your party finds a giant chest that weighs 1,000 pounds, or like, you know, you're in a dungeon and you find like a giant mech warrior suit in the dungeon and you're like, oh, this would be so sick if we could get it out. And the dungeon master's like, yep, too bad it can't fit in the wagon. And you're like, I got it. And then there's just master's like, no, why did I describe there being a giant mech warrior suit out there? I forgot you had the movable rod. Oh, you know? Boo, Tradosio! What do you got for us today? Tradosio, did you want to come on stream? Let me know. I made this subclass a while ago, but I've been tweaking it a lot recently due to all the sorcerer games. I've been planning to run. It's probably one of the most common ideas for a homebrew subclass, but I feel I took a unique approach on it from first level. An elemental soul. The elemental soul. It mocks you yet again. I'm sorry. Man, I wish I could control this fucking wheel. I got no control over it. Hey, Tradosio, how's it going, buddy?
Hello.
Welcome to the show. How was work?
It was work. We had an old lady fall. She busted her head open a little bit. Had to
Aww.
call EMS. She
That's-
was fine. She just needed to like bandage up her eyebrow because that's
Yeah.
where she had the abrasion.
Oh, poor old
I
lady.
walked her back out to her car. She seemed fine. She drove home.
All right, well, as long as she seemed fine. Dude, old ladies, you don't want them to get hurt. They're
She
old
was
ladies.
87.
87. That's a good age. Prime number.
Yeah.
All right. So we're looking at the elementalist soul, which you and I both know. Yeah, it's a common one. I have been blessed. You have been blessed with raw magic from the elemental chaos. With mastery of this magic, the guidance of air, the sturdiness of earth, the ferocity of fire, and the flexibility of water will be yours to command. Captain Planet. Did you?
Also, Avatar: The Last Airbender.
Oh, yes. Sorry. Different generations. But yes. Both of those things. Captain Planet, Avatar: The Last Airbender, here for it. So we get a spell list. We can switch these spells out for, what can we switch them out for? Evocation or
and
transmutation. And from the Druid or Sorcerer spell list, Druid! I mean, it makes a lot of sense. The only hesitation I have about the Druid spell list, and I think I've talked about this on stream before,
Healing.
is healing. But wait a minute.
For water, there's like healing properties of water.
No.
I thought that was fine.
Yeah, I understand it from a flavor perspective. I think where I bump up against it from a power perspective. Like, I don't know if it's reasonable in power for a sorcerer that isn't specifically getting a subclass feature that is designed to make it so it can get a healing factor to let it sort of casually access healing. I worry about it sort of in the same way that I would worry about like a wizard casually getting healing. It's one of the only like downsides they have. So I would just think about that a little bit. I'm not going to push you hard in any direction there, but that's just something I think you should think about in the back of your mind. That being said, I totally understand why you would put the Druid spell list here.
Yeah, they get most of the manipulating the earth around you spells. The environment.
That makes sense. You have a doppelganger of me in Brazil? What's his name? Tell him I say hey. Tell him I say we should meet and touch fingers. All right. Let's see what we're getting at first level. Elemental Weaving. At first level, you learn one cantrip of your choice from Control Flame, Gust, Mold, Earth, and Shape Water. Also, you learn how to magically control the elements to strike your foes. When you take the attack action, you can replace an attack with a melee spell attack against the creature within reach or range spell attack against the creature. Instead of replacing it, instead of saying when you take the attack action, you can replace the attack with, I would just say you get a special attack. I would just, because you're not really replacing attack, you're just doing a special thing you have. You get a new special attack. It could do this, this, and this. Unless there's an intention behind replacing an attack that I'm not sure
It's
about.
just a weird way of wording it.
Okay.
Because making the ranged spell attack, if I say you can make a ranged spell attack, people might get confused because there's no action attached to that yet.
Yeah,
So
I
when you
might
take the
say it
attack
like
action,
something like
yeah.
you learn how to magically control the elements to strike your foes. You get access to a special magical attack. This attack can be made it can be a ranged or melee. That like just write it out like you're getting an actual write it out like the feature.
Okay.
I don't know if you need to do that, but minor thing. Okay. What does it do? It's a melee attack or a creature within 60 feet of you. You add your charisma modifier to the attack and damage rolls, and it deals 1d8. Deals a d8 to the target on a hit. Yeah, I think you could write this out more traditionally, and I think it'll be fine. Also, you gain a special attack. It uses your charisma for its attack and damage rolls. You get a special like spell attack that you get a special spell attack that does this. Deals d8 damage. Blah blah blah. You choose the damage type associated you deal on a hit from a type associated with a cantrip you know listed below. Okay, I
And
would
it's
change
just
that. I would
proportion.
change that sentence, but I see the idea here. So if we have control flames, we get fire and lightning. If we have gust, we get slashing and thunder. Mold earth, bludgeoning and piercing. Shape water, acid and cold. Mold earth becomes the strongest one by far, just so we know. I don't know if that's a big deal for you or not. But magical bludgeoning and piercing and slashing damage is the least resisted thing in the game. So you're sort of picking... I don't know how much that matters to you, but that's worth thinking about a little bit. Is that...
It's hard to, like, assign the damage types to those because there's so limited damage types.
Yeah.
And giving force to mold earth would just be, okay, that's the best option too.
Yeah, but giving magical bludgeoning is stronger than force damage. Like, magical bludgeoning is less resisted than force damage.
I also went with just the damage types that the spells that these elements typically do will deal. And that's just how it goes. Gust is the weird one for getting slashing because other air spells are always bludgeoning or thunder.
I like it. No, I like it being slashing. I think slashing makes a lot of sense for Gust. That doesn't... The only issue with
air
the...
slice.
Yeah, exactly. The only issue with the Gust and Mold Earth stuff is the resistance. But if you don't care about it that much, it doesn't super matter. If you later learn another cantrip from this list, you can choose to deal another one. Okay. So at first level, we get a free cantrip. And
so for sure, you get one of the cantrips from that. And if you learn one of the other cantrips, you get access to that one's damage types also.
Okay. Yeah. So at first level, we get a cantrip, and we get the ability to do this special ranged spell attack that we can basically treat more like a longbow than a cantrip, in that it's adding our charisma to the damage.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's like a cantrip, at this level anyway. It's like a cantrip that you can add your charisma modifier to.
Yeah. Okay.
Deals in D8.
Okay. If I was going to change anything about this, this is what I would change. I would make it so you could switch which cantrip you had active, Control Flame, Gust, Mold Earth, or Shape Water, over the course of either a long rest or a short rest. And I would probably not make the damage types 2 each. I would make them 1 each. And I would make the changing not be picking between the 2 types of Control Flame damage or Gust damage, but I would make the changing between, like, the element that you have triggered, activated. That's where my brain starts to mush. But let me see what else we got going on before we jump down anything. I think it's a cool idea. I feel like it's a little lackluster. That's how I feel. I feel like this could use a... You know how, like, the Shadow Sorcerer, at first level, it gets super darkness, and then at third level, even though it's technically not a third level feature, it's baked into the first level feature, it can use, like, sorcery points to do a thing? I might try to do that here. Like, I might make it so you get this at first level, and then at third level, you can, like, expend sorcery points to enhance this attack in some way. Let's see what we get at 6th level. Primordial Bending. At 6th level, you can make 1 element weaving attack as a bonus action on your turn. If you spend 1 sorcery point as a part of this bonus action, you can make 2 instead of 1. Ah, okay, you're a little machine gunner. Additionally, if you cast a spell that deals a damage type available to you from the elemental weave table, you can replace the damage type the spell deals with another damage type available to you from the elemental weave table. Okay, so you can change your elemental damage types, and you can fire off a bunch of your little elemental blasts.
Yeah. That's
interesting.
The idea is that your elemental weaving is not the only way that you can bend the elements. Like, your spells are you also doing that. And I just love the idea of you, like, I cast Fireball, and then it's really just a giant rock that you pick up and then slam down on somebody, and you make it bludgeoning. Or a whirlwind for, like, thunder.
Yeah. I think it's fun. It's very similar to a meta magic option, the transmute spell feature.
Yeah, that one is similar to how my idea behind it, right? Is that similar how the aberrant mind just innately kind of gets subtle spell, but better. This one is you can get transmuted spell, but kind of better.
Gemjar says this seems like quite a lot of damage.
The damage of the specific attack doesn't scale up yet. It does at 14th if you spend sorcery points.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just d8s.
Yeah.
On a hit.
I think it's probably okay. It's 2d8 plus your charisma modifier twice, unless you're expending sorcery points to do it more.
Yeah, and it's taking your bonus action as well.
I don't think it's crazy. I don't think it's crazy. I mean, it's definitely good damage. I don't think it's crazy damage. Let's look at Weaving Mastery. The one thing that I will say is it definitely puts this in a very specific version of Elementalist. Like, you are the machine gunner Elementalist. Weaving Mastery. At 14th level, whenever you hit a creature with an attack, you can spend 1 or more sorcery points to add extra d8 to the target for each point spent. You choose the damage type. The maximum is your charisma modifier plus 1. Okay. Okay, I like what this is doing, but I also struggle with it because it's so similar to what the 6th level's doing. The 6th level is letting me use sorcery points to do more damage. And the Weaving Mastery is essentially doing that too. It's doing it in a very different way. And maybe that's okay because they're sort of coming at the idea from different angles. But I think what I'm feeling, and if this is intentional, I think it's fine. But we're at 14th level. And by the time we get to 14th level, all three of our main abilities right now, aside from very, very, very specific ribbon stuff, are all directly tied to the exact same feature. Right?
Yeah.
So I don't know how I feel about that. If you're okay with that, that's fine. I have seen some subclasses that are like that before. The one subclass that I saw do that I thought did it better than any that I saw somebody that tried to make essentially a warlock subclass that made you Mega Man. So every single feature tied to Eldritch Blast. But it was like, that was because that's the whole point, is that you were Mega Man.
Or Weaving Mastery, it's not just when you hit with Elemental Weaving, but that's obviously the one that the attack you're most likely going to be
but
using.
It's basically that, right? Like, You're a sorcerer, you've got a couple spell attack spells, but a lot of them are saving throws or not spell attacks at all. I mean, I get that it can be used for anything, but it's really basically for elemental weaving. Yeah. So what I might do if I were you, is instead of having it so the expansion just deals more damage, I might have it so you could do like multiple things with it. Like, what if you could spend sorcerer? You know how the aberrant mind sorcerer, there's like 4 different things it can activate, and each one costs a sorcery point, and they're kind of different. It's like you can be gushy,
Yeah, I played around with an idea but I didn't want it to be too tied to elemental weaving, so I kind of pulled back from it. It was just, if you hit with an elemental weaving attack, you could spend a sorcery point to add an effect, like a rider to it. Like, the creature's restrained because, you form ice around its legs or capture it in stone. Stuff like that, where you can restrain them if they fail a saving throw, or you can push them. I think I had a couple options that were similar to that.
I don't know, man. I feel like it would be more interesting to do that, because I think your concern about this not being too linked to elemental weaving, I don't think the fact that it could also be used on other attacks is enough.
Different enough?
Yeah, I don't think it's enough. So I might lean into the you can do others. Like, that's what I kind of mean. Like if you're leaning hard into elemental weaving, I'd say go full hog into it. And just but you don't have to, but that's what I would say. Or, of these 3 features, make one of them not something that is so directly tied to it, or at least majority tied to it. Let's look at Elemental Icon. You learn one of the investiture spells. Sure, they're not actually that good. If you ever look at them, they're okay. You do they do bad damage. Like, if you're using if you're using the action aspect of them to do damage, you're kind of wasting your action.
The second paragraph is where I kind of remedied that.
All right, let's see what's going on here. When you complete a long rest, you can replace this spell with another one from this feature. Okay. You can cast the chosen spell without expending a spell slot or requiring concentration by using 6 sorcery points. If you do, it lasts for up to a minute or until you dismiss the spell as a bonus action. Cool. I like being able to not require concentration on it. I think that's nice. I might let you do that once a day for free. And then sorcery points to do it
6
again.
sorcery points after.
Yeah. I might give you a free use of that. I would give you a free use of that. Because it's level 18. You know? Let's go for it. If you get your sorcerer to level 18, you know, it's time to go bananas at least a little bit.
If I made it so you can cast any of those spells using sorcery points, if you know them, and not just the one that you chose,
Mm-hmm.
do you think you should still be free? Because my idea is if I give all of them, I don't know if you've seen Avatar, but at the very end, or when Aang goes into the Avatar state, he gets this kind of like bubble around him of all of the elements.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I was thinking if you could activate 3 to 4 of those investiture spells, that's essentially what that is, or becomes.
Yeah, I think the problem is the investiture spells don't stack well together. Some of them do the same, kind of sit on top of each other in what they do, and it's just a lot of information to keep track of at the same time as a player. Each one has like 3 different features to it. I think it would be too much to keep track of. Can you always, for primordial bending, can I use the bonus action 2-hit thing with a sorcery point regardless of what I do for my action, or do I have to use my action to shoot an elemental weave in order for me to proc the sorcery point part?
I was playing around with you have to use your action to attack or cast a spell, but I landed on just removing that wording because it was like, that's all you're going to be doing anyway.
Yeah.
For the most part. So it's you can always use your bonus action to make an element weaving attack.
I think that I think that I don't know if you should always be able to spend a sorcery point to make 2 of them. I kind of agree with what Gemjar is saying, where it does feel like a lot where I could action fireball, bonus action, 2 longbows, basically.
Yeah.
So I might limit that somewhat in the usage.
Think it could be, if you take the attack action, you get 1 as your bonus action, and if you cast a spell, you can spend a sorcery point to still do the 2, or not 2 attacks, but just to make 1 attack for 1 sorcery point.
You could do something like that. You could also, I know that 6th level usually requires sorcery points, or is tied to sorcery points. So you could also, though, make it not a resource at all, and just make it limited in use. So, like, you know, you can, you know, charisma modifier times per day, bonus action, launch 2 of these attacks, something like that. You could also tie it to sorcery point use. So, for example, you could make it so if you make an attack, if you use your action to make a elemental, what do you call them? Elemental weaving attack, you can bonus action do 1. Or if you cast a spell of 1st level or higher that includes using, and you use meta magic on that spell, you can then bonus action do this off. You know, you could do, maybe it's not even a bonus, maybe it's not even part of the action economy, but when you cast a spell of 1st level or higher and expend any number of sorcery points, you can just do this for free in addition. So it's like, I use subtle spell, I get a free single missile. I do empowered spell, I get a free single missile. You could do something like that too, maybe.
That would be interesting with quicken spell.
Yeah, that's why I wouldn't make it bonus action. For the spell slot, for the sorcery point thing, I would make it just happen. So if I quicken a spell, I can quicken the spell, and then I can still do the thing, and then I can still have my actions to do the thing.
I think
that might be worth playing around with. I don't know if that would be good or complicated or.
I've seen that wording before. It's like if you spend sorcery points as part of casting a spell, you can blah blah blah.
Yeah. That could work. I like the idea a lot. I did not expect this guy to feel like such a gunslinger, but it really is a gunslinger, right? Like elemental weaving is the gun. It's a neat idea. I am so conflicted about the 14th level feature because here's how I feel about it. I 100% agree that if we design this subclass to kind of be built around shooting little elemental blasters, we want to have some sort of heightened version of that we can engage with.
Bump up the damage.
You know, we want to have something that's like a big boy version of that. And I think the 14th level is a space that makes sense to put that. I also think you could maybe play around with switching 18 and 14 a little bit. And 18 could go at 14, and 14 could be you get your investitures, and 18 could be like, now when I use my elemental weave, I can shoot a fucking ion beam of elemental energy, you know, a couple times a day or something like that. I don't know if that's the move necessarily, but I think that playing around in 14 and 18 to not lose that feeling of like a capstone to elemental weave is going to be good here, because elemental weaving is more of a core part of the subclass than anything else.
Okay. I also, you're going to be using the ranged options more, but I feel like, how do you feel about also allowing the melee spell attack?
Oh, I think it's fine. I think it's fine.
Okay.
Totally fine. I think it makes sense. Honestly, I think it's a good way of expressing that this is sort of different than a normal type of attack, because it can be both. And it kind of makes it feel more like you're just launching raw energy, which I think fits the vibe of an elementalist quite well. So I think it's totally fine.
Okay. I was like, most things that give you a beam or a special attack are one or the other. It's either you get a special melee or a special ranged.
Yeah,
And
I
so
think it's
was worried
okay.
that
I think it's
giving both was too powerful.
No. It's not too powerful. It's fine. It would maybe be too powerful if this was like a magical pact. It would be too powerful if it was like a pact weapon where you could like stack shit on top of it in the way that those things are designed. But that's not what this is. This is just a special attack. This isn't a magic item. This isn't like this is what it is, and that's all it is. So you have so much control over how powerful it is as the designer. I think it's totally fine.
Okay.
Yeah, I would play around with Weave Mastery and Elemental Icon, and thinking about maybe having either a version of damage increasing or a version of extra features or a special way that you can use elemental weaving that feels capstone-y in your use of it. The thing that I think about is like Samus's Super Smash from Smash Brothers, where there's just like,
a big laser beam.
A big laser beam. Yeah, like, if I was going to make this, I might make it so, like, if I was going to do this, and I'm not saying that you should do this, but this is what I would do. I would essentially change Elemental Icon with Weaving Mastery, and I would make the investiture usage, I would give you the option to use sorcery points. I would basically I wouldn't do it exactly, but I would do a very similar version of it, where you could use sorcery points to mimic the effects or to do the investiture spells without concentration or whatever. And then the 18th level would be once a day, you could shoot a fucking laser beam that would be between 10 and 20 feet wide and 100 and 300 feet long. And then you could do sorcery points to do it again. I don't think that's... And depending on what element you had, it would probably do a shit ton of damage and a specific extra effect. So, like, if you had the fire element on, anything in the beam would just catch on fire, including people. If you had the air element on, maybe it would blast things back. If you had the earth element on, maybe it would restrain them. If you had... Or whatever. Maybe it wouldn't restrain them. Maybe it would knock them... Maybe the water wouldn't restrain them. Whatever. There's a lot of different ways you could go. But I feel like this doesn't need to go in that direction. But the way that I am reading this subclass, and please tell me if this is not the direction you want to go in, but it really does seem like it is not just an elementalist, but it is really like a blaster elementalist. Like that's what this kind of is. This is the evocation wizard of the sorcerers, sort of.
I was trying to, by also encouraging you to take the bending cantrips, where you control the elements. I wanted it to lean more into the I'm just master of these elements. I can move them however I want, and I use these things from the elemental chaos to fight for me. So it is like I am channeling this destructive magic and being a blaster, but also I can control the environment.
Can I encourage you to do something that's really annoying and you don't want to have to do it, but it would be good?
Go ahead.
Rewrite the spell list. Make it like the lunar sorcerer. Have them have or the genie warlock. Make it 2 columns. Column 1, you always have these 5 spells, and column 2 is the elemental spells, and they change depending on what element you have active.
Well, it's not an active thing. It's you unlock those elements when you get those cantrips.
Oh, I see.
You don't switch them out.
I see. Yeah, I might let you switch them out. The one thing that you said when you were describing what you want this to feel like that I feel like is missing here, I think there's two things. And I don't know where they fit in exactly, but they are the things that I think worth thinking about. One, when I think of a master of the elements and things, I imagine a person sort of swirling and large swaths of this element moving at the same time. We don't really have a way to move cartoonishly large amounts of earth, air, or water, like Avatar style. And I don't know if that matters, but that's the thing that I think is missing here if we wanted that there. The other thing is the changing between them quickly. Which is why I started to think about maybe the dual spell list, because a thing that you could put in here is you could have it so instead of it being like, okay, first level I take the control flames and I'm the fire guy until I learn another one of these cantrips. It could be that you pick a thing and then you can, spend a sorcery point to change your form or something like that, where you're like, I'm in earth mode, now I'm in water mode, and that sort of thing too. Different sort of direction, but I do think that would help with that feeling of you are a master of many elements, so you're sort of switching between them pretty radically. That also would be a thing that you could play with from the perspective of if you do want this thing to go in the direction of the different elemental types of your elemental weaving have different secondary effects, switching forms would sort of play into that game mechanic a little bit. Like, okay, I'm going to switch into the water form so I can restrain this guy. Then I'm going to switch into the fire form so I can do area of effect damage or whatever,
Okay.
I don't think you need to do any of that, by the way. That's me, like, I'm going into, like, other hypotheses about this.
Yeah, I'm internalizing and thinking about how I could make it work.
I don't know if it matters. That's just sort of where my head goes. I think the thing that does matter, though, from what you described, is, and maybe this maybe this is actually just done in the spells, but the woof, and then the big amount of element launching up in the air or something like that. Like
that's
a
what
bit,
I was trying to get behind with
a
spells.
bigger version. The spells kind of do that.
Yeah, because if you move like wall of fire, and
Yeah,
change its
yeah,
element
yeah,
from
yeah,
fire to
yeah.
like earth.
No, you're right. You're right.
essentially
Yeah.
wall
That makes
water
sense.
kind of thing. But I could, but same thing with like the fireball I was talking about. It's like if you want to throw a giant rock, you toss a fireball, but change it to bludgeoning.
That makes sense.
But I could add, instead of like weaving mastery, like you said, moving things around and creating a large AoE for that vibe.
I don't know if you need to, but it's just an idea that it's just more I'm trying to think about, like, if the idea isn't I'm a blaster, if the idea is I am a controller, I think a way to express control is like being able to do a variety of things,
Something I could do at 14 is just lean hard into the manipulation and less of damage, and it is like choose this much area and like once per long rest, or if you spend sorcery points, you can move that large area to a different spot. Like I can create a giant wall of earth or move fire across the battlefield.
You could do something like
be
that
on top of other people.
What about how
Also.
many of your spells are stationary things? Spike growth is stationary, wall of water is stationary, wind wall is stationary, stone shape isn't, wall of fire is, wall of stone is, burning hands stuff isn't. Because the other thing that you could do, which would be kind of cool and maybe weird, would be, you know how like the aberrant mind can use sorcery points to cast their main spells in like weird ways?
Yeah.
What if you could do that? What if it was like, if you use sorcery points to cast wall of fire, you can move it. It's not stationary.
Like as an action on a subsequent turn, you can move it up to 30 feet.
Yeah, something like that. That's now we're thinking with a different direction, but that might be a fun thing to play with too. If you want the spells to represent the ability to manipulate the elements, that could be fun.
That might work really well with weaving mastery.
And you have so many wall spells that I feel like it's probably enough. You might want to
Also,
rethink some of the
idea
spells.
Casting Wall of Fire and then as a bonus action on your next turn, moving it, and it kind of just looks like a fire snake slithering.
Yeah, I think that would
That's
be
an
really
awesome
cool.
idea.
It would be very, I agree, it would be strong. So you'd have to think about that in terms of the way you would implement it and where you'd implement it. But I don't think it would be so strong that it wouldn't work. And it would, the thing is, the spells on this spell list are good, but none of them are like spells that people are like, oh, it's so crazy, it's so powerful. So you would be uplifting spells that like normally are not getting as much love. Although Wall of Fire gets plenty of love.
Maybe if you're concentrating on a spell from elementalist magic, on a subsequent turn, or while you're concentrating on it as a bonus action, you can spend sorcery points equal to the spell level
to move it.
And then you can move it.
I wouldn't even make it cost as much as the spell level. I think it could be cheaper than that.
You think like 3?
Yeah, something
2?
like that. Yeah, somewhere in there. Play around with it. Honestly, it's going to just come down to what feels and looks good on the page.
And then it also requires concentration, so you couldn't move spells that you can't concentrate on.
If I were you, and that was the direction I was going to go in, I would re-examine this spell list. Not because I think it's bad. I would just want to really confirm with myself that there were enough spells on this list that were applicable to that feature that it felt worth doing. Because the Aberrant Mind, all of the spells are applicable.
After the first level spells are essentially the only ones that aren't concentration on that list.
Yeah. Is
everything else?
What level is Wall of Ice? What level spell is that?
6th.
Yeah, it's out of the range. It's out of the range of the learned spells. Yeah, man, I think it's pretty cool. I like it. I like the gunslinger evocation, explodey elementalist. I like it a lot, and I think that if you feel like you want more of the control, I think leaning into the sorcery points to moving spells is a cool idea. I like that idea a lot.
Probably where I'll go instead of Weaving Mastery. Instead of a smite, it becomes if you move a wall, you can hit a lot more people with the wall.
Yeah.
And it does a lot of damage.
It's a neat idea. Cool. All right, man. Do you have any questions, thoughts, concernings, yearnings, aspirations?
No, I think we covered it all.
Cool. All right, buddy.
Have a good rest of stream. And good night, chat.
Bye. A click. A click. Oh my good, it's late. It's 12:30. How the night flies, like birds upon the wind, like those shadowy creatures from the before times. Did you guys ever know? Uh-oh. No, what? What are you talking about, Cinder? You losing your brain? You losing your mind? A little bit. Just a little bit. Okie dokie. Alrighty, friends. The time has come. It's that sad, sad time. As the music gets louder. Where we have to prepare to say goodnight. So, before we do, let us give a big round of applause to Tradosio. And then let's give a big round of applause to everybody that submitted Homebrew tonight. Thank you, thank you. You are all amazing champions. I appreciate you all. We are going to be wrapping up now, though. Too close. I am going to be guest starring on a show on Sunday. It's going to be the second part. Oh, thank you, thank you. 5 subs. Thank you very much, Skim Milk. That's very kind of you. We are going to be, I'm going to be guest starring on D20 Deathmatch again on Sunday night with Robbie Clark and the Hunger. A little kid who is like Ash Ketchum from Pokemon, except his backpack is full of an Eldritch Horror instead of Pokeballs. And then next week, I don't know what the schedule is going to be exactly yet. I have to see, but it's going to probably be similar to this week. I'm going to try to do a stream on either Monday or Tuesday. And then we're going to have probably a Wednesday and Thursday stream also. So it's going to be some combination of Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday next week in terms of our shows. And I'm going to do a open forum stream review, homebrew review on Monday or Tuesday. And then later in the week, we're going to do we'll do a member review stream. And then maybe we'll do some writing. I'm going to do some writing homebrew on stream. We haven't done that in a long time. So that's kind of what I want to do next. All right, who should we raid? Who should we raid? That's the question. Oh, Kiki, we could raid Kiki. Kiki's a friend of mine. We could raid her. We could raid... Let's raid Kiki. Kiki is a friend of mine in the content creator world. And she's playing Overwatch right now, I think. Well, let me just... Okay, before we raid her, let's just double check to make sure there's not anything D&D that I should send you to. Oh, we could go see... We could go look at Critical Role. We could go watch... Anybody want to watch Critical Role? No, you can do that on your own. Okay, yeah, let's raid Kiki. Kiki's awesome. We're going to raid Kiki. All right, guys, have a great night. You are absolutely amazing. Thank you so much for being here, for being a part of this. Be good to each other. Get home safe. Have a good night. And don't forget to feed your pets. My screen is freezing. There we go. All right, we're raiding. I love you. YouTube. I'll send you over there. YouTube. There we go. All right, bye. I love you. Have a good night.